Chapter 1699. A Man in a Responsible Position. Chapter 1699. A Man in a Responsible Position. Comparing backgrounds, the Soaring Heaven King Palace was a lot more powerful than the lineage of Star. In terms of abilities, be it the number of almighties who were part of the higher-ups or the number of real gods, the Soaring Heaven King Palace had the lineage of Star beaten in both areas. As for their positions in the Sanctuary Alliance, the Soaring Heaven King Palace was at a much higher position than the lineage of Star, and this could be seen during the distribution of the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy every 30 years. During every distribution, the lineage of Star could only get one token of the Fairy Palace's legacy, while the Soaring Heaven King Palace could get two of them. Since the Soaring Heaven King Palace was better than the lineage of Star in every area, they could start a war with the lineage of Star right away. However, in the end, the Soaring Heaven King Palace Master's orders were imposing at the start, as he said that they would kill anyone who dared to stop them from killing Jian Wushuang. Indeed, they were also daring enough to kill the experts of the lineage of Star. However, from the start to the end, they only focused on one expert in the lineage of Star, and they had never threatened the lineage of Star for real. At that moment, they had suffered huge losses. Not only did they lose many experts, they had also lost many treasures. The most important thing was that they had lost a great amount of their prestige. According to the way that the Soaring Heaven King Palace had always done their things, they should have started a war with the lineage of Star immediately. However, in actual fact, the Soaring Heaven King Palace did not do it. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Hall Master Yuan and the two other Hall Masters looked at one another and laughed at once. Jian Wushuang, since you are already one of the Hall Masters, I can tell you some of the secrets of the lineage of Star. Hall Master Yuan laughed. That's right. The Soaring Heaven King Palace is powerful. Their abilities as a whole and their background are a lot stronger than the lineage of Star. However, even if more guts were loaned to them, they would still not dare to start a war with the lineage of Star for real. From the day the lineage of Star is founded to now, over so many years, the lineage of Star has only fought a war against a big powerhouse for real at the start. Although that big powerhouse was inferior to the Soaring Heaven King Palace, it was not different from them by too much. However, the lineage of Star scored a complete victory during that battle. Ever since then, all the powerhouses in the Sanctuary Alliance have dared not start a war with the lineage of Star for real. As for the reason, you can make a guess. Jian Wushuang frowned. However, his eyes glowed with a shrill light abruptly. Could it be because of the secret skill of Star Palace? Haha, that's right. It's the secret skill of Star Palace. Hall Master Yuan laughed. You also know that the lineage of Star has 4 secret skills. However, the most popular secret skill that caused experts from everywhere in the eternal chaotic world to be fearful is the secret skill of Star Palace. This secret skill is really frightening. Jian Wushuang had a puzzled expression. He was clear that the secret skill of Star Palace was actually the secret skill of 7 Star from the 7 Star Black Sect. Hence, it was a secret skill from the ancient past, and it ought to be frightening. Jian Wushuang, you have cultivated the 2nd volume of the secret skill of Star Palace. Thus, you do not need me to explain how powerful it is. As for our Palace Master, he has also cultivated the 2nd volume of the secret skill of Star Palace. When the 2nd volume of the secret skill of Star Palace is fully activated, his abilities will rise by 100 times straight away, and this will be maintained for a breath's time. Moreover, our Palace Master is an Emperor God. Furthermore, he is a well-known person among the Emperor Gods. With such abilities, if he were to unleash the 2nd volume of the secret skill of Star Palace as well, what level do you think our Palace Master would reach? Hall Master Yuan looked over with interest. Jian Wushuang was stunned. He was already a well-known person among the Emperor Gods. If he were to activate the 2nd volume of the secret skill of Star Palace as well, his abilities, Great Emperor level? Jian Wushuang said with surprise. That's right. It's Great Emperor level. Hall Master Yuan laughed. During the great battle between the lineage of Star and the big powerhouse back then, it became a one-sided suppression as the Palace Master unleashed the secret skill of Star Palace at the very start. As such, He killed 3 almighties, which included 1 emperor god of that big powerhouse with lightning speed. Therefore, how could that big powerhouse not be defeated? That's it. Jian Wushuang became shocked as he listened. He finally understood why the soaring Heaven King Palace dared not start a war with the lineage of Star. It was because of the Star Palace Master being a great deterrent. After all, although it was only for a breath's time, he possessed great Emperor-level fighting capabilities. Moreover, when the secret skill of Star Palace was used, one had to wait for a period of time before being able to use it again. However, the fighting capabilities that could only last for a breath's time were enough to strike the soaring Heaven King Palace with terror. As such, the soaring Heaven King Palace dared to take the initiative to kill the experts of the lineage of Star, and they even dared to kill the top geniuses of the lineage of Star. However, as for starting a great battle with the lineage of Star, in particular, a great battle where they would fight to their last breath, they did not have the courage to do so as they were frightened. Palace Master, a man in a responsible position, Jian Wushuang gasped in admiration. He is indeed a man in a responsible position. With the Palace Master keeping watch, the lineage of Star also has a high position in the Sanctuary Alliance. Even though we have provoked some strong enemies and powerhouses, no one among them can do anything to the lineage of Star. For example, many powerhouses were envious of us because of the priceless white blaze fruit tree that you obtained back then. However, no one dared to cast their greedy eyes on it. Although that was mostly due to the Purple Moon Great Emperor, those powerhouses were also quite fearful of our Palace Master. Hall Master Yuan laughed. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Previously, he had not known much about the Star Palace Master. He only knew that the Star Palace Master was an emperor god with strong abilities, and he had founded the lineage of Star. Moreover, he was fortunate to obtain the secret skill of 7 Star, of the 7 Star Black Sect. However, Jian Wushuang did not know how important the Star Palace Master was in the lineage of Star. It is fortunate for the lineage of Star to have such a super expert keeping watch. However, everything has its pros and cons, Jian Wushuang murmured. To a sect, it was indeed good for them to have a man in a responsible position. However, if the man in a responsible position did not have some experts who could bear some heavy responsibilities beside him, it would definitely be a disaster for the sect if the man in a responsible position were to fall. It would be even more of a disaster, especially if the sect possessed treasures that could catch the greedy eyes of many people and had also offended quite a number of experts from other powerhouses. Oh right, Jian Wushuang, there's something that I am very curious about. Hall Master Nye Yun questioned abruptly. By using real God Han Quan to threaten the soaring Heaven King Palace, you obtained many benefits from them. In particular, I understand why you got 100,000 doctrine gems and 500 years of training time in the Fairy Palace. After all, you need them. However, as for the demon cores, why do you need so many demon cores? Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian also looked over. They were curious as well. Jian Wushuang laughed at once. To tell you the truth, I wanted those demon cores so that I could absorb the pure power within them to make my divine power more powerful. An inverse cultivator like me is very different from a normal cultivator. At the level of a real god, the thickness of divine power is extremely important to me as it is the key to me making a breakthrough. However, relying on myself to train continuously and accumulate divine power is too slow. If I were to absorb demon cores, I could accumulate divine power a lot faster. Is that so? The 3 Hall Masters understood at once. If it's demon cores, the lineage of Star will have quite a number of them. Do you have enough demon cores on your hands now? If you do not have enough, I can give you some right away, Hall Master Yuan said. Chapter 1700, Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. Chapter 1700, Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. If it's enough? It's definitely not enough, Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. He knew clearly that ultimate divine power water droplet would be more difficult to precipitate as he progressed further. He had obtained quite a number of demon cores from soaring Heaven King Palace. However, even if he absorbed all of them, Jian Wushuang reckoned he would at most precipitate 20 or maybe 30 ultimate divine power water droplets. he would still be far from the 100 drops needed to break through and become a Stage 3 ultimate real god. I just got many Grade 3 demon cores from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Just to absorb all of the demon cores will require a very long time. So, I'll wait till I absorb all the demon cores before I come to ask for more from Hall Master Yuan, Jian Wushuang replied. Tell me directly when you need it, Hall Master Yuan said. Actually, if it is about the accumulation of divine power, there are more ways to absorb them from demon cores. You can also use natural treasures, Hall Master Gu Xian said. To be frank, my divine power is unusual. Any ordinary treasure for the accumulation of divine power won't be much help to me. Only some extremely precious natural treasure will be effective for me. Plus, I would require a terrifying amount of them. If I were to rely on natural treasure to accumulate divine power, I reckon even lineage of star couldn't support me, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He wasn't joking about what he said. Previously, he had thought about relying on natural treasure to precipitate 100 drops of ultimate divine power water droplet. However, the price was too high. It was even higher than a white blaze fruit tree. He naturally couldn't live in luxury like that. We don't have any ordinary natural treasures and we couldn't support any high-value treasure, but I have heard of a place that might be useful for the accumulation of divine power, Hall Master Gu Xian said. Oh. Jian Wushuang immediately looked at Hall Master Gu Xian. What place? Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. Hall Master Gu Xian squinted her eyes. Of course, I've only heard about it from other people. It is said that an expert obtained a drop of absolute beginning divine power from an ancient battlefield. Then, she brought it back and it naturally developed and evolved into a divine pond. The divine pond is 999,999 zhang deep. It is huge and it contains boundless absolute beginning divine power. Plus, absolute beginning divine power is extremely pure. It is said that the power is 10 times purer compared to the power contained in the demon cores. On top of that, it is much easier to absorb. There was one time when a severely injured emperor god, who was on the brink of death, entered the divine pond of absolute beginning and he resumed his peak state in 3 years' time. What? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Nie Yun next to him were shocked too. It was obvious that it was their first time hearing about divine pond of absolute beginning as well. As for the effect of the divine pond, an emperor god on the brink of death, he recovered in 3 years. He was an emperor god. The stronger one's power was, the more difficult it was for one to recover after injury. Jian Wushuang, you need to absorb a large amount of pure power now to accumulate your divine power. In eternal chaotic world, I'm afraid there is nowhere with purer power than absolute beginning divine power from divine pond of absolute beginning, Hall Master Gu Xian said. Hall Master Gu Xian, do you know where the divine pond of absolute beginning is? Jian Wushuang asked. He was very interested in the divine pond of absolute beginning. After all, if divine pond of absolute beginning were to be that impressive, his divine power could totally be accumulated to the maximum in the shortest time possible. I've only heard about divine pond of absolute beginning. As for its actual location and its actual owner, I have no idea. Hall Master Gu Xian shook her head. However, there's a person who would likely know where the divine pond of absolute beginning is located. After all, I found out about the existence of divine pond of absolute beginning from him. Who's that person? Jian Wushuang asked closely. That person? He's a strange man, also a madman. He stays on Thunderbolt Island now. His name is called Mad Dog, Hall Master Gu Xian said. It's him? Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Nie Yun were shocked. Mad Dog? Jian Wushuang was stunned, and he immediately thought of a person. When he had first got to Thunderbolt Island, he met a strange elderly. The strange elderly had seen him and guided him to master his power superposition skill. His 10,000 wave skill was based on the power superposition skill. But after he had mastered the skill, the strange elderly had become unhappy and wanted to recruit him as his disciple. It was a pity that Jian Wushuang had rejected him. Then, Jian Wushuang had found out that the strange elderly was the strangest almighty in the entire Sanctuary Alliance on Thunderbolt Island. His name was Mad God, and he had no other title. Almost everyone called him Mad Dog, but as they had scruples about his identity as an almighty, they would call him Sir God Mad Dog. Sir God Mad Dog liked to eat the most. Back then, Sir God Mad Dog expressed his interest in white blaze fruit and wanted to get a few white blaze fruit from Jian Wushuang, but he hadn't had any then. Jian Wushuang, do you know Sir God Mad Dog? Hallmaster Gu Xian looked at him. I do, Jian Wushuang smiled. Not only that, I also have his communication token. He offered it to me. Communication token? Hallmaster Gu Xian and the others were shocked. One should know that although Sir God Mad Dog wasn't a nice name, he was arrogant and obstinate. He behaved completely lawlessly in Sanctuary Alliance. He held no scruples against anyone and showed no consideration for anyone's feelings. It was naturally extremely difficult to get his communication token. At least Hallmaster Yuan, Hallmaster Gu Xian, and Hallmaster Nie Yun definitely didn't have it. But Jian Wushuang did, and it had been Sir God Mad Dog who had offered it to him. As Sir God Mad Dog offered his communication token to you, it means that you shared a friendly moment. You can go and ask him, Hallmaster Gu Xian smiled. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then he suddenly turned to look at Hallmaster Yuan and said, speaking of Sir God Mad Dog, I nearly forgot about this. He is very interested in white blaze fruit. Hallmaster Yuan, is there a white blaze fruit left in Lineage of Star? There are a few more, and it will not be too long until the next fruiting of white blaze fruit tree. How many do you need? Hallmaster Yuan asked. 2 will be enough. Sir God Mad Dog is only a greedy eater. He isn't using it for cultivation, Jian Wushuang smiled. Sure. After the banquet ends, I'll get them for you, Hallmaster Yuan promised. In the lofty hall, the banquet was still ongoing. Then, Hallmaster Yuan suddenly stood up and raised his glass. His loud and bright voice reverberated in the hall. Come on, everyone. Let us toast Hallmaster Wushuang. Everyone in the hall stood up simultaneously. Cheers. After eating and drinking, the banquet ended. Chapter 1701, Playing Tricks. Chapter 1701, Playing Tricks. The moment the banquet ended, Hallmaster Yuan gave Jian Wushuang 2 white blaze fruits. Jian Wushuang took out the transmission token straight away. Sir God Mad Dog, Jian Wushuang said with respect. After some time, Sir God Mad Dog replied, Jian Wushuang, I heard that a little kid like you currently possesses the fighting capabilities of a Sir God. Moreover, you are ranked first in the real God ranking list. How impressive. Back then, I really did not misjudge you. However, it's a pity that you were unwilling to be my disciple. If not, I would have the right to brag. Sir God Mad Dog, please don't make fun of me. Jian Wushuang laughed and asked, Where are you now? Are you in the Thunderbolt Island? No. I have just come out of Thunderbolt Island and I am about to reach the Holy Kingdom of Darklight, Sir God Mad Dog said. The Holy Kingdom of Darklight? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He had some impression of the Holy Kingdom of Darklight. It was a holy kingdom that was not too far away from the 10 sanctuaries. I will set off now to go to where you are, Jian Wushuang said. Why? Are you finding me for something? Sir God Mad Dog questioned with doubt. It's nothing much. Back then, didn't you ask me to get you some white blaze fruits? I have just gotten them, and I am specially sending them over to you, Jian Wushuang laughed. Haha, I appreciate the sentiment. I will be waiting for you in the Holy Kingdom of Darklight, Sir God Mad Long laughed heartily. After terminating the transmission and knowing the whereabouts of Sir God Mad Dog, Jian Wushuang did not waste any time, and he headed to the Holy Kingdom of Darklight immediately. The Holy Kingdom of Darklight was a normal holy kingdom in the eternal chaotic world. In particular, there were border areas in a region, and they had been ruled by a powerhouse known as the Dark Sky Fortress for many years. In a giant mountain range, slap, slap, sounds of a whip hitting flesh could be heard. At the same time, Painful cries could be heard. Move faster. You are so slow. Are you looking to die? Some black-armored soldiers were ordering many cultivators to dig for gems. There were many cultivators, and their numbers amounted to more than tens of thousands of them. Most of them were heaven masters. However, a small number of them were universe gods. They had all been captured and brought over by the Dark Sky Fortress with force. After being brought to their current location, they lived their days out so miserably that it was at the point where they were better off dead than living. Although the cultivators were filled with anger and grievance, they could not show them. After all, to them, the Dark Sky Fortress was too powerful and it was a huge monster. All of a sudden, while a big group of black-armored soldiers were gathered together, a purple-robed middle-aged man who was more than 2 meters tall walked over. Upon seeing the purple-robed middle-aged man, although many cultivators who were doing hard labor below were gnashing their teeth with hatred, they had no choice but to lower their heads. The purple-robed middle-aged man was the fortress master of the Dark Sky Fortress, who was also an overlord of the whole holy kingdom of Darklight. The Dark Sky Fortress master descended in front of a cave which had a seal on it, was at the center at the mountain range, and was also guarded by many soldiers. How is the progress? The Dark Sky Fortress master looked at a soldier beside him. Fortress master, everything has been smooth, the soldier answered. All right, the Dark Sky Fortress master nodded his head. After that, he entered the cave alone. The Dark Sky Fortress master walked deep into the cave. Over there was a center which was filled with black air, and the center was filled with pitch-black vines. On top of the vines, there was a pitch-black fruit which was emitting a sweet smell. The fruit was also the size of the head of a baby. Upon seeing the fruit, the Dark Sky Fortress master's eyes filled with excitement. Ha! By using the hatred of many cultivators as nutrients, the speed of growth the resentful soul fruit has indeed risen greatly. It will be done soon. In at most 10 years' time, this fruit will fully ripen. At that time, the Dark Sky Fortress master became extremely excited while thinking about it. He had found the fruit a long time ago. However, when he had first found it, the fruit was still extremely far away from ripening. As such, he had intentionally caught many cultivators and brought them to this area so that he could use their hatred to accelerate the growth of the fruit continuously. For the fruit, he had paid an extremely huge price. However, as long as the fruit was able to completely ripen, the price that he paid would be worth it. It's a resentful soul fruit. Just one of them alone is probably worth more than the possessions of many chaotic real gods, the Dark Sky Fortress master was muttering to himself. However, something strange occurred abruptly. All of a sudden, a part of the void broke open. After that, an old, yellowish palm came out from the void and grabbed the pitch-black fruit. The palm then plucked the fruit straight away. Under the panicked eyes of the Dark Sky Fortress master, the pitch-black fruit was plucked by the palm. After that, the palm shrank violently and disappeared. The Dark Sky Fortress master became stupefied where he stood, and a weird laugh rang in his ears. Hee, thank you very much. The Dark Sky Fortress master stared with so much anger that his eyes were about to tear apart. Who is it? Who is it? Quick, find him. Find this person immediately. I want his body torn into thousands of pieces. The Dark Sky Fortress master's roaring voice, which was filled with an infinite amount of anger, resounded through the gigantic mountain range. The mountain range also went into an uproar at once, and countless soldiers of the Dark Sky Fortress started to search crazily. Just then, 2 figures were standing in a void somewhere in the mountain range. One of them was a strange old man who wore tattered clothes and was in a complete mess. He also wore a neckband which was filled with white bones. At that time, he was holding a pitch-black fruit and laughing arrogantly. Sir God Mad Dog, that's merely a resentful soul fruit. If you need it, I have one with me and I can give it to you. Hence, why did you exert so much effort to play tricks on those people? Jin Wushuang, who was carrying a long sword on his back, asked with a puzzled expression. Hee, Jin Wushuang, you don't know about me. I love to eat and I am fond of foods that are very valuable and rare. However, when eating, I like the flustered and exasperated look of someone whose item has been secretly eaten by me even more. Sir God Mad Dog laughed strangely. For example, this resentful soul fruit is merely worth 100 to 200 doctrine gems. To either of us, it is considered nothing. However, to the Dark Sky Fortress Master, this treasure is like his life savings. Thus, it would be weird if he did not go crazy from anger if I were to steal this resentful soul fruit under his nose. And I like to see him go crazy. Haha, this is really interesting. As Sir God Mad Dog spoke, he raised the pitch-black fruit in his hands and took a bite. After that, he ate the pitch-black fruit with great relish. Its taste is really not too bad, Sir God Mad Dog said willfully. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang shook his head. In this world, there were many kinds of people. Sir God Mad Dog was a true lunatic, and everyone knew that. However, Jian Wushuang also knew that Sir God Mad Dog's crazy and strange way of doing things was definitely related to what he had experienced in the past. After all the Almighties paid close attention to their prestige, and only Sir God Mad Dog did not care about it in the slightest bit. It was even to the point that his name was Mad Dog. Looking at just that point alone, he was unique among the Almighties. Chapter 1702, Can't Enter. Chapter 1702, Can't Enter. Jian Wushuang, where's the white blaze fruit that you brought for me? Sir God Mad Dog looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled. He flipped his wrist and took out 2 white blaze fruits. 2. Sir God Mad Dog beamed with joy. Not bad, not bad. Sir God Mad Dog put the 2 white blaze fruits into his Chin Ku ring. Then, he said leisurely, young man, tell me then, why did you look for me? Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded. Sir God Mad Dog behaved like a crazy man, but, in actual fact, he was shrewd. He knew that Jian Wushuang needed help as he had looked for him, and brought him 2 white blaze fruits. I really do need help from Sir God Mad Dog. It's regarding the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, Jian Wushuang said. Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning? Sir God Mad Dog's eyes fixed. He was originally enjoying the resentful soul fruit with appetite and relish, but he suddenly paused. Don't tell me you're planning to go to Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning? Sir God Mad Dog said. I do have this plan in mind, Jian Wushuang smiled and didn't hide it. TSK. It's useless. Even if you plan to, you can't enter Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, Sir God Mad Dog continued to eat the fruit. Why? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. This, Sir God Mad Dog was going to explain. Finally found him. An angry roar suddenly spread from the void before. Dark Sky Fortress Master led his troop of black-armored soldiers behind him and plunged towards Jian Wushuang and Sir God Mad Dog. The eyes of Dark Sky Fortress Master gave out flagrant murderous intention, especially when he saw the half-eaten resentful soul fruit in Sir God Mad Dog's hand. His eyes turned bloodshot and red. Old man, how dare you take my resentful soul fruit? I want you dead and I'll crush you into ashes today. Dark Sky Fortress Master's roar shook the sky. Sir God Mad Dog couldn't be bothered. He even intentionally took another bite of the resentful soul fruit in front of Dark Sky Fortress Master, and then threw the rest away. Hee. I'll give it back to you then. Give it back to me? You've almost finished it, and you'll give it back to me? Dark Sky Fortress Master was raging with anger. Die. An outstanding aura was released from Dark Sky Fortress Master's body. The aura had already reached the level of an eternal real god. An eternal real god was definitely a superb existence of overlord level in Holy Kingdom. Some kings of Holy Kingdoms were merely on that level as well. At such a level, they were like ants before Jian Wushuang and Sir God Mad Dog. Looking at the Dark Sky Fortress Master charging at them, Jian Wushuang's face turned cold. Go away. There was a low bellow. The voice was low, but it shook the hearts of the Dark Sky Fortress Master and the black-armored soldiers behind him like a clap of loud thunder. Dark Sky Fortress Master, who was originally angry and wanted to kill Sir God Mad Dog, suddenly stiffened. There was an unprecedented fear in his eyes. He stared at Jin Wushuang as his heart grew numb. Jin Wushuang had already reached the level of Stage 2 Ultimate Real God. His divine power and divine body were of the level of an almighty. His power was naturally of almighty level. Just how strong and powerful would his low bellow be? Dark Sky Fortress Master could only feel that his divine body was going to explode from the roar. He could feel that the young man carrying a sword on his back could kill him countless times with one thought. If he felt so, the black-armored soldiers behind him were even more terrified. "I'm sorry, mister. We shall leave immediately." "Go now." Dark Sky Fortress Master had no more temper. His earlier anger had vanished into thin air. He immediately led his troops and ran away quickly. When the people had left, Jin Wushuang looked at Sir God Mad Dog again. "Sir God Mad Dog, you said I can't enter Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. Why?" "Don't panic." Sir God Mad Dog waved, and an ancient green spaceship appeared in the void before them. "Let's go. We will talk on the spaceship. Let's move as we talk." Jin Wushuang nodded. The two of them immediately got onto the spaceship. Sir God Mad Dog drove the spaceship and plunged outside of Holy Kingdom of Dark Light. In the cabin, Jin Wushuang and Sir God Mad Dog sat opposite one another as they chatted. "Jin Wushuang, as you heard about Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, you definitely know the origins of Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, right?" Sir God Mad Dog asked. "Yes," Jin Wushuang nodded. "It is said that an expert retrieved a drop of power of absolute beginning from an ancient battlefield. Then, it developed and evolved into Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning." That's true, but you must understand that the evolution of power of absolute beginning took a very long time. From the one drop of divine power in the beginning to a divine pond, God knows how many years it took, Sir God Mad Dog started to explain. In the end, the divine pond of absolute beginning got bigger and the effect got more shocking. There was a rumor that said that a severely injured emperor god had entered the divine pond of absolute beginning and resumed his peak in 3 years. That's true because I saw it with my own eyes. However, although the emperor god resumed his peak, he expanded the power of absolute beginning in the divine pond of absolute beginning for 3 years. After such expense, divine pond of absolute beginning would need at least tens of thousands of years of evolution until it could be recovered. That's why the emperor god paid a price that equaled half of his possessions. Half his possessions? Jin Wushuang stunned. Emperor God was the level of a star palace master. In the eternal chaotic world, a super expert that was second to the great emperor. Such a top expert had shockingly great possessions, far beyond what Jin Wushuang could imagine. However, merely recovering in the divine pond of absolute beginning for 3 years had cost him half of his possessions. The price was too high. It's so even for Emperor God. As for you, Sir God Mad Dog looked at Jin Wushuang. "Young man, you are an inverse cultivator. If you were to make a trip to Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning and expend power of Absolute Beginning, I reckon it shouldn't be any less than for the Emperor God. From what I know, a long time ago, when real God Wu Bei was still alive, he once found the owner of Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, Sir God Luo Sha, and he offered a great price and talked terms with Sir God Luo Sha. Sir God Luo Sha had originally thought he was just a real god, and even as an inverse cultivator, he would at most take a year's or 2 years' worth of power of absolute beginning from Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. Then, he agreed. But in the end, real God Wu Bei stayed in Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning for 8 years. He also absorbed 8 years of power of Absolute Beginning and never came out. Sir God Luo Sha was furious, and he chased real God Wu Bei out by force. After that incident, when Sir God Luo Sha found out how much power of Absolute Beginning from Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning he lost, he nearly killed real God Wu Bei. Chapter 1703, Huge Price. Chapter 1703, Huge Price. What Sir Dog Mad Dog said had shaken Jin Wushuang. An inverse cultivator required an accumulation of divine power when they were at the level of real God. It was an accumulation of extravagantly extensive divine power. 100 drops of ultimate divine power water droplet were harder to precipitate at the later stage. Jin Wushuang had massacred so many star demons in the 8th layer and collected so many demon cores, but he had only managed to precipitate 10 drops of ultimate divine power water droplet with difficulty and broken through to become a stage 2 ultimate real god. The remaining ultimate divine power water droplet required absorption of a terrifyingly extensive amount of pure power. An emperor god had absorbed 3 years' worth of power of absolute beginning in divine pond of absolute beginning until he fully recovered to his peak. Even if an inverse cultivator were to stay in divine pond of absolute beginning for 5 to 10 years, his ultimate divine power might not be able to reach a saturation point, which was when he would break through and become stage 3 ultimate real god. Real god Wu Bei stayed in divine pond of absolute beginning for 8 years. But in the end, he obviously had yet to reach his limit before he was chased out by Sir God Luo Sha by force. With the lesson of real god Wu Bei, tell me, would the controller of divine pond of absolute beginning, Sir God Luo Sha, let you enter divine pond of absolute beginning? Sir God Mad Dog said with a spurious smile. Jian Wushuang heard and smiled bitterly. Is there no way at all? Jian Wushuang asked. Whether or not is there a way, we shall see after we meet Sir God Luo Sha, Sir God Mad Dog said. Jian Wushuang nodded. He knew that it was useless no matter how much Sir God Mad Dog and him talked. After all, the divine pond of absolute beginning was in the control of Sir God Mad Dog. The conditions that he had to fulfill and the price he had to pay to enter divine pond of absolute beginning would be determined by Sir God Luo Sha. An ancient green spaceship traveled at fast speed in the void. The speed was terrifyingly fast. Jian Wushuang and Sir God Mad Dog were on the spaceship. They dined and chatted. Occasionally, Jian Wushuang would absorb some demon cores. 60 years later, the green spaceship arrived at a remote, dark void. In the dark void, there were layers of prohibition and vast fog. The space-time was unique too. Unless one knew the background of the void, there wouldn't be anyone who would barge into the void. In the middle of the dark void, there was a piece of floating land. The size of the land wasn't big. It was only about 100,000 miles, including mountains and rivers. The scenery was like a painting, was like land of peach blossom. This is where Sir God Luo Sha resides? Jian Wushuang looked at the piece of floating land. This is so secretive. Humph. Sir God Luo Sha is eccentric and unsociable. Although she is one of the members of Sanctuary Alliance, she almost never visits Thunderbolt Island, and she hardly gets in contact with the experts from Sanctuary Alliance. There are even many experts that didn't know of her existence. She has been living in seclusion. There are less than 10 people from the entire Sanctuary Alliance who know her residence place, Sir God Mad Dog said. In Sanctuary Alliance, there should be quite a few experts who live in seclusion like Sir God Luo Sha, right? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. There are some, and there are quite a few of them, Sir God Mad Dog said. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, but he wasn't surprised. At that moment, in the middle of the prohibition surrounding the piece of land in front of them, there was a space tunnel that appeared from nowhere. It was obvious that Sir God Luo Sha had known that they were arriving long ago. Come on, let's head in. Sir God Mad Dog led the way and entered the space tunnel together with Jian Wushuang. In the scroll painting-like world on the piece of floating land, there was a simple bamboo house. Before the bamboo house, there was a stone table. Then, there was a silver-haired old lady in a simple robe sitting as she weaved a bamboo basket. Old Witch, long time no see. Sir God Mad Dog was casual in his manner. He came before the bamboo house and sat down on the stone stool right opposition the silver-haired old lady as Jian Wushuang stood next to him. Hearing Sir God Mad Dog's greetings, Sir God Luo Sha wasn't angry. Old Mad Dog, you don't look for food but came to my place. What for? I don't have anything for you to eat here. Haha, I know you don't have anything delicious. I don't even bother to come and look for you, Sir God Mad Dog replied casually. Oh. Sir God Luo Sha was surprised. Then, she turned to look at Jian Wushuang. This is? Jin Wushuang. Greetings, Sir God Luo Sha. Jin Wushuang bowed politely. Jin Wushuang. Sir God Luo Sha looked calm. I have not kept in touch with the outside world for very long, and I have never heard of your name. Let me ask around. Sir God Luo Sha took out a token and sent a message to ask. In a short while, she received information about Jin Wushuang. I see. You're from lineage of Star, and you're in the first place on Real God ranking list. You are quite famous. Sir God Luo Sha looked surprised. Then, she asked, I wonder what's the purpose of your visit today? I am coming for the divine pond of absolute beginning. Jin Wushuang didn't beat around the bush. Sir God Luo Sha wasn't surprised, and she continued to weave her bamboo basket while she said calmly, As Mad Dog has brought you here, he should have told you some stories. Do you think that after what happened with real God Wu Bei, I would let you, an inverse cultivator, enter divine pond of absolute beginning? Sir God Luo Sha, in this world, no matter what the incident is, there is space for negotiation. Divine pond of absolute beginning will be really extremely helpful to me, but I have no idea what price I have to pay in order to enter and absorb power of absolute beginning to my heart's content. Jin Wushuang said solemnly. The last time real God Wu Bei entered, he stayed there for 8 years. I had to chase him out by force. If I hadn't, even if he had stayed there for 10 years, the divine power in his body might not have reached his limit. An inverse cultivator absorbing 10 years' worth of divine power wantonly, just how extensive would be the amount of power of absolute beginning absorbed? You can't afford the price. Sir God Luo Sha said. Sir God Luo Sha, if you don't make it clear, how will I know if I can afford it? Jin Wushuang said. You're so stubborn. I'll be straightforward with you then. I heard that lineage of Star has got a white blaze fruit tree? Sir God Luo Sha looked at him. Yes, Jin Wushuang nodded. The white blaze fruit tree was what he had gotten. That's simple. If you have the ability to give the white blaze fruit tree that you gave lineage of Star to me, I will let you stay in divine pond of absolute beginning for 10 years, Sir God Luo Sha said. What? Jin Wushuang looked strained. He had known since long ago that Sir God Luo Sha would ask for a huge price, but he had never expected it to be that huge. A white blaze fruit tree? One should know that the white blaze fruit tree was something that all forces cast greedy eyes over. Plus, even if he brought a white blaze fruit tree, he could only stay in divine pond of absolute beginning for 10 years. In 10 years, Jin Wushuang wasn't sure if he could accumulate ultimate divine power to his extreme limit. Chapter 1704, Sir God Luo Sha's Enmity. Chapter 1704, Sir God Luo Sha's Enmity. Although I was the one who got the white blaze fruit tree, it is extremely useful to lineage of Star. I can't exchange a white blaze fruit tree for an opportunity to enter divine pond of absolute beginning. Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes. Sir God Luo Sha, is there no other possibility? Another possibility? Yes, Sir God Luo Sha suddenly looked at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang, I read the information recorded on Real God ranking list. It is said that you once injured Sir God Qianlan. Yes, Jin Wushuang nodded. Sir God Qianlan is an almighty from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Why would he fight with you? Sir God Luo Sha asked. It was because, when I was wandering in the 8th lair, I killed one expert after another from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Jin Wushuang briefly shared his story of the 8th lair. Actually, many experts in Eternal Chaotic World knew about the story. However, as Sir God Luo Sha was secluded from the outside world, she never heard about it. He finished the story. In other words, Soaring Heaven King Palace suffered a great loss because of you? Sir God Luo Sha's eyes squinted. Yes, Jin Wushuang nodded again. I knew about this as well, Sir God Mad Dog spoke. Soaring Heaven King Palace has been barbaric and they never once suffered. But this time, not only did they suffer a great loss, they were embarrassed. They even became a laughing stock in Eternal Chaotic World. This is because of Jin Wushuang. I see. Sir God Luo Sha looked at Jin Wushuang again, but her gaze was different than before. Jin Wushuang, you can enter divine pond of absolute beginning, and you can stay however long you want. Sir God Luo Sha said. Huh. Jin Wushuang was thrilled with excitement. And the price is? There's no price required. You can just enter. If there's only one condition, it's that after you increase your power, you'll kill that bastard Ling Yun on my behalf. Sir God Luo Sha bellowed as murderous intention soared in her eyes. Bastard Ling Yun? Jin Wushuang was stunned. He didn't even know who he was. Jin Wushuang, that bastard Ling Yun that Sir God Luo Sha was talking about, is the founder of Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Ling Yun. Soaring Heaven King Palace has two Emperor Gods. Emperor God Ling Yun is the oldest and also the strongest. Compared to Star Palace Master from lineage of Star, he should only be stronger, not weaker. Of course, if Star Palace Master were to perform the secret skill of Star Palace with his all, Emperor God Ling Yun could only run away hastily, Sir God Mad Dog said. Sir God Mad Dog was talking to Jin Wushuang via communication token. Then, Sir God Luo Sha didn't know what they were talking about. Judging from Sir God Luo Sha's look, the rumor should be real, Sir God Mad Dog sighed emotionally. Rumor? What rumor? Jin Wushuang asked. A rumor said that Sir God Luo Sha once had a loving husband, who was also a Sir God expert. The two of them were like a celestial couple. But then, somehow or other, her husband was killed by Emperor God Ling Yun. Sir God Luo Sha wanted to take revenge on Soaring Heaven King Palace badly once because of that. However, she was alone. She couldn't cause such a major force like Soaring Heaven King Palace to move, Sir God Mad Dog said. This happened long ago. Plus, Sir God Luo Sha never brought it up herself, so I didn't know if it was true or false. But from what it seems, it should be true. Jin Wushuang, you're lucky, Sir God Mad Dog teased. Jin Wushuang smiled. That was true. He couldn't pay the price that Sir God Luo Sha wanted. He thought he was predestined not to cross paths with Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, but who knew Sir God Luo Sha harbored such deep hatred against Soaring Heaven King Palace. Jin Wushuang had happened to fight against Soaring Heaven King Palace head-on, which had made them suffer great losses and became a laughing stock. It simply meant that he had vented Sir God Luo Sha's grievance. Jin Wushuang, Sir God Luo Sha looked at Jin Wushuang. You made Soaring Heaven King Palace suffer a great loss, and they definitely won't let it slip. Back then, my husband merely taught the disciple of Soaring Heaven King Palace a lesson, as he couldn't stand their barbaric behavior. Then bastard Ling Yun took action personally to kill my husband. My husband was naturally gifted. If it wasn't because of bastard Ling Yun, he would have become an emperor by now. You, in terms of potential, are not inferior to my husband. Soaring Heaven King Palace won't let you continue to grow. They definitely won't. So, show no mercy, don't win by luck or think that you might be able to resolve the resentment with Soaring Heaven King Palace. It is impossible, definitely impossible. What you need to do is to destroy Soaring Heaven King Palace entirely and kill all of them. Then, you can live in this world in peace. Jin Wushuang's face grew solemn. He knew that Sir God Luo Sha was speaking the truth. Soaring Heaven King Palace definitely wouldn't let it go. Between him and Soaring Heaven King Palace, there wasn't any possibility to resolve resentment. Soaring Heaven King Palace would definitely stop at nothing until he died. After quite some time, Sir God Luo Sha finally calmed down. Excuse me. Sorry that I lost control. Sir God Luo Sha's face became cold. Jin Wushuang, follow me. Sir God Luo Sha led Jin Wushuang and Sir God Mad Dog to the void at the back. Very soon, the three of them arrived at the core of the piece of floating land. It was covered within a prohibition, and they could faintly see a pond. The pond wasn't huge in size, but it looked rather deep. Jin Wushuang heard from Hallmaster Gu Xian back in Lineage of Star that Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning was 999,900 zhang deep. That is Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. You can enter directly. But remember, you must only absorb the power of Absolute Beginning. Don't touch or move the special prohibition or formation in the Divine Pond. The formation is extremely important to the Divine Pond. Once it's moved, the consequences will be disastrous, Sir God Luo Sha exhorted. I understand. Thank you, Sir God Luo Sha, Jian Wushuang thanked her. Go ahead, Sir God Luo Sha waved her hand. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate and took a stride forward and plunged towards the divine pond. He arrived at the pond very soon. Old witch, you were quite generous this time. You let Jian Wushuang absorb the power of absolute beginning in divine pond of absolute beginning to his heart's content. He is an inverse cultivator. Aren't you afraid that he will finish up the power of absolute beginning? Sir God Mad Dog smiled. Humph, my divine pond of absolute beginning isn't as simple as you think it is. So what if he is an inverse cultivator? As long as he is capable, go ahead and absorb it. If he were to have the capability to absorb 1/100th of the divine pond, I'd think he was impressive, Sir God Luo Sha sneered. Plus, this young man embarrassed soaring Heaven King Palace. Forget about the 1/100th power of absolute beginning. Even if he took away 1/10th power of absolute beginning, I'd let him in. Because I am happy. Chapter 1705, Power of Absolute Beginning. Chapter 1705, Power of Absolute Beginning. Within the divine pond of absolute beginning, white pond water was flowing about. Jian Wushuang was inside the divine pond of absolute beginning, and only his head was left on top of the water. This is the power of absolute beginning. Jian Wushuang felt the white pond water thoroughly. It was pure, and it did not have any impurities. It's too pure. Its power is even purer and in a greater amount than the demon core's power. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Hallmaster Gu Xian was right. The power of absolute beginning had to be the purest power in the eternal chaotic world. For such a power, not only could it be absorbed and changed into divine power, it also contained shocking recovery powers. It was no wonder that a dying emperor god had recovered to his peak after staying in the divine pond for 3 years. Let's try it. Jian Wushuang attempted to absorb the power of absolute beginning at once. As he absorbed, the white pond water around him entered his body slowly. After that, with the heavenly creation skill active, the pond water started to transform. After just a short amount of time, a small bit of ultimate divine power, which was transformed from the power of absolute beginning, was formed. This speed of transformation, it's a lot faster than when I absorbed the demon cores. Moreover, in terms of quality, it is a lot better. The ultimate divine power that has been transformed from the power of absolute beginning that I have absorbed for this period of time is probably slightly higher than the amount I would get from absorbing a grade 3 demon core. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide and they were filled with delight. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, and he made the best use of his time immediately to start absorbing and transforming the power of absolute beginning in the divine pond. As he absorbed, the ultimate divine power in his body continued to increase. After that, the 11th droplet of ultimate divine power started to precipitate slowly. In just 3 days' time, the 11th ultimate divine power water droplet was precipitated. It's too fast. It has only been 3 days. Jian Wushuang was over the moon. It should be known that if he had continued to rely on absorbing the demon cores, it would be unknown how many demon cores and how much time he would need to precipitate the 11th droplet of the ultimate divine power. However, in the divine pond of absolute beginning, he only took 3 days. Let's continue. With a frenzy of delight, Jian Wushuang immersed himself completely into absorbing the power of absolute beginning. Time passed by slowly. In front of the bamboo house, Sir God Luo Sha and Sir God Mad Dog were sitting opposite each other, just like before. 10 years has already passed. However, Jian Wushuang still has not come out of the divine pond of absolute beginning. In 10 years' time, I wonder how much power of absolute beginning he has absorbed. Old witch, doesn't your heart ache at all? Sir God Mad Dog laughed. Do you think that I am you? Sir God Luo Sha shot a glance towards Sir God Mad Dog. The divine power that an inverse cultivator needs has indeed exceeded my expectations. Sir God Mad Dog laughed strangely. After that, He flipped his hands and took out 2 white blaze fruits. He gave one of them to Sir God Luo Sha. "This is a white blaze fruit?" Sir God Luo Sha revealed a surprised expression. "Old witch, don't say that I am reluctant. I only have a total of 2 white blaze fruits, and they were given to me by Jian Wushuang. Now, I'm giving one of them to you. Aren't I being a good person?" Sir God Mad Dog laughed strangely. Sir God Luo Sha did not stand on ceremony and put the white blaze fruit into her Qian Kuan ring right away. As for Sir God Mad Dog, he held the white blaze fruit in his hands and started to eat it with huge bites. He looked like he was enjoying it. "It's really a waste for the white blaze fruit to be in your hands." Sir God Luo Sha curled her lips. At the same time as these 2 Sir Gods were having a conversation, outside the Black Void, a giant spaceship from the outside world was traveling slowly. In the spaceship, there were 4 figures, and they were looking forward at the Black Void, which was filled with dense fog. Among the 4 of them, the person at the front was a handsome young man who wore a luxurious purple long robe as well as a heartrending smile. "That Sir God Luo Sha lives here? Haha, it's really a very remote location." "It's indeed remote." A cold and gloomy old man who was beside him laughed. "If your highness doesn't know, Sir God Luo Sha is an unsociable and eccentric person. Ever since her husband died, she hid herself from the world and she did not have any contact with the outside world. Even within the Sanctuary Alliance, there is probably less than 10 people who know where she lives. We have also spent a lot of effort and time to find this place." "Oh, is that so?" The handsome man raised the corners of his mouth and his smile became even more obvious. If Jian Wushuang were present, he would definitely be extremely furious when he saw the handsome young man. As he was the person who was with Lung Rushue in the Blood Demon Church back then, His Highness Mu Hong. Back then, when Jian Wushuang had been fighting with His Highness Mu Hong head-on, he had come across the inverse cultivation test for the 3rd heaven abruptly. In the end, he was trampled on by His Highness Mu Hong. "How are the abilities of Sir God Luo Sha?" His Highness Mu Hong questioned. "She's very strong. Out of the Sir Gods, she should be at the top level. However, with our lineup, it will be easy to kill her." The cold and gloomy old man answered. "For our mission this time around, killing Sir God Luo Sha is secondary. The most important thing is that divine pond of absolute beginning. The 7th Palace Master has instructed us that we must get the divine pond of absolute beginning at all costs. Even if we are unable to get it, we absolutely have to destroy it. If not, when a great battle breaks out in the future, the divine pond of absolute beginning will give 2 benefits to the Sanctuary Alliance." The cold and gloomy old man was certain about how impressive the divine pond of absolute beginning was. A dying emperor god could recover to his peak after being in the divine pond of absolute beginning for 3 years. If Sir God Luo Sha were to use it without caring about anything else, the power of absolute beginning that had accumulated in the divine pond of absolute beginning could absolutely provide many almighties with divine power and also heal their injuries continuously. When the divine pond of absolute beginning had just formed, the higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance wanted to place it in the Thunderbolt Island. However, the divine pond of absolute beginning had long been like a treasure of Sir God Luo Sha, and it was completely under her control. Without her consent, even the Sanctuary Alliance was unable to snatch it away with force. As such, they could only discuss some conditions with her. However, the condition that Sir God Luo Sha brought up was to kill Emperor Godling Yun and destroy the Soaring Heaven King Palace. However, she was rejected by the Sanctuary Alliance. Therefore, in a fit of fury, Sir God Luo Sha brought the divine pond of absolute beginning along with her and left the Sanctuary Alliance. Since then, she has kept herself hidden from the world and has not come out. As such, the Sanctuary Alliance cannot do anything to her. However, it is fortunate that she possesses the divine pond of absolute beginning, as this has given us an opportunity. If it were in the Thunderbolt Island, there would be nothing that we could do. The cold and gloomy old man laughed. Since the Sanctuary Alliance cannot control Sir God Luo Sha, we shall be the ones to do it. His Highness Mu Hong laughed coldly. Let's charge indirectly. With the order of His Highness Mu Hong, the ancient spaceship immediately charged forward into the black void, which was covered by a seal. It also moved at a shocking speed and headed toward the center of the dark void where a floating land was. Atop the piece of floating land, the expressions of Sir God Mad Dog and Sir God Luo Sha, who were originally having a conversation, changed abruptly. Chapter 1706, Sudden Change. Chapter 1706, Sudden Change. Someone barged in. There was a chilly gleam in Sir God Luo Sha's eyes. What? Sir God Mad Dog looked over with a surprised look. I set up a prohibition in the void. Even if there were to be someone who came to visit me, they would normally wait outside the prohibition and only enter after they received my permission. However, the people who came didn't receive my permission, Sir God Luo Sha said. Hong. There was a loud explosion in the nearby void. At the same time, there was a fierce divine aura that spread. Damn it, they already started to attack the prohibition. Although the prohibition that I've set up is not too shabby, a Sir God could forcefully break it if he were to hit it with all his power. Among the people who came, there is obviously someone who is good at formations. Sir God Luo Sha's voice was deep. In a short time, the prohibition that surrounded the floating land collapsed by force. Haha, Sir God Luo Sha, you have been living the life all these years. There was a burst of hearty laughter. Then there were 4 figures who plunged over. The 4 of them let out powerful auras, and they were already at Sir God level. 4 Sir Gods. Sir God Luo Sha's face grew grave. I have never seen the 4 Sir Gods in Sanctuary Alliance before. They are definitely not from Sanctuary Alliance. They are either from Holocaust Sect or Acheron Palace. Sir God Mad Dog's gaze grew cold. In Eternal Chaotic World, Sanctuary Alliance was an absolute overlord, the supreme. There was no doubt about that. However, although Sanctuary Alliance was strong, there was a hidden enemy. Star Demon Clan in the 8th layer was just one of them. Plus, Star Demon Clan had only stayed within the 8th layer. As long as the number of Star Demon didn't reach a limit, they almost never would leave the 8th layer. Besides Star Demon's clan, there were many hidden forces that could pose a threat to Sanctuary Alliance. These hidden forces moved around the 10 sanctuaries. They moved within Eternal Chaotic World. Among the hidden forces, Holocaust Sect and Acheron Palace were the strongest. Holocaust Sect frequently massacred large numbers of cultivators for their own benefit. They would even massacre to the extent of a world, or even a holy kingdom. They were definitely one of the most vicious forces. They were also the public enemy of all cultivators. As for Acheron Palace, they were the most treacherous and the most well-hidden force. They did not take action recklessly, but once they took action, the person who they were aiming at had almost zero possibility of staying alive. There were countless experts in Sanctuary Alliance who had died at the hands of Acheron Palace. Back when Hall Master Yuan had told Jian Wushuang to be careful of the hidden forces, he was mainly warning him about Acheron Palace. A genius like Jian Wushuang, Acheron Palace normally wouldn't let him live for too long. They are here for Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, Sir God Luo Sha instantly understood. Old Mad Dog, I'm afraid I'll have to drag you in for this. Don't mention it. No matter if they are from Holocaust Sect of Acheron Palace, they are enemies of Sanctuary Alliance and public enemies of countless cultivators in Eternal Chaotic World. Although I am casual in manner most of the time, I do understand this principle, Sir God Mad Dog said in a low voice. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 4 figures appeared in the void not far away, and they stood side by side but didn't launch attacks in the first instant. I never thought Mad Dog would be here as well. A treacherous elderly among the 4 of them squinted his eyes. Mad Dog isn't weak in power, and he definitely won't just sit and watch. He teams up with Sir God Luo Sha. It will be much more troublesome to deal with them. God Shi, God Ba, the 2 of you teamed up with me to fight against Sir God Luo Sha and this Mad Dog. Your Highness Mu Hong, we will have to trouble you for Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. No problem, Highness Mu Hong smiled and nodded. I originally thought if there was only Sir God Luo Sha alone, I'd like to fight with her and have some training, as they are in a team of 2. In order to save time, I shall not join the fight. Your Highness Mu Hong, if you want to train, there will be many opportunities in the future. The treacherous elderly smiled. Oh yeah, when Your Highness Mu Hong arrives at Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, it's best if you first check if there are other experts in Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, just in case. If there is, Your Highness Mu Hong, please instantly leave. If there isn't, please go according to our plan. Haha, don't worry. I'm not stupid. If there is a powerful Sir God or Emperor God absorbing power of Absolute Beginning in Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, I won't attack hastily, His Highness Mu Hong scoffed. Sir God Luo Sha controlled the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning long ago. If we want it, we definitely can't kill Sir God Luo Sha and have to catch her alive. As for the Mad Dog, we can kill him straight away. The treacherous elderly looked at his other 2 teammates. God Chi, God Ba, let's do this. Hong. The 4 Sir God experts moved at the same time. Among the 4 of them, there were 3 that instantly gave out fierce Sir God aura, and their power pressed to all directions. Then, they pounded Sir God Luo Sha and Sir God Mad Dog like lightning. As for His Highness Mu Hong, he instantly flew in the direction where Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning was located. As the 4 Sir Gods moved, Sir God Luo Sha and Sir God Mad Dog moved as well. There was an extra pair of black gloves on Sir God Mad Dog's hand while the boundless Sir God aura soared up from his body. The aura was tainted with an angry rage. Wow! Sir God Mad Dog's body turned illusory. He originally was 1 figure, then he instantly became 3 figures. Just like 3 flowing lights, they burst out instantly, and the 3 flowing lights waved their sharp claws simultaneously. There were 3 figures that performed at the same time, but they immediately merged together when the sharp claws flashed. Walalala. The void was torn into pieces instantly. Sir God Luo Sha wielded a green soft sword, and she was engulfed in a cloud of mist. The cloud of mist flew before her opponents, and then the sword light flowed out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. One sword light suddenly swept out after another. Every single stroke of sword light carried a billowing hatred. Hate, hate, hate. With extreme hatred. She looked as though she wanted to break their bones and scatter their ashes to the winds. Ha ha, old Mad Dog, I knew long ago that you had comprehended a power superposition skill. Now that I see it with my own eyes, you live up to the name. It's a pity that you are going to die in the end. The treacherous elderly, God Chi and God Ba, the 3 Sir God experts immediately greeted them by displaying their powerful skills. Their powers as Sir God experts were given full play by then. The 5 Sir Gods were fighting vigorously. However, although Sir God Luo Sha and Sir God Mad Dog were powerful, it was already pushing their limits for the 2 of them to hold back 3 Sir Gods. As for His Highness Mu Hong, who was going to Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, they couldn't do anything about it. Sir God Mad Dog had sent a message to Jian Wushuang long ago. Jian Wushuang, something happened. Hurry up and come out. Chapter 1707. Meeting His Highness Mu Hong again. Chapter 1707. Meeting His Highness Mu Hong again. While being shrouded by the infinite amount of pond water in the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, Jian Wushuang had closed both his eyes and was still doing his best to absorb the power of Absolute Beginning. The amount of divine power that an inverse cultivator needed to accumulate in the stage of real God had indeed exceeded Jian Wushuang's expectations. For the 100 droplets of ultimate divine power, with the more progress he had made, the harder it would be to precipitate the droplets at the back. Luckily, he was inside the divine pond of Absolute Beginning. If he had relied purely on absorbing the pure power of the demon cores or relied on his own training to accumulate, he could not imagine the amount of time he would take. To date, 10 years had passed. However, he was still quite far away from the maximum amount of ultimate divine power he could possess in his body. Gurgle the power of Absolute Beginning was flowing about, and it entered Jian Wushuang's body continuously. At present, The 88th ultimate divine power water droplet was precipitating slowly in Jian Wushuang's body. It's the 88th droplet. Jian Wushuang was filled with immeasurable joy. 88 droplets was only 12 droplets away from 100 droplets. Hence, it was already very close. If nothing goes wrong, in 2 or 3 years' time, my ultimate divine power can achieve its peak. At that time, I will be able to make a breakthrough to stage 3 ultimate real God, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Just then, Sir God Mad Dog sent a message over to him. Jian Wushuang, something has happened. Come out quickly. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes fiercely. Sir God Mad Dog knew that he was training in the divine pond of absolute beginning. If there was nothing that was extremely urgent, he would definitely not disturb him. However, since Sir God Mad Dog had sent a message over, something big had definitely occurred. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang came out of the divine pond of absolute beginning immediately. However, when he appeared at the top of the void, he saw a figure that was speeding over from afar. Upon seeing the figure, Jian Wushuang was first stunned. After that, his eyes became filled with a great amount of murderous intent right away. His Highness Mu Hong, who Jian Wushuang was staring at, naturally saw Jian Wushuang as well. It's him? Haha, enemies are really bound to meet each other. His Highness Mu Hong raised his eyebrows. After that, he continued to move toward Jian Wushuang. At the start, when he saw that there was someone beside the divine pond of absolute beginning, he was shocked. However, when he was sure that the person was Jian Wushuang, he stopped having any worries. After all, Jian Wushuang was merely his defeated opponent. In the void, His Highness Mu Hong had already appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, and he had stopped moving. Hee, Jian Wushuang, we meet again. His Highness Mu Hong looked at Jian Wushuang coldly and his eyes were filled with disdain. Jian Wushuang did not speak. However, his face was ice cold. The blood mountain sword then appeared on his hands, and a great amount of murderous intent rose from his body slowly. Why? You still wish to fight with me? His Highness Mu Hong sneered. Seems like I did not trample on you for long enough back then. It's a pity that an unforeseen event occurred back then and you got away. However, this time round, you will not be so lucky. Let me ask you, where is Lung Rushua? Jian Wushuang spoke abruptly. His Highness Mu Hong was stunned. After that, his face became distorted and he spoke. Damn it. Is Lunger's name something trash like you can call out? Where is she? If you refuse to say, I will kill you. Jian Wushuang's voice sounded as though it came from an abysmal hell. Moreover, his body was also approached His Highness Mu Hong slowly. For every step he took, the god power and murderous intent on his body would be stronger. At the start, His Highness Mu Hong did not care about Jian Wushuang at all. However, as Jian Wushuang walked toward him step by step, especially with that huge pressure that was exerted on him, such that he was actually suffocating slightly, he started to feel fearful. Imph, you are just a piece of trash. Since you have been trampled by me at another time, it will also be the same this time round. His Highness Mu Hong glowed with a shrill light, and he released his aura of a Sir God immediately. A green sickle also appeared in his hands. His body then turned vague and layers upon layers of green shadows burst forth at once. As for Jian Wushuang, he just looked on coldly as His Highness Mu Hong attacked him. When he had come across His Highness Mu Hong in the Blood Demon Church the other time, he had merely been a universe god of the second heaven. As for His Highness Mu Hong, he had already made a breakthrough to become a void real god. At that time, when they had come across each other again, Jian Wushuang was a stage 2 ultimate real god while His Highness Mu Hong, for whatever reason, had somehow made a breakthrough to Sir God and he had entered the ranks of the Sir Gods. It was a similar encounter and a similar gap in terms of realm. However, the different thing was that the inverse cultivation test would no longer descend abruptly for Jian Wushuang. Trash, go to hell. His Highness Mu Hong's murderous intent burst forth, and an infinite amount of green light appeared from his body. The green light then gathered around his body and changed into a gigantic green god. After that, His Highness Mu Hong swung the green sickle in his hands fiercely. At once, a brilliant green sickle river materialized. During the process, the green sickle river expanded at a shocking speed, and it covered the whole universe in the end. The frightening sickle essence that the sickle river contained also seemed to be able to tear everything in the universe apart. Jian Wushuang took a step forward and raised the Blood Mountain sword in his hands abruptly. His vast amount of divine power was then poured into the long sword without any restraint. In the void, crimson sword shadows appeared out of thin air, and every one of them was so strong that it was shocking. Moreover, there was a total of 61 of them. The 61 crimson sword shadows then superimposed onto one another and fused. With that, a destructive power spread across the area. Swish! The crimson sword shadow was swung out straight away. It then split the space, time and heaven. The brilliant sickle river which was in front of Jian Wushuang was destroyed instantly, and the shocking sword essence continued to wreak havoc by tearing open many holes that were tens of thousands of miles big in the surrounding void. The whole universe was submerged by the shocking sword essence. Swoosh! A figure retreated quickly from the void that the sword essence shrouded. It was His Highness Mu Hong. However, when His Highness Mu Hong just regained his posture, he saw that the void in front of him had collapsed abruptly. After that, an ancient giant finger which contained an earth-shaking power pointed toward him right away. Ancient God's sixth finger, sun corrosion. Since Jian Wushuang had already precipitated a total of 88 ultimate divine power water droplets in his body, the amount of divine power in his body was a lot greater than that in the Almighty's. With such a huge amount of divine power, Jian Wushuang was absolutely not worried about its depletion. As such, he could unleash many strong moves and unique skills without the slightest scruple. Break! With a cry, the green god which covered His Highness Mu Hong gave an extremely loud roar. After that, with a violent swing of the sickle on His Highness Mu Hong's hands, fierce winds sprang up and changed into a sickle shadow storm which covered an enormous area. The sickle shadow storm struck the ancient giant finger, and both of them turned into dust. However, just then, swish! A ray of golden light which was dragging its long, golden tail like a comet headed toward His Highness Mu Hong quietly. What? His Highness Mu Hong was shocked. It was obvious that the ray of golden light had appeared too abruptly. Chapter 1704, Sir God Luo Sha's Enmity. Chapter 1704, Sir God Luo Sha's Enmity. Although I was the one who got the white blaze fruit tree, it is extremely useful to lineage of star. I can't exchange a white blaze fruit tree for an opportunity to enter divine pond of absolute beginning. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Sir God Luo Sha, is there no other possibility? Another possibility? Yes, Sir God Luo Sha suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, I read the information recorded on Real God ranking list. It is said that you once injured Sir God Qianlan. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. Sir God Qianlan is an almighty from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Why would he fight with you? Sir God Luo Sha asked. It was because, when I was wandering in the 8th lair, I killed one expert after another from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Jian Wushuang briefly shared his story of the 8th lair. Actually, many experts in Eternal Chaotic World knew about the story. However, as Sir God Luo Sha was secluded from the outside world, she never heard about it. He finished the story. In other words, Soaring Heaven King Palace suffered a great loss because of you? Sir God Luo Sha's eyes squinted. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded again. I knew about this as well, Sir God Mad Dog spoke. Soaring Heaven King Palace has been barbaric and they never once suffered. But this time, not only did they suffer a great loss, they were embarrassed. They even became a laughing stock in Eternal Chaotic World. This is because of Jian Wushuang. I see. Sir God Luo Sha looked at Jian Wushuang again, but her gaze was different than before. Jian Wushuang, you can enter Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, and you can stay however long you want, Sir God Luo Sha said. Huh. Jian Wushuang was thrilled with excitement. And the price is? There's no price required. You can just enter. If there's only one condition, it's that after you increase your power, you'll kill that bastard Ling Yun on my behalf." Sir God Luo Sha bellowed as murderous intention soared in her eyes. Bastard Ling Yun? Jin Wushuang was stunned. He didn't even know who he was. Jin Wushuang, that bastard Ling Yun that Sir God Luo Sha was talking about, is the founder of Soaring Heaven King Palace, Emperor God Ling Yun. Soaring Heaven King Palace has two Emperor Gods. Emperor God Ling Yun is the oldest and also the strongest. Compared to Star Palace Master from lineage of Star, he should only be stronger, not weaker. Of course, if Star Palace Master were to perform the secret skill of Star Palace with his all, Emperor God Ling Yun could only run away hastily, Sir God Mad Dog said. Sir God Mad Dog was talking to Jin Wushuang via communication token. Then, Sir God Luo Sha didn't know what they were talking about. Judging from Sir God Luo Sha's look, the rumor should be real, Sir God Mad Dog sighed emotionally. Rumor? What rumor? Jin Wushuang asked. A rumor said that Sir God Luo Sha once had a loving husband, who was also a Sir God expert. The two of them were like a celestial couple. But then, somehow or other, her husband was killed by Emperor God Ling Yun. Sir God Luo Sha wanted to take revenge on Soaring Heaven King Palace badly once because of that. However, she was alone. She couldn't cause such a major force like Soaring Heaven King Palace to move, Sir God Mad Dog said. This happened long ago. Plus, Sir God Luo Sha never brought it up herself, so I didn't know if it was true or false. But from what it seems, it should be true. Jin Wushuang, you're lucky, Sir God Mad Dog teased. Jin Wushuang smiled. That was true. He couldn't pay the price that Sir God Luo Sha wanted. He thought he was predestined not to cross paths with Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, but who knew Sir God Luo Sha harbored such deep hatred against Soaring Heaven King Palace. Jin Wushuang had happened to fight against Soaring Heaven King Palace head-on, which had made them suffer great losses and became a laughing stock. It simply meant that he had vented Sir God Luo Sha's grievance. Jin Wushuang, Sir God Luo Sha looked at Jin Wushuang. You made Soaring Heaven King Palace suffer a great loss, and they definitely won't let it slip. He had almost no chance to counterattack. Plus, the golden light hit him repeatedly, and every hit caused enormous power that shook the divine body. From the continuous hits, he was already injured. If it persisted, he would be killed by Jin Wushuang. If he is here, it'll be impossible for me to get the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. As I can't get it, I can only forcibly destroy it. There was a chilly gleam in His Highness Mu Hong's eyes. He flipped his hand, and there were two pearls covered in faint black thunder in his hand. His father passed him the two pearls. They were specially prepared for the mission that day. Its name was God-Destroying. His father exhorted that if they couldn't take the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, he should use the two God-Destroying pearls to destroy the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. They couldn't get it, and they couldn't let the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning fall into the hands of Sanctuary Alliance. God-Destroying Pearl is powerful. One should be enough to destroy the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning. As for the remaining one, the boundless murderous intention shimmered in His Highness Mu Hong's eyes as he looked at Jin Wushuang directly. He slashed with his green sickle and shot the golden light aiming at him. He retreated, but it happened to be where Jin Wushuang was. Jin Wushuang, die. Then, His Highness Mu Hong extended his palm and two black lights burst out at the same time. The two black lights, one went towards the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning while the other one aimed at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang's eyes fixed. The moment the black light aimed at him, he had already realized something wasn't right, especially as the pearl was letting out faint black thunder. He sensed an extremely terrifying power. The power struck fear into him. Back off. Without hesitation, Jin Wushuang retreated swiftly. As he retreated, he pointed with his finger, and there was sword light that struck the God-Destroying Pearl like lightning. The God-Destroying Pearl was far away from Jin Wushuang, and His Highness Mu Hong intended to throw it before Jin Wushuang. But then, as the sword light hit it, it instantly exploded. Hong, Hong! Two vigorous explosions roared simultaneously. The noise shook heaven and earth. The power that it brought about could shock every living thing in the universe. Jian Wushuang had already fallen back to somewhere far away, and the explosion of God-destroying pearl didn't affect him. However, whatever happened before his eyes was daunting to him. He knew clearly that he was lucky to escape the explosions of the two pearls. Otherwise, even if he wasn't dead, he would be in a miserable condition. Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed, and he looked at the divine pond of absolute beginning. The earlier two pearls, one went towards the divine pond of absolute beginning and exploded directly. From the explosion of the pearl, the divine pond of absolute beginning became too horrible to look at. Chapter 1709. Kill. Chapter 1709. Kill? Damn it! Upon seeing that more than half of the divine pond of absolute beginning had disappeared due to the attack from the God-destroying pearl, and that most of the prohibitions and formations had been destroyed as well, Jian Wushuang's expression turned unusually ugly. You deserve to die. Jian Wushuang was filled with murderous intent. All of a sudden, his body became 10 meters tall and the aura on his body became more than twice as strong. In the space between his eyebrows, there were 6 stars and he had impressive god power. Ancient god secret skill, thunder attracting skill. Boom! All of a sudden, a giant crack appeared in the quiet sky and a total of 9 giant sacred thunders descended from it. At the same time, the 2 Hong Jun golden swords which were floating in the void trembled crazily and headed toward His Highness Mu Hong, one from the left and the other one from the right. Not good. This Jian Wushuang is actually not dead. His Highness Mu Hong's face was filled with fear. In particular, when he saw the 2 Hong Jun golden swords which were heading toward him at the same time, he shook with terror. Run! Without any hesitation, His Highness Mu Hong did his best to escape straight away. As for the Sir God-level black battle puppet, he left it behind to block Jian Wushuang. The 9 sacred thunders that descended from the heavens were unable to be aimed at His Highness Mu Hong in time. As such, it could only attack the black battle puppet together with the 2 Hong Jun golden swords. In just a short amount of time, the Sir God-level battle puppet was defeated. With a wave of Jian Wushuang's big hands, the damaged battle puppet was put into his Qian Kuren ring. It's impossible for you to run away. Jian Wushuang had an overwhelming amount of murderous intent. As he looked at His Highness Mu Hong, who was still within his line of vision, his body turned vague and a great number of shadows appeared at the same time. With that, his speed achieved his peak instantly. Other than being struck with terror, His Highness Mu Hong was running away with all his might. After just an instant, he had already escaped to the other battlefield. Save me, please save me quickly. Even though His Highness Mu Hong had just arrived at that battlefield, his mad cry for help had already spread. What? The 3 Sir Gods, the gloomy old man, God Shi and God Ba were currently fighting an intense battle with Sir God Luosha and Sir God Mad Dog. Moreover, they were in a very advantageous position. However, after hearing the cries for help, the expressions of the 3 of them changed greatly at the same time. The gloomy old man gave up on dealing with Sir God Mad Dog immediately and headed for His Highness Mu Hong right away. Your Highness Mu Hong, what's wrong? The gloomy old man appeared beside His Highness Mu Hong. It's Jian Wushuang. He's hunting me down. His Highness Mu Hong roared repeatedly. The gloomy old man turned his head at once and just happened to see Jian Wushuang, whose face was filled with murderous intent, coming over. Jian Wushuang is actually here as well? The gloomy old man's expression turned grave and he asked straight away, Your Highness, what about the divine pond of absolute beginning? It has been destroyed, His Highness Mu Hong said. That's good. The gloomy old man heaved a sigh of relief. Although they did not manage to snatch the divine pond of absolute beginning away, their mission was considered complete since the divine pond of absolute beginning had been destroyed. We have completed our mission. Stop dealing with them and let's leave quickly. The gloomy old man gave a shrill cry. After that, the 2 Sir Gods, God Shi and God Ba, who were still in combat, retreated immediately. It's not that easy to escape. Sir God Luosha's face was filled with madness. At that time, her whole person was within the dense fog, and the dense fog covered a great area of the universe. Moreover, the sword principles, which contained a tremendous amount of extreme hatred, burst forth repeatedly with the intention of keeping the Sir Gods in front back. All of you shall stay here. Similarly, Sir God Mad Dog unleashed an enormous amount of evil aura, and he had already changed into an exotic beast. Moreover, the exotic beast was extremely gigantic. It was more than 100 feet tall, and it had a total of 6 claws. Its frightening murderous intent also covered a humongous area, and it was earth-shaking. Retreat quickly. The gloomy old man and the 3 remaining people absolutely did not have the intention of staying behind and dealing with him. After all, they were Sir God experts, and there was a total of 4 of them. If they really wanted to escape, it would be difficult for Sir God Luosha and Sir God Mad Dog to keep them back. However, at that moment, all of you, don't think that any of you can escape. All of a sudden, a voice which was filled with shocking murderous intent and anger resounded across the universe. It was Jin Wushuang who had arrived at the battlefield. His eyes were evil like an enraged, ferocious beast, and he was staring at the 4 Sir Gods in front who were preparing to leave persistently. To be more exact, he was staring at His Highness Mu Hong. Anyone could leave. However, His Highness Mu Hong alone had to remain. Even if he could not be captured alive, he had to be killed. It was not just because of the fact that His Highness Mu Hong had destroyed the divine pond of absolute beginning. It was also not because of the fact that His Highness Mu Hong had trampled on him back then in the Blood Demon Church. Instead, it was because His Highness Mu Hong had actually called Lung Rushuelunger. What an intimate way of calling her. Perhaps the person who he had called was Lung Rushue, and it was unrelated to Lung Rushuang, who was Jin Wushuang's wife. Or perhaps Lung Rushue had never paid any attention to His Highness Mu Hong at all. However, His Highness Mu Hong obviously had the intention to get close to Lung Rushue, and the body that Lung Rushue possessed was the body of Lung Rushuang. Anyone who touched the forbidden lamella of a dragon had to die. Lung Rushue was his forbidden lamella, ancient god's secret skill, moon-picking skill. Buzz. The void shook. All of a sudden, a peculiar power took effect on the void, and in a split-second rustle, the void collapsed into pieces at a speed that naked eyes could not perceive. At the same time, the power spread toward the 4 Sir Gods, His Highness Mu Hong, the gloomy old man, God Chi, and God Ba. With that, the bodies of the 4 Sir Gods shook and their eyes revealed a bit of fear at the same time. At that moment, the whole universe, heaven, space, and time headed toward the 4 of them with the intention of crushing them completely into fine powder. It was as if they were being repelled by the universe, space, and time. It was as if they should not have existed in the world. It was too strange. Moreover, the most important thing was that it was impossible to block the attack. The frightening crushing power unleashed its effect straight away. Out of the 4 Sir Gods, His Highness Mu Hong was actually the weakest. After withstanding the repelling power for not long, he spit out a mouthful of blood right away. As for the remaining 3 of them, under the suppression of space and time, their expressions became a lot paler. However, just as the repelling power of space and time was about to dissipate, 2 brilliant rays of golden light lit up abruptly. The places that they lit up were beside His Highness Mu Hong. One was in front while the other one was behind him. "Your Highness, please be careful." Upon realizing that, the gloomy old man warned him immediately. However, at such a close distance, even with a warning, it was already too late. His Highness Mu Hong had opened his eyes wide, and he was looking at the rays of golden light in front of him, which were expanding in size continuously. He was totally unable to react, and his mind was completely empty. That was the result of him growing up in a greenhouse. If it were a Sir God who had grown up in the face of terror, he might still be able to react upon seeing the 2 rays of golden light. At the very least, he would be able to unleash some defensive moves. However, His Highness Mu Hong was just a dimwit. At that moment, He was completely stunned, and he did not resist at all. Chapter 1710. Damaged. Chapter 1710. Damaged. Pest! Pest! There were 2 rays of golden light. One ray went through His Highness Mu Hong's chest, and the other ray pierced through his head. The power contained in the golden light instantly exterminated His Highness Mu Hong's vigor. His Highness Mu Hong stood there like a silly man, but his consciousness had already dispersed. Looking at the sight, the treacherous elders, God Qi and God Ba's, faces grew pale. They knew clearly the identity of His Highness Mu Hong. They also knew of the terrifying existence behind his back. At first, the mission that day was merely for His Highness Mu Hong to have some experience. Because of him, they had even dispatched 3 Sir God experts to safeguard him. On top of that, His Highness Mu Hong had had the war puppet too. There was in total 4 Sir Gods that safeguarded him, and His Highness Mu Hong was a Sir God himself. With such a formation, theoretically, there shouldn't be any accident. But in the end, His Highness Mu Hong had died. In front of them, he was killed. How dare you? Jin Wushuang, just you wait. What happened today won't end so easily. For His Highness Mu Hong's death, someone will look for you and take revenge. The treacherous elderly's roar shook the earth while he brought His Highness Mu Hong's dead body with him and ran away with the other 2 Sir Gods. Jin Wushuang didn't continue to chase after them but watched them leave. The void finally quieted down again. Jin Wushuang, well done. Sir God Mad Dog's voice seemed a little surprised. Wushuang, very impressive, Sir God Luo Sha said. When the 4 Sir Gods had run away at the same time, although the 2 of them had tried their best, they couldn't make any one of them stay back. But Jin Wushuang had performed a great trick and killed one of them. The person seemed to be the most important person. Jin Wushuang shook his head when he heard what they said. It's a pity that my power is slightly weaker. If my comprehension towards any one of space-time doctrine and reincarnation doctrine were to break through and pass the 7th level of Doctrine Palace, or if I were to break through and become a Stage 3 Ultimate Real God, I could make all of them stay back. But it's good that I could make one stay. At least we didn't let all of them retreat in a complete troop, Jin Wushuang thought to himself. Oh yeah, the divine pond of absolute beginning. Jin Wushuang suddenly spoke. Sir God Luo Sha's face changed, and she immediately plunged in the direction where the divine pond of absolute beginning was located. Jin Wushuang and Sir God Mad Dog followed. When they were near to the divine pond of absolute beginning, Sir God Luo Sha's face grew pale, but she immediately rushed into the divine pond. Jin Wushuang and Sir God Mad Dog stayed in the void above the divine pond as they overlooked the sight below. The 2 of them looked awful too. They could tell that the divine pond of absolute beginning was severely damaged. Not only was more than half of the pond gone, an enormous amount of the power of absolute beginning in the pond was vanishing into thin air as well. At that point, there was about 30% of the power gone, and they continued to disperse. It's due to the formation, Sir God Mad Dog explained. I heard from Sir God Shaluo before that the divine pond of absolute beginning developed and evolved from one drop of power of absolute beginning. The evolution of power of absolute beginning is carried out with a unique formation. However, a lot of the formations are damaged and even collapsed. The balance cycle of the divine pond of absolute beginning was interrupted. Not only did the evolvement slow, it was declining. If she doesn't repair the formation in time, the power of absolute beginning will evaporate. Jin Wushuang's face grew grave when he heard that. Very soon, Sir God Luo Sha plunged out of the divine pond. Sir God Luo Sha, how is it? Sir God Mad Dog asked closely. At such a crucial moment, he didn't have the mood to make a joke with Sir God Luo Sha and make fun of her by calling her old witch. A large amount of formations in the divine pond are damaged. Fortunately, the evolution formation merely shattered by half, so there's a possibility to recover it. The core of the divine pond isn't damaged either. I have temporarily steadied the divine pond so that the power of absolute power won't continue to evaporate. However, it is only for temporary. I have to immediately invite experts who are good at formations to come over to recover this, Sir God Luo Sha said. The damage is so severe? Sir God Mad Dog's voice was low. I have to take the blame, Jian Wushuang blamed himself. The Sir God that I killed was important to me because he most likely knows the whereabouts of my wife. That's why I didn't want to kill him at first and only wanted to capture him alive. But I didn't know. Jian Wushuang did feel very sorry. Sir God Luo Sha didn't need him to pay anything but let him absorb the power of Absolute Beginning in the divine pond of Absolute Beginning. However, due to an unexpected incident, his selfish thought had led to the divine pond of Absolute Beginning being very nearly ruined. One should know that if he were to kill His Highness Mu Hong right at the beginning with his skills, there wouldn't be a scene where the divine pond was damaged. I can understand your feelings. I don't blame you for what happened. Sir God Luo Sha shook her head. She was an emotional person herself. Her husband's death had driven her insane too. Jian Wushuang had also turned irrational because of his wife. Most importantly, Jian Wushuang had never thought His Highness Mu Hong would have two god-destroying pearls that were so powerful. When he responded, it was already too late. He could only take revenge on His Highness Mu Hong and kill him. Jian Wushuang, originally, you could stay as long as you wanted in this divine pond, even until your divine power reached the ultimate achievement. But now, the divine pond is damaged and I have to get someone to fix it immediately. So, for quite a long time, there won't be anyone who enters the divine pond. You will have to wait until the divine pond resumes its normal operation. In short, I can't let you continue to absorb the power of Absolute Beginning, Sir God Luo Sha said. I have gained a great harvest from the divine pond. I, Jian Wushuang, definitely won't forget your favor. As for the rest of the accumulation of divine power, I'll work hard on my own, Jian Wushuang said. Sir God Luo Sha nodded faintly. Oh yeah, you are so well hidden. Even in Sanctuary Alliance, there are less than 10 people who know your whereabouts. How did the people find out where you are? Sir God Mad Dog creased his eyebrows and asked. Who knows? Holocaust Sect and Acheron Palace. Humph. No one knows the tricks of those two hated parties. Luckily, the two of you happen to be here with me. Otherwise, with me alone, I'm afraid I couldn't save the divine pond. Nor would I still be alive, Sir God Luo Sha humphed coldly. Sir God Luo Sha, Sir God Mad Dog sounded very serious. Holocaust Sect and Acheron Palace found your location and locked their target at the divine pond of Absolute Beginning. In the near future, you would definitely live in chaos. My advice to you is that you discuss with the few people from Sanctuary Alliance. Sir God Luo Sha squinted her eyes slightly when she heard that. Chapter 1711. Fly into a Rage. Chapter 1711. Fly into a Rage. This was a crimson world. The sky contained a crimson sun. At the center of the crimson world, there was a bloody hole. It was a lofty hall. On the walls of the big hall, there were many gigantic and hideous faces. The eyes of the faces were so sinister and vicious that they made people fearful of them. The three Sir God experts, the gloomy old man, God Shi and God Ba were in the big hall. However, at present, the three of them no longer had the airs of superiority of a Sir God expert. On the contrary, they were on their knees and bowing down. It was to the extent that they knelt down straight away, and they were trembling in fear. There was no other reason. The only reason was that His Highness Mu Hong had died. Died? Honger has actually died? A golden-robed figure was sitting down at the highest position of the big hall. He wore a crimson ghost mask, and his looks could not be seen clearly. However, the gloomy, shocking murderous intent that he was currently releasing had caused the three Sir Gods below to shiver in fear. The mission this time around is not considered too difficult. By my logic, if we were to send two Sir God experts over, as long as they were careful, they would also be able to complete the mission. However, I sent the three of you and Hunger there. Do you know why I did that? The strange eyes that the golden-robed figure revealed were looking down at the three people. The three of them was shaking in fear. Of course, they knew the reason why the Lord in front of them had sent them there. It was naturally to protect and assist His Highness Mu Hong. However, in the end, although Honger has died, the three of them survived. The golden-robed figure struck the seat with his hands, and an invisible power spread across the area. Puff! 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 At that moment, the three Sir Gods who were kneeling down in the big hall spit out blood at the same time, and their expressions turned deathly pale immediately. However, such a situation did not cause the three of them to tremble in fear. Instead, they were quite happy, because they were still alive. "Thank you, Lord, for sparing us," the three of them kowtowed and said gratefully. "If not for now being a critical period and the fact that I lack people, the three of you would have died." An ice-cold voice could be heard from the golden-robed figure. "The person who killed Honger, was that Jian Wushuang?" "It's him," the gloomy old man who was kneeling down on the ground continued speaking. "This Jian Wushuang is a lot stronger than what the real god ranking list has introduced him to be. It is obvious that his abilities have risen again during this short hundreds of years of time, and the current him is probably considered extremely strong among the Sir Gods." Haha, Jian Wushuang. When I heard his name last time, it was when his identity as an inverse cultivator was exposed. At that time, he had merely achieved the fighting capabilities of an eternal real god. From then to now, how long has it been? He has actually gotten himself established among the Sir Gods. If we were to give him another period of time, wouldn't I be unable to do anything against him as well? What about the Acheron Palace? Could it be that the Acheron Palace is sitting by and doing nothing? With such a huge threat present, they have still not gotten rid of it. Could it be that they really want to wait for him to become a great emperor who is an extremely high level before taking action? The golden-robed figure was roaring. His voice was so loud that it echoed within the big hall continuously. "Please go and send a message to the Acheron Palace. If the Acheron Palace is really that useless, then they can simply become the Holocaust sect's underling and take orders from us. The Holocaust sect shall then be the one to deal with Jian Wushuang. If the Acheron Palace is still of some use, they had better kill Jian Wushuang while it's still early. I will only give them 1,000 years of time. Within 1,000 years, if Jian Wushuang were to not die, I shall cut the connections between the Holocaust sect and the Acheron Palace." In the dark starry sky, there was a dark land floating about. Many lofty mountains stood tall and upright on the land. The mountains were 1,000,000 feet tall. Even the smallest one was more than 100,000 feet tall. At the center of the mountains, there was a dark divine hall which was floating quietly in the air. Within the vast hall, guards who were covered by dim light were standing tall and upright. Under the eyes of those guards, a black-robed figure came to the big hall and reported some information. "Oh, the son of the Holocaust sect's 7th palace master has died, and he was killed by Jian Wushuang?" A deep, hoarse voice reverberated within the big hall. Although the voice seemed to come from all directions, the speaker had never shown himself. "Imph, his son has always been a piece of trash. If he is dead, it means that he has really died." However, the 7th palace master actually unleashed his fury on the Acheron Palace. What a joke. However, this matter has also given us a reminder. Jian Wushuang, his speed of improvement is too fast. Hundreds of years ago, he merely wounded Sir God Qianlong fatally in the 8th lair. However, at that time, Sir God Qianlong did not go all out, nor did he fight with all his might. Comparing abilities, he was not weaker than Jian Wushuang. However, now, in just a short few hundreds of years, he killed a Sir God. Moreover, he killed the Sir God while he was under the protection of 3 Sir Gods. With such a fast speed of improvement, if the Acheron Palace wishes to kill him, it will soon be too late. Looks like we can no longer place our hopes on the soaring Heaven King Palace. We have to be the ones to do it ourselves. Moreover, we have to do it immediately. The Acheron Palace had always been hidden extremely deeply within the darkness, and they would not take action easily. Moreover, they would not take action unless there was a need to. Previously, they had thought that since Jian Wushuang was fighting with the soaring Heaven King Palace, they would leave them to continue fighting and let the soaring Heaven King Palace kill Jian Wushuang. However, at that time, they had to do it themselves. Devise a plan to assassinate Jian Wushuang immediately. Moreover, for the devised plan, there must be more than a 90% chance of assassinating him successfully. Within 1,000 years, we must complete the assassination of Jian Wushuang. The Acheron Palace will not allow such a top genius to continue living even for another 1,000 years. The hoarse, deep voice ordered. All right, the respectful black-robed man who was awaiting his orders nodded his head. After that, he started to make preparations. The Acheron Palace was definitely a dark powerhouse that the Sanctuary Alliance was most worried about. Its level of threat was even higher than that of the Holocaust sect. After all, although the Holocaust sect was evil and they would massacre wantonly, the people who they massacred were mostly weaklings. However, the Acheron Palace focused on assassinating higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance as well as geniuses. Furthermore, as soon as the Acheron Palace set themselves to killing a person and devised an assassination plan in detail, the probability of the expert surviving the assassination would definitely be less than 10%. At that moment, the Acheron Palace had started to devise the assassination plan to assassinate Jian Wushuang. As for Jian Wushuang, he was completely clueless about it. He knew that the talents and potential that he had revealed would definitely attract the attention of some dark powerhouses. However, he did not know that the dark powerhouses would think so highly of him. Moreover, he did not have a very good understanding of the techniques and abilities of the dark powerhouses. However, as he had made ample preparations and was vigilant, he was not that afraid of them. Chapter 1712, Taiqing Ancient Panacea. Chapter 1712, Taiqing Ancient Panacea. Jian Wushuang and Sir God Mad Dog left Sir God Luo Sha's. As for Sir God Luo Sha, she had already informed the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. There would definitely be a negotiation and trade between her and the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. In short, Sir God Luo Sha definitely wouldn't continue to occupy Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning alone. Jian Wushuang, you have stayed in Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning for at least 10 years. How did it go? Sir God Mad Dog asked casually. Not bad, Jian Wushuang smiled, but there was a tinge of regret in his heart. He really regretted it. If he were to be given another 2 to 3 years, the ultimate divine power in his body would reach his extreme limit and he could finally break through and become Stage 3 Ultimate Real God. It was a pity because the Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning was severely damaged and he couldn't continue to absorb the power. How much more divine power do you need to accumulate for you reach your extreme limit? Sir God Mad Dog seemed to be asking casually. Not much, but if I were to have to accumulate it slowly on my own, it should require another 10 of thousands of years, Jian Wushuang said. So long more? Sir God Mad Dog squinted his eyes. He thought for a while and finally made a decision. Boy, as you are quite polite to me, I shall share something with you. Something? Jian Wushuang was confused. You should know that I have been staying in Thunderbolt Island all this while, but I suddenly left Thunderbolt Island and headed to Holy Kingdom of Darklight. There definitely must be a reason, Sir God Mad Dog said. Not long ago, I received news. In Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, someone who found Sir God Danhong's cave dwelling. Sir God Danhong is an ancient Sir God, and he passed away long ago. As for how he died, no one knows. It is said that although Sir God Danhong wasn't powerful and he was on the bottom of the list, the elixirs that he refined are extraordinary. He is known to be extremely capable in elixir making, which is hard to come by in eternal chaotic world. He once refined many kinds of high-level elixirs, and some of the elixirs are extremely useful to Sir Gods. He also once refined an extremely unique elixir called Taiqing Ancient Panacea. It is a very unique elixir, and only he could refine it. It contained a shocking amount of divine power. It is said that a Sir God that exhausted his divine power could recover to his peak in a short period of time if he consumed a Taiqing Ancient Panacea. Even an Emperor God could at least recover half of his divine power after taking the elixir. Jian Wushuang's eyes shimmered with joy when he heard that. If Tai Ching Ancient Panacea contains such a shocking amount of divine power, it should be quite useful to those Sir Gods and Emperor Gods. If they were to run into trouble, it would be extremely useful. To Jian Wushuang, Tai Ching Ancient Panacea contains such boundless divine power, and he could absorb it directly. In Eternal Chaotic World, there is a variety of elixirs that contains pure divine power. However, one that contains such shockingly high amount of divine power, there aren't many, besides Tai Ching Ancient Panacea. Even if there is, they are extremely rare. One who couldn't play a certain kind of trick wouldn't be able to get them. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly as he understood that too. Previously, it was not that he had never considered precipitating his ultimate divine power droplet via consumption of elixir that contained pure divine power. It was just that the elixirs were extremely pricey, and also, the divine power that they contained was nothing compared to the 100 drops of ultimate divine power droplet. To rely entirely on elixir or natural treasure for him to accumulate divine power to his extreme limit, even Lineage of Star couldn't afford the price. Hence, he had come to the divine pond of absolute beginning. Because such elixirs are too rare and too precious, Sir God Dan Hong's cave dwelling is extremely attractive. After all, Sir God Dan Hong might have left a lot of elixirs in his cave dwelling. There might even be some Tai Ching Ancient Panaceas. Sir God Mad Dog smiled. When the news spread, it attracted the attention of many Almighties in Sanctuary Alliance. However, it's a pity that Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu is Sir God Lu Yin's territory. Sir God Lu Yin isn't weak among Sir Gods. He also has a high position in Sanctuary Alliance. He came out personally and took action for the Almighties in Sanctuary Alliance to give up the idea. They gave up, but I didn't. I still want to try the taste of Tai Ching Ancient Panacea. So, I came out from Thunderbolt Island to go to Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. Who knew I would run into you and bring you to Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning? So what happened to Sir God Dan Hong's cave dwelling? Jian Wushuang asked. It's interesting, Sir God Mad Dog smiled. I received news saying there are many elixirs left in Sir God Dan Hong's cave dwelling, and more than 90% of the elixirs went to Sir God Lu Yin. However, somehow or other, the most important Tai Ching Ancient Panacea among all elixirs, of which there is a total of 9, fell into the hands of a universe god. Universe god? Jian Wushuang was astonished. Something that an almighty was eyeing fell into the hands of a universe god? Was this a joke? I don't know what happened exactly, but Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu is in chaos. There are many people who are looking for the universe god, but they have yet to find even now, Sir God Mad Dog smiled. Jian Wushuang, as you need to accumulate divine power, the 9 Tai Ching Ancient Panaceas should be helpful to you. Of course, you must first figure out a way to get the 9 Tai Ching Ancient Panaceas. Thank you, Sir God Mad Dog, for telling me. I shall depart to Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu now, Jian Wushuang said. Go ahead. It's not too far from here to Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. If you were to rush over now, you should be able to get there in time. Sir God Mad Dog waved his hand. He himself wasn't interested in Tai Ching Ancient Panacea anymore. After all, he only wanted to eat Tai Ching Ancient Panacea and to try the taste of it. It wasn't like he needed it. However, it was different for Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang found out about Tai Ching Ancient Panacea, he immediately went to Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. He was really interested with Tai Ching Ancient Panacea. After all, the divine power contained in Tai Ching Ancient Panacea was shockingly enormous. It was extremely useful to his accumulation of divine power, and there were 9 of them. If he could get the 9 Tai Ching Ancient Panaceas and consume them, he reckoned that even if the divine power in his body couldn't reach its extreme limit, it shouldn't be too far away from precipitating the 100 ultimate divine power droplets. Jian Wushuang hurried his journey at his maximum speed in the spaceship. He merely used a dozen years' time before he arrived at Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. Chapter 1713, Yuming Pub. Chapter 1713, Yuming Pub. In the eternal chaotic world, gaps exist between different border areas as well as between different holy kingdoms. Some holy kingdoms were powerful, while some holy kingdoms were weak. For example, the Snow Kingdom that Jian Wushuang first set foot in when he came to the eternal chaotic world was extremely far away from the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, and it belonged to one of the very remote holy kingdoms. Moreover, it was also an extremely weak holy kingdom that did not have many real gods. However, the holy kingdom of real Wushu was absolutely an extremely powerful holy kingdom. Moreover, the holy kingdom of real Wushu and the 16 other surrounding holy kingdoms were all under an almighty. This almighty was known as Sir God Lu'in. The Yuming Mountain was a famous mountain range in the holy kingdom of real Wushu. The mountain range was famous for its fighting prowess, not because of the fact that impressive experts had appeared from it, or because some powerhouses were present. It was because of the fact that the mountain range was the biggest place in the holy kingdom of real Wushu where most bandits were concentrated in. The Yuming Mountain stretched across hundreds of millions of miles, and there were more than 1,000 million bandits in it. Among those bandits, there were powerful ones as well as weak ones. The weak ones were normal heaven masters, while the average ones were universe gods which were great in number. In addition, there was quite a number of real gods within the mountain range. Due to the bandits running wild, the mountain range had a very bad name. On normal days, if there was no need to, many of the cultivators in the holy kingdom of real Wushu would absolutely not choose to go into the Yuming Mountain. However, ever since more than 10 years ago where the universe god known as Hishio escaped into the Yuming Mountain, the Yuming Mountain had become extremely lively. Hishio was the universe god who possessed the 9 Taiching ancient panaceas. As soon as he escaped into the Yuming Mountain, many experts who had cast their greedy eyes on his 9 Taiching ancient panacea came to the Yuming Mountain and started to search for him crazily. It should be known that there were too many cultivators who had cast their eyes on the 9 Taiching ancient panaceas. Moreover, most of them were experts. This also included many powerhouses and sects of the holy kingdom of real Wushu, as well as the surrounding 16 holy kingdoms. The number of cultivators was uncountable. With so many experts of the powerhouses and sects going into the Yuming Mountain, the bandits within the Yuming Mountain were totally unable to hold their ground against them. Hence, they were naturally affected. However, it was not easy to find a universe god within thousands of millions of bandits. Hence, to date, after more than tens of years had passed, no one had found Hishio yet. At a spacious main road which was near the center region of the Yuming Mountain, there was an exquisite pub, and it was called the Yuming Pub. The pub was only built recently, and it was a rest area specially built for the experts who were looking for Hishio in the mountain range. In addition, much information regarding the Hongming Mountain was also exchanged in the pub. For example, if a universe god who looked like Hishio were to appear somewhere in the Hongming Mountain or within any group of bandits, the pub would make this information public immediately. For such a kind of pub, they could be found in each and every corner of the Hongming Mountain. Just then, this pub was extremely lively, and there were at least hundreds of cultivators talking wantonly. Some of them were drinking wine and chatting while some of them were exchanging information. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a blood-robed youth who was carrying a sword landed in the open space outside the pub. After that, he suppressed his aura and entered the pub slowly. "This mister over here, may I know what you need?" A green-clothed young lady behind the counter asked. "Give me detailed information regarding Hishio as well as what has happened in the Hongming Mountain in this period of time. Also, give me a bottle of wine," Jian Wushuang said. "No problem, but I will require you to pay 200,000 divine gems," the green-clothed young lady said. 200,000 divine gems were equivalent to all the possessions of a weak universe god. However, to Jian Wushuang, it was too little to make a difference. At present, his social status was that of an almighty. For the 100,000 doctrine gems which he had obtained from the soaring Heaven King Palace, one of them was equivalent to hundreds of millions of divine gems. The green-clothed young lady gave the report to Jian Wushuang. After receiving it, Jian Wushuang found a random seat within the pub and sat down. After that, he started to browse through the report. Many cultivators within the pub knew that Jian Wushuang had come for Hishio. However, they were not too concerned about him. After all of them had come for Hishio as well. Moreover, as Jian Wushuang had suppressed his aura, They were unable to tell how strong Jian Wushuang was, and they treated him like a universe god who was similar to them. Little did they imagine that the person who was sitting with them was a super existence who would be able to make the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu shiver with fear with a stomp of his foot. Oh, no wonder a universe god like He Xie can obtain the 9 Taiching ancient panaceas. So it's like that. As Jian Wushuang looked at the report in his hands, he shook his head. The main reason could be explained in one word: greed. It was not He Xiu who was greedy. Instead, it was the elders of He Xiu. According to the report, He Xiu was born into the He family, which was a big family in the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. The He family had always been cordial to the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. Moreover, in the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, it was definitely a big powerhouse that could get into the top 5 among the powerhouses of the Holy Kingdom. Back then, when Sir Goddan Hong's cave was discovered within the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, as the cave was too huge and it contained many mazes, it naturally required a huge number of experts to explore it. Hence, the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu sent many experts under him to explore the cave. These experts included many experts from the He family, and even He Xiu's father was included. After searching the cave inside out, quite a number of experts under the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu had died, but many of the elixirs that were left behind by Sir Goddan Hong were retrieved in the end. However, it was a pity that among the elixirs that were retrieved, the Taiching ancient panacea was not present. Against that, the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, as well as the almighty Sir God Lu Yin who was behind him, could not do anything, and they could only assume that Sir Goddan Hong had not left any Taiching ancient panaceas behind. After all the elixirs that he had left behind were only discovered at the very end, and they were inside 3 Qian Kuren rings. As such, no one could steal anything secretly. Hence, this matter was about to come to an end. However, who could have known that the experts who were exploring Sir Goddan Hong's cave would unintentionally discover a secret room at the very end? Moreover, it should be known that the secret room originally contained an opportunity as well as a total of 9 Taiching ancient panaceas. However, when the secret room was discovered, the opportunity and the 9 Taiching ancient panaceas had already disappeared. This meant that among the experts under the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, someone had obtained the opportunity and the 9 Taiching ancient panaceas. However, they hid them quietly and did not turn them over. Sir God Lu Yin then became furious. At the same time, the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu was also enraged, and both of them started to investigate. With the investigation, they found their way to the He family. It was an expert of the He family. Moreover, it was He Xiu's father who obtained the opportunity in Taiching ancient panacea in the secret room by coincidence. However, due to his greed where he wanted them for himself, he invited a great disaster to the He family and caused it to be destroyed. Chapter 1714. Alike? Chapter 1714. Alike? He Xiu is quite pitiful. Jian Wushuang shook his head and sighed. According to the information, He Xiu was the top genius of the young generation in He family. Not only was he talented, his mental state was terrifyingly strong. He had extremely great potential. However, after the news of him privately possessing opportunity in Taiching ancient panacea spread, He Xiu suffered the calamity of his family being exterminated. Almost the entire He family was killed. Only he managed to escape along with the opportunity in Taiching ancient panacea. Then, he ran into Yuming Mountain and countless experts chased after him. He was originally a god's favored one, but he was being hunted. He Xiu was of course pitiful. Although he was pitiful, Jian Wushuang wouldn't pity him at all. After all, he was one of those who were chasing after He Xiu. In the pub, Jian Wushuang was drinking alone. At the same time, he continued to flip through the information. Then, a dozen figures came into the pub from outside. These people let their auras spread wantonly. All of them were peak universe gods in the third heaven. Among their leader, a brown-haired man, was already a void real god. One should know that they were only in one of the holy kingdoms, not a place like the 10 sanctuaries. A real god leading a dozen of peak universe gods in the third heaven. Such a troop was terrifying enough. These people are from Ling family. Ling family? The originally noisy pub instantly went quiet. Everyone in the pub was looking at the dozens of people from Ling family who had just walked it. Most of them had fear in their eyes. Ling family? Jin Wushuang took a glance at the people. From the information that he had just read, Ling family was like the He family that was exterminated. They were both big families in Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, but they were slightly more powerful than He family. However, Jin Wushuang couldn't even be bothered by the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, let alone Ling family. With a simple glance, Jin Wushuang continued to drink while he read the information on hand. The few of you go away. The brown-haired man, who was the leader of the people from Ling family, looked at the few cultivators at the table before him and pressed over with his real god aura. The few warriors' faces grew pale from the pressure, and they immediately gave their table up with hesitation. The brown-haired man sat at the table, and there was someone who poured him a drink immediately. Humph, he Xiao, that bastard. He is so well hidden. It has been over 10 years, and we have yet to find him, the brown-haired man roared without any cover-up. Ling family and He family were the two strongest families in Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. They were normally sworn enemies. Then, as He family was in trouble, Ling family was, of course, the happiest party. Ling family was also the most hard-working party that was chasing after He Xiao from He family. The brown-haired man was burning with rage. He chugged his drink and looked around him. Looking at the gaze of the brown-haired man, everyone in the pub lowered their heads. Only Jin Wushuang was still flipping through the information in his hand. Huh. The brown-haired man's gaze stopped at Jin Wushuang. This person. It wasn't because Jin Wushuang didn't lower his head that he noticed Jin Wushuang, but because of Jin Wushuang's attire. The brown-haired man flipped his hand, and there was a copy of the information in his hand. He was from Ling family, and Ling family knew He family the best. He was also very familiar with He Xiao. Hence, the copy of the information about He Xiao that he had was in much more in detail than the one provided by Yuming Pub. Crimson robe, carrying a sword on his back. Back when He Xiao was wandering, he dressed in a crimson robe and carried a sword on his back, exactly like this person before me. Both of their features look very young too. The brown-haired man fixed his gaze. He had never seen He Xiao before, nor did he have He Xiao's portrait, but he knew He Xiao's attire. He Xiao was good with a sword and he was crazy about swords. So, he always carried a sword on his back. You saw He Xiao once. Is it this person? The brown-haired man looked to a universe god from Ling family next to him and asked. Misted, when I saw He Xiao back then, I only saw him from afar. I didn't see his facial features. But in terms of body shape and attire, the two of them are quite similar. But He Xiao is running for his life. He wouldn't come to Yuming Pub like an idiot and not bother to disguise himself. The universe god from Ling family said. Humph, we will find out if it is him when we question him, the brown-haired man humped coldly. He looked at Jin Wushuang with a sharp glare. Young man, come here. As he humphed, his real god-level pressure pressed onto Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang continued to flip through the information in his hand, but he glanced at the brown-haired man. You'd better not provoke me. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Ha, in Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, who has the capability to make Ling family regretful? This is such a joke. Young man, you'd better take out your Qian Kuren ring for me to check. Otherwise, I will kill you and check your Qian Kuren ring after. The brown-haired man scoffed, but it was doubtlessly a commanding tone. The universe gods from Ling family who stood behind him were smirking coldly too. Then, Jin Wushuang didn't speak anymore, but extended his finger slowly and pointed in the direction of the brown-haired man. Virum. A shapeless sword in tension swept out. The sword shadow looked weak and didn't seem to be powerful at all. But when it appeared, it instantly flew before the brown-haired man. The brown-haired man was still smiling, but there was a sudden shock in his eyes. The sword shadow flew past his body then through the universe gods' bodies behind him. Then, the sword shadow quivered and dispersed. Jian Wushuang reined back his palm and raised his glass to take a sip. In this world, there are so many idiots. Even though he is already a real god, Jian Wushuang muttered and remained at ease. The cultivators from Ling family, their bodies stiffened on the spot and then fell one after another. Then, there was not a squeak, but only blood that constantly flowed out from their wounds. Every cultivator in the pub saw the scene and their faces grew pale. They looked at Jian Wushuang with an unprecedentedly terrified look. Real God was an absolute superb expert in Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. However, a superb expert was just like an ant when he was killed by the person before their eyes so casually. Such power. These people immediately understood that the young man in the crimson robe who was sitting alone while he read the information was truly a top expert. He was at least the level of an eternal real god, or even higher. Chapter 1715. Ling Family. Chapter 1715. Ling Family. The Yuming pub became quiet again. As for the bodies of the experts of the Ling family, some people from the pub came to remove them immediately. However, after that, no one in the hub dared to make a racket. They even dared not to talk loudly as they were frightened that they might make Jian Wushuang dissatisfied. Jian Wushuang was too lazy to care about it, and he continued to look at the report. However, all of a sudden, the green-clothed young lady behind the pub's counter walked to Jian Wushuang. This lord over here, the green-clothed young lady was modest, and she was not too fearful. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang did not even turn his head back. Lord, do you know that the people who you just killed were experts from the Ling family, and that they are only inferior to the king? Throughout the ages, the people who had provoked the Ling family did not have a good life. Thus, I advise Lord to leave quickly before the experts of the Ling family come, the green-clothed young lady said. Oh, thank you very much for telling me. After talking, Jian Wushuang did not have any response. The green-clothed young lady frowned and continued to talk. From the looks of it, Lord seems to be an expert who came from another holy kingdom. Hence, you do not know how powerful the Ling family is. The Ling family itself has more than 20 real gods. Among them, there are a total of 5 eternal real gods. Moreover, they even have a chaotic real god. It's a chaotic real god who can totally become a king if he were placed in some normal holy kingdoms. With such a great force, Lord? I understand. Jian Wushuang only nodded his head like before. Seeing that Jian Wushuang did not have any response, the green-clothed young lady shook her head and stopped advising him. Although the people within the pub were afraid of Jian Wushuang's abilities, they did not leave in a rush. Instead, they were waiting to watch the show that was about to occur. After all, not just anyone could kill the people of the Ling family. Moreover, the people who Jian Wushuang killed were a real god with 10 other top universe gods of the third heaven. Forgetting the universe gods, a real god was like a tower of strength to the Ling family. As expected, in no time, the experts of the Ling family who had gotten the news arrived. This time around, 20 experts from the Ling family had come. Among them, there was a total of 3 real gods as well as 1 eternal real god. After they arrived, they saw the piled-up bodies of the experts of the Ling family which were unburied outside the pub, and they became furious at once. Who is this person who dared to see my Ling family as nothing and kill my experts wantonly? A loud and furious shout which sounded like a lion roaring resounded throughout the whole pub. The roaring voice then caused some cultivators with weak abilities among the many cultivators in the pub to have no choice but to cover their ears. As the frightening pressure spread, a red, long-robed and stalwart old man with scarlet hair walked over slowly under the escort of his group of people. The scarlet-haired old man was the eternal real god among the group of people, and he was also Ling Yin, an expert from the Ling family who was known for his mighty reputation in the holy kingdom of real Wushu. Upon seeing the person who had come, many cultivators in the pub revealed a fearful expression, and all of them lowered their heads. In addition, some of them even stood up immediately and retreated to the end of the edge. Only Jian Wushuang continued to sit down on his seat normally like before. The scarlet-haired old man Ling Yan naturally noticed Jian Wushuang straight away. Ling Yan's expression turned grave. Jian Wushuang had intentionally hidden his aura, and normal cultivators were indeed unable to tell him apart. However, Ling Yan was an eternal teal god, and Jian Wushuang's stage 2 ultimate real god was equivalent to the level of an eternal real god. Since Jian Wushuang was of the level of Ling Yan naturally managed to tell him apart. So it's an eternal real god. No wonder he is able to kill Ling Tao and the rest of the people. However, the people of the Ling family are not people who can be killed by anyone. Even if you are an eternal real god, it's still not allowed. Ling Yan bellowed with rage. I have already killed them. If you wish to avenge them, go ahead and be my guest. There's no need for any unnecessary words. Jian Wushuang's voice was ice cold. Haha, what great courage. Seems like I, Iron Lion Ling Yan, have not fought for a very long time, and the dynasty of real Wushu is about to forget about me. Since that's the case, I shall let everyone know my mighty name, Iron Lion, again. Long Yin was extremely furious and also laughing at the same time. His laughter contained frightening sound waves which spread across the area. Little kid, die. With a furious roar, air currents appeared as Ling Yin had already launched an attack. This sound is really noisy. Jian Wushuang shook his head and extended that slender finger of his like before. With a finger, a similar shadow appeared. Previously, this shadow had killed Ling Tao and his group of people right away. At that moment, when Jian Wushuang unleashed it again, he seemed to have pierced the body of Ling Yin instantly. Ling Yin opened his eyes widely, and they were filled with shock. However, his body had already started to fall. An expert of the current generation, Iron Lion Ling Yin, who was famous in the holy kingdom of real Wushu, was killed instantly. Such a scene caused the people within the pub to be shocked again. As for the experts of the Ling family, they were extremely astonished as well. Go back and tell the head of the Ling family that I do not wish to cause trouble. However, if anyone dares to provoke me, I will not give them any mercy. I have already killed 2 waves of experts from the Ling family. If he has the guts to do so, he can continue to send the 3rd wave over. However, I can guarantee that he will regret it. Jian Wushuang's voice spread slowly as he drank his wine. The experts of the Ling family were shivering in fear, and they did not dare to stay. They then took Ling Yan's body along with them and headed back. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang shook his head. He had absolutely no intention of starting trouble, and it was the people of the Ling family who took the initiative to look for him. However, with his abilities, he could destroy countless powerhouses similar to the Ling family with just a flick of his finger. However, doing that would attract too much attention. At that time, He Xiu had not been found, and the 9 Taiching ancient panaceas had not appeared yet. As such, Jian Wushuang did not want to attract the attention of Sir God Lu Yin at such an early stage. As for the Ling family, he did not plan to continue massacring them. However, if the Ling family was not tactful, then he was not to blame. Haha, your abilities are strong. A hearty laugh could be heard abruptly. Jian Wushuang continued drinking like before, and everyone within the pub looked to the source of the voice. A green-robed, middle-aged man who was carrying a green thunder saber on his back had already entered the pub. The green-robed, middle-aged man looked scholarly. However, Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with a bit of arrogance. I am Delay. May I know who you are? The green-robed, middle-aged man walked to the front of Jian Wushuang and questioned modestly. When the surrounding people heard his name, they revealed shocked expressions. It's Blood Thunder Saber Delay, the person whose abilities are only inferior to the king of Holy Kingdom of real Wushu. A chaotic real god? Gosh, those people were so shocked that they were stunned. However, Jian Wushuang was still normal like before, and he was not too concerned. Delay, my name is Sword Emperor. Jian Wushuang's voice was dull. Chapter 1716, Team Up? Chapter 1716, Team Up? Sword Emperor? Delay was surprised. Not only was he famous in Holy Kingdom of real Wushu, but he also wandered in the surrounding 16 holy kingdoms. Hence, he was familiar with the experts in the 16 holy kingdoms, but he had never heard of Sword Emperor. Maybe he is an expert from outside of 16 holy kingdoms, Delay thought to himself. Then, he asked with a smile, "May I take a seat?" "Go ahead." Jin Wushuang didn't refuse. Delay sat down opposite Jin Wushuang. "You should be here for the 9 Taiching ancient panacea in Hixio's hands, right?" "Yes." Jin Wushuang didn't deny it. It was useless to deny it. As he was already in Yuming Mountain, he definitely came for Taiching ancient panacea. It's a pity that although Taiching ancient panacea is impressive, it is useless for us real gods. Plus, no matter who gets the Taiching ancient panaceas in the end, they have to give it to Mr. Lu Yin. "What we could get at most are rewards from Mr. Lu Yin," Delay said. "Why is that?" Jin Wushuang asked in surprise. "You didn't know?" Delay looked at Jin Wushuang curiously and said, "No matter if it's Holy Kingdom of Zhenwu that we are in now, or the surrounding 16 holy kingdoms, they are under the control of Mr. Lu Yin. Treasures like Taiching ancient panacea aren't something we real gods can have. Mr. Lu Yin spread words long ago. Whoever passes him the Taiching ancient panaceas will receive a great reward from him." "That's a reward from an almighty." There was passion in Delay's eyes. Taiching ancient panacea contained divine power which was too enormous an amount. To Sir God or Emperor God, it was extremely useful, but it would be a waste for a real god to consume a Taiching ancient panacea. Regardless of if it was expert in Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu or experts attracted from the surrounding 16 holy kingdoms, even if they retrieved Taiching ancient panacea, they would only offer it to Sir God Lu Yin in exchange for treasure. Even so, it was enough to make countless experts go crazy. Sir God Lu Yin doesn't look for Hixio himself, but used the experts from the 16 holy kingdoms under his control to look for him. He only spread a message, and there would be people sending him the Taiching ancient panacea. He is a very wise man, Jin Wushuang smiled. "Do you know how many experts came to Yuming Mountain to fight for Taiching ancient panacea?" Delay asked again. "No idea," Jin Wushuang shook his head. "Many. So many that it is beyond your imagination. Not only the experts in Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu and the surrounding 16 holy kingdoms, but also many experts from the 16 holy kingdoms rushed over. If all of them are added up, the number of real god is unknown. Even the number of chaotic real god is many," Delay said, and there was astonishment in his eyes. "There are so many experts. When Hixio is found, there would definitely be a fierce fight. I reckon there should be a number of passing rate, even if they are chaotic real gods." "Maybe," Jin Wushuang smiled faintly, but he couldn't be bothered. Real god. So what if there are many of them? Then, Delay seemed to find that it was an opportunity, and he finally explained his purpose in coming. "Although you are extremely strong, and you couldn't even be bothered with Ling family, you are all alone after all. If they were to start a fight, you would not have enough manpower. The Taiching ancient panacea wouldn't fall into your hands. Why not you team up with us?" "You?" Jin Wushuang glanced at Delay. "Besides you, who else?" "There are the other 4 experts from the 16 holy kingdoms. One of them is a chaotic real god. The other 2 are peak eternal real gods. With you, our team would be even stronger. By then, even if we were to come across the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, we wouldn't have to be afraid." Delay smiled. "I see," Jin Wushuang smiled, but then he shook his head. "I'm sorry. I prefer to be solo. I'm not used to teaming up." Delay's face grew dim. "You should reconsider this carefully. Although you are powerful, and you could even fight against a chaotic real god alone, there are many that could kill you during the fight later on." "I don't know if there's anyone who could kill me, but I don't like to team up with others." Jin Wushuang's face was cold. Delay didn't bother to convince him. "Well, good luck." Watching Delay leave, Jin Wushuang continued to drink by himself as he smiled faintly. Delay might be sincerely asking for him to team up, and what he had said was reasonable. If Jin Wushuang was only an ordinary chaotic real god, he would only stand a higher chance to get Taiching ancient panacea if he were to team up with Delay. However, Delay didn't know Jin Wushuang's true power. In the fight for Taiching ancient panacea, Jin Wushuang was only concerned about Sir God Lu Yun. As for the other real gods, he couldn't be bothered. With his power, did he need to team up with anyone? After he talked to Delay, Jin Wushuang thought highly of Sir God Lu Yin's method of doing things. If he was not mistaken, he reckoned that all the Yuming pubs in Yuming Mountain should be operating under the command of Sir God Lu Yin. The information provided to the cultivators in Yuming Mountain by the pub for the cultivators to look for He Xiu's whereabouts. While Sir God Lu Yin himself sat on the fishing terrace, he controlled everything in his hands. Regardless of who got the Taiching ancient panacea in the end, they would send it to him. The only thing that he needed to do was pay some rewards. If the fight for Taiching ancient panacea was really just among a bunch of ordinary real god, even the top chaotic real god couldn't run from Sir God Lu Yin's control. It was a pity that Sir God Lu Yin definitely didn't think that Jin Wushuang would come by. The rest of the time, Jin Wushuang continued to stay in the pub as he waited in silence. He wasn't interested in looking for He Xiu's whereabouts over hill and dale like the other cultivators. He knew that there were so many people who couldn't find He Xiu over 10 years. He didn't think he would be so lucky to find He Xiu all by himself. Plus, once He Xiu was found, unless the person was killed, there would be a slight bit of news leaked, and Yuming Pub would announce it to the public. Then, Jin Wushuang could also instantly know his location and head over to find him, which would be much easier. As for Ling family, when they find out Jin Wushuang had killed Ling Yin, the higher-ups in Ling family were pissed off, but they also knew that Jin Wushuang was an expert who likely could be compared favorably with a chaotic real god. Plus, their main focus was to look for He Xiu. They wouldn't come to make trouble with Jin Wushuang in the near future. Chapter 1717. He Xiu shows himself. Chapter 1717. He Xiu shows himself. In a flash, another 8 years passed. From the time that He Xiu had escaped into the Hongming Mountain to the present, more than 20 years had passed. With over 20 years of time, as well as so many experts searching crazily in the Hongming Mountain, He Xiu was still not found. Hence, quite a number of people could not help but wonder if He Xiu was still inside the Hongming Mountain. Or perhaps someone had already found He Xiu, killed him, snatched the Taiching ancient panaceas away, and escaped stealthily after that. Although there were some suspicions, many experts still did not give up. In a gorge of the Yuming Mountain, there were many buildings. This place was a lair of a big group of bandits. Within a secret room, 10 figures were gathered together, and the person sitting at the highest point was a hunchbacked old man with an extremely evil aura. The hunchbacked old man had gloomy eyes. However, his expression was a bit pale. During this period of time, Yuming Mountain has not been very peaceful, and even our men feel a bit restless. The hunchbacked old man slammed his supporting chair, and his indifferent voice resounded within the secret room. After that, he looked at a crafty-looking, black-haired youth. Shui, I have gotten you to observe the movements of second brother and third brother closely. How has it been? Long Yi, for this period of time, the second leader and third leader have been having secret conversions frequently, and they are extremely secretive. Our people are totally unable to mix in with them, and we have no idea what they are discussing. However, from their movements, they are probably preparing to take action, the black-haired youth answered. Humph, they are really preparing to rebel. The hunchbacked old man's eyes were filled with fury and his aura roused, causing the whole secret room to be filled with a cold frost. The second leader and third leader have been restless for many days, but on normal days, due to your abilities, they did not dare to act recklessly. However, this time around, as you were injured, they found an opportunity, the black-haired youth said. 2 thankless wretches. If I had known that this would happen, I would have killed the both of them back then, the hunchbacked old man bellowed loudly, and he was filled with hatred. He was an extremely powerful real god who stood at the top of the void real gods, and on normal days, he stood by his words within the group of bandits. Even if the 2 leaders under him were to have some small motives, with him suppressing them, they did not do anything that was out of the ordinary. Hence, he did not take action against the both of them. However, this time around, many experts were looking for traces of He Xiu in the Yuming Mountain. Hence, Bandits like them were implicated. Not long ago, some experts came to their territory. As those few experts wanted to search the Qian Kuan rings of all the universe gods under him, they ended up in a conflict with him and a big fight broke out as a result. Although those few experts were repelled in the end, he was seriously injured, and to date he had not even recovered 50% of his abilities. Hence, this allowed the two leaders under him to find an opportunity. The hunchbacked old man was discussing with everyone how to deal with the two leaders. However, all of a sudden, the big door of the secret room was kicked open. After that, a big group of people came in, and the people right in front of them were the two leaders. Second brother and third brother, both of you are really going to rebel. The hunchbacked old man smote the table and stood up in anger. Haha, we have been unable to stand an old bastard like you since long ago. Since we have an opportunity this time around, how can we let it go? Since everyone happens to be here, we shall kill of you together. With an order from the two leaders, many of the bandits under them charged in immediately. A great battle burst forth instantly. On the battlefield, the hunchbacked old man's side was definitely at a disadvantage, and it was very one-sided. Under the siege of the two leaders, the hunchbacked old man himself was also in imminent danger. Thus, the people under him were probably in a worse condition. Swoosh! A strange figure was shuffling back and forth in the battlefield. This person was the crafty-looking black-haired youth known as Shui. Although he looked ugly, his abilities were outstanding. The black knife that he held in one of his hands was either swung from time to time or swung cunningly with an extremely fast speed, and it swept past the bodies of many universe gods. After just a short amount of time, Shui had already killed 6 universe gods. Little kid, your abilities are not too bad. No wonder you have such a high position after joining for only 10 years. However, it's a pity that you have followed the wrong person. Brothers, kill him. After a purple-clothed man bellowed loudly, a total of 10 bandits besieged Shui immediately. Those bandits were all universe gods, and there was a total of 5 universe gods of the third heaven among them. With all of them teaming up and besieging Shui, he could only retreat again and again in defeat. No, I won't be able to last any longer. Shui's eyes were cold, and he was looking at the situation around him. Those bandits had surrounded him from all sides, and he could not find any opportunity to escape unless he could kill all of them. However, with that, I have no choice. All of a sudden, Shui's eyes turned cold and his aura changed greatly in an instant. Originally, he had looked crafty and wretched. However, at that moment, it was just like the hell-killing gods. All of a sudden, a crimson sword swept past the area and many rays of crimson light appeared in the void repeatedly. The rays of crimson light were like crimson lotuses which had blossomed. The sad, beautiful scenery then attracted the attention of many universe gods around the area. Swish, 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 swish. The sounds of the cutting edge of a sword piercing through bodies could be heard repeatedly. In an instant, the throats of the 10 bandits who had besieged Shui were pierced and their lives dissipated. Such a scene then caused those surrounding bandits who were fighting to be extremely shocked. How is this possible? He killed 10 universe gods, including 5 universe gods of the third heaven, with one stroke. This Shui is actually so strong? No, that's wrong. Shui has always used a black knife as his weapon. When did it change into a sword? Moreover, his fighting capabilities are so strong? The surrounding people were so astonished that they were stunned. Even the hunchbacked old man, Long Yi, who was fighting, as well as the 2 leaders, looked over. Long Yi opened his eyes wide. They were not idiots. Shui has obviously been hiding his abilities intentionally. Moreover, he had even hidden the weapon that he used. The most important thing was that even his own aura had changed completely. This was a group of bandits, and there was absolutely no need to hide anything. However, Shui had hidden himself so deeply by thinking of the crimson sword that he used as well as when he joined the group of bandits. He is Hishio. Long Yi was the first person to roar. Hishio. The 2 leaders also cried out in alarm. At the next moment, the three people who were originally fighting stopped, and three pairs of eyes which were burning with excitement looked at Shuehe. It was not fake that they were having an internal fight for the sake of their own benefit. However, these benefits were considered nothing compared to the Taiching ancient panaceas that He Xiu possessed. Kill him. Capture him. Many of the bandits who were originally fighting madly buried the hatchet instantly and headed toward Shuehe. Run. Shuehe also did not hesitate in the slightest, and he started to run away crazily at once. While running, he no longer concealed any of his abilities. Chapter 1718. Mad He Xiu. Chapter 1718. Mad He Xiu. Yuming pub was still busy and crowded. Jian Wushuang sat in the corner of the pub and drank on his own. No one dared to disturb him. Just then, the maiden dressed in the green at the counter shouted, "Everyone, I just received the latest update. You might be interested." The pub was suddenly noisy, and everyone went to the counter to pay 100,000 god gems in exchange for the update. As for Jian Wushuang, he didn't move, but the maiden in green took the initiative to pass him the message without taking a single cent. Jian Wushuang browsed through the update carefully. He has disguised himself with a sneaky look and concealed his power. He hid his weapon and hid in a thief lair. As there was an internal fight, he displayed his true power and killed over 10 universe gods with one stroke, including 5 universe gods in the third heaven. Jian Wushuang was surprised. According to the information, he was 80 to 90% certain that it was He Xiu. Shuehe. His name had the word Shui as well. Plus, he used a sword and he is powerful. There were 3 real gods among the thieves, but he escaped. Jian Wushuang smiled but didn't hesitate and plunged in the direction of Shuehe. Then, as the news spread in Yuming Mountain, countless experts in Yuming Mountain immediately departed too. Yuming Mountain, in the sunny void. Swoosh! A flowing light pierced at a shocking speed while it was followed by densely dotted rainbow lights that were swift in speed too. He Xiu, you can't run away. Give us Taiching ancient panacea. Otherwise, you have to die. There was a roar followed by another, and the sound shook the earth. Besides the people chasing behind, there were a large number of experts besieging He Xiu from all directions. Among the experts, there were real gods, even eternal real gods and chaotic real gods. He was only a universe god. Under such circumstances, it could be said that he was inescapable. My divine power is almost exhausted. I can't escape. He Xiu's face was pale, and he felt helpless. It wasn't that he had never thought of consuming Taiching ancient panacea. It could let his divine power recover quickly. However, looking at the situation before his eyes, there wasn't any use if he were to recover his divine power. As I can't escape, let's bet. There was an unprecedented madness in He Xiu's eyes. Swoosh! He who was originally running away suddenly stopped in the air. Haha, you're going to stop running away? Offer no resistance. The experts hemming him in from all directions had fire churning in their eyes. The 9 Taiching ancient panaceas, whoever got them would receive a bounty reward from Sir God Lu Yin. He was an almighty. Any random reward that was given by an almighty was enough for real gods that had no background to go crazy. Just as the experts were getting closer to He Xiu to kill him and take away the Taiching ancient panaceas. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I will break them all into pieces. None of you will get them. A low bellow was heard from He Xiu. He extended his hand and gripped a green jade bottle tightly in his hand. He squeezed, and the jade bottle, made of an unknown material, suddenly cracked a little. The sight made the surrounding experts' faces change, and all of them stopped. There were many experts among them. There were even a few chaotic real god. They really could kill He Xiu easily. However, if He Xiu were to break the jade bottle into pieces before he died and shatter all the Taiching ancient panaceas in it, their efforts would all go to waste. Not only would their efforts go to waste, but Sir God Lu Yin would also be pissed too, right? He Xiu, why are you still struggling now? There was a sudden cold hump that spread across heaven and earth. Everyone looked at the source, and they saw 6 figures gathered there. Among the 6 of them, there were 2 chaotic real gods, and the other 4 were the top eternal real gods. The leader was recognized in the first instant. It's Delay. It's him? The surrounding experts looked on in concern. Delay was not only famous in Holy Kingdom of Real God, but he was also famous in the 16 Holy Kingdoms, and he was very powerful. On top of that, he wasn't alone, but there were many experts behind him. Haha, even a beast would know what is called a desperate fight, let alone humans. Although I, Hishio, am only a universe god, if I could be chased after by so many experts from the surrounding 16 holy kingdoms, I didn't live in vain. Hishio laughed. There was madness in his laughter. However, even if I die, I will not let you gain a petty advantage. Don't all you want the Taiching ancient panaceas? I will not give to you. I can be burnt to death with the Taiching ancient panaceas. Everyone's faces grew grave when they heard what Hishio said. Suddenly, go away. Hishio suddenly roared and he clenched his right hand. The jade bottle that was in it cracked. Virum. A ghostly figure substantiated about 100 meters away from Hishio. The ghostly figure was a cold-looking woman. Young man, you are only a universe god, but you're quite quick to respond, huh? The woman glanced at Hishio with a tinge of discontent. She was good at assassination. She had originally intended to get closer to Hishio, kill him, and take away the Taiching ancient panaceas, but she had never expected Hishio to notice her. You want to assassinate me? Hishio's gaze grew cold. He looked around with soaring murderous intention. I'll give you a choice now. Either kill this person who tried to surprise attack me, or I will squash the Taiching ancient panaceas. What? The cold-looking woman who surprise attacked Hishio was shocked. He noticed the surrounding murderous gazes fixed upon her. For Taiching ancient panacea, you have to die. Delay turned into lightning and struck. Run. The cold-looking woman realized that she had become the public target, and she couldn't be bothered with the Taiching ancient panaceas. She instantly started running away. However, not long after she started running, a huge hand descended from the sky. The huge hand covered the cold-looking woman and pinched the cold-looking woman like she was an ant. The huge hand exerted strength and crushed her into pieces before everyone, including Hishio. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A large crowd plunged over. Their leader was a white-robed man. The white-robed man gave out gentle aura and made one feel as though they were showering in sunlight. The one who launched an attack at the cold-looking woman was this person. Chapter 1719. The Only Condition. Chapter 1719. The Only Condition. It's the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. And the person beside him is Ling Tianxiao, the head of the Ling family. The king has actually come himself? Sounds of shock could be heard from the scene at once. Among the many experts present, although quite a number of them came from the 16 surrounding holy kingdoms, the Yuming Mountain was in the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu after all. Hence, in the Yuming Mountain, the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu was definitely the overlord, and the abilities that he possessed were the most powerful. Delay. I didn't think that you would come as well. The king of the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu had a vast amount of aura which was like a rising sun illuminating the universe. Upon seeing the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, Delay's expression turned grave. The person who he feared the most in the fight for the Taiching ancient panaceas this time around was the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. As such, he did whatever he could to rope people over to his side previously, so that he could obtain the power required to compete with the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. However, looking at it then, there was still quite a bit of a gap between them. Not mentioning the others, just looking at the side of the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu itself, apart from the king, there were 2 other chaotic real gods, and the total number of chaotic real gods amounted to 3. As for eternal real gods, there were more than 10. Hence, this was something that was incomparable to him. After sweeping his eyes past Delay, the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu felt disdainful. After that, his eyes looked in the direction He Xiao. He Xiao, do you know the crime that you have committed? The king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu's voice turned cold, and it was filled with strictness. At the same time, his chaotic real god-level pressure was unleashed onto He Xiao. He Xiao felt as though his body was about to be crushed completely. However, he still hung on with all his might. At the same time, his right hand exerted some force and the jade bottle broke open completely, revealing the 9 Taiching ancient panaceas which were held by He Xiao in his hands. You wish to force me? He Xiao's eyes were completely red and he gave a shrill roar. The king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu's expression turned grave, and the pressure that he unleashed dissipated at once. It was obvious that he was also worried that He Xiao would destroy the Taiching ancient panaceas in his fit of anger. He Xiao, you must be certain about your own identity. The Taiching ancient panaceas are not something that a universe god like you can have. Even if it were your He family, they would not have the right to do so. Your father, as well as many experts of your He family, should have served as a lesson for you. If you were to hand the Taiching ancient panaceas over obediently now, I would forgive you and spare your life. If not, you will end up the same way as your father. The king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu shouted. Haha, what a joke. For so many years in the Holy Kingdom of Real, my He family has been very loyal to you, and we have done many things for you. But what happened in the end? Just like before, you continued to acquiesce yourself with the Ling family to bully us and take the property of my He family. Moreover, you even had the intention of supporting the Ling family to destroy my He family. He Xiao's voice was fierce and ear-piercing. This time around, I admit that my He family is in the wrong. However, we did it to protect ourselves. My father merely wished to use the Taiching ancient panaceas to carve out a new path for the He family. If not because of the fact that we would encounter a great disaster soon, why would my He family dare to hide the Taiching ancient panaceas secretly? As for you, because of this matter, you disregarded many years of the He family's cordiality and exterminated the He family completely. King of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, you are really ruthless. Humph, since your He family dares to betray me, you must be ready to die 10,000 times. The king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu's voice was icy cold. He Xiao, I will give you one last chance. Will you hand over the Taiching ancient panaceas or not? Haha, I refuse to hand them over. What can you do to me? At most, the Taiching ancient panaceas will be destroyed with my death. He Xiao laughed loudly, and he was filled with madness. He had been prepared to risk everything since a long time ago. Such a scene then caused the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu's expression to turn ugly. He did not care about He Xiao's abilities. However, since the Taiching ancient panaceas were currently with He Xiao, if He Xiao were to really destroy everything, it would be extremely troublesome. Not mentioning the fact that he would not receive Sir God Lu Yin's reward. Sir God Lu Yin might even put the blame on him. He Xiao. A voice could be heard, and it came from Delay. He also had a grave expression. In such a situation, you have absolutely no chance of escaping. Tell us bluntly, what must we do to get you to hand over the Taiching ancient panaceas? The people present could tell that since He Xiao did not destroy the Taiching ancient panaceas immediately, he definitely wanted to discuss some terms and conditions. Haha, my condition is simple and I only have one. He Xiao laughed coldly and his eyes turned scarlet like the eyes of a wild beast, and he looked in the direction of the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. I will give these 9 Taiching ancient panaceas to the person who kills the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, as well as Ling Tianxiao, who is behind him. As soon as his words left his mouth, the whole void became deathly silent at once. Many experts' eyes were also filled with astonishment. Kill the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, kill Ling Tianxiao. Not mentioning the fact that both of them were chaotic real gods, the most important thing was that they were in the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, which was the territory of the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. Thus, how much power did the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu possess? Although there were many experts present, quite a number of them were from the 16 other holy kingdoms. Hence, These experts did not have the slightest bit of courage to fight with the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. After all, if the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu were not killed, they would be the ones to die, as there would be absolutely no way for them to leave the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. As for the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, when he saw the expressions of the surrounding experts, he laughed apathetically and his eyes became filled with contempt. Delay, are you going to attack me? The king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu shot a glance at Delay. At the scene, the only person who would dare to fight him was probably Delay alone. Delay's expression was a bit ugly. If it were just killing Ling Tianxiao alone, it would still be all right. However, killing the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, Delay shook his head. He also did not have the courage to fight with the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu in the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, as it was no different from courting death. Hishio, you have seen it as well. Even if I were to stand here for people to kill me, which person present would dare to attack me? The king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu sneered. Changed to a more realistic condition, Delay also looked over. No, I only have this condition. I will only give all the Taiching ancient panaceas to the person who manages to do it. If no one is able to do it, the Taiching ancient panaceas will be destroyed along with my death. Hishio roared, I will count to 3. After counting to 3, if no one takes action, I shall turn the Taiching ancient panaceas into a waste product. 1. Upon hearing Hishio counting, the expressions of the people present turned grave. Quite a number of people looked at the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. However, they still shook their heads. Hishio, do you really wish to die? The king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu was filled with murderous intent. 2. Hishio's eyes turned completely red. He had disregarded his life a long time ago. 3. Hishio blurted out at 3, slowly while holding back. As soon as his words came out of his mouth, his face filled with madness, and he was about to destroy all the 9 Taiching ancient panaceas in his hands. Wait. All of a sudden, a cry could be heard. The voice was low, and it reverberated across the whole universe like a clap of thunder. At the same time, it struck the mind of Hishio, causing his breathing to stop temporarily and his hands to stop what they were doing. Everyone then looked over. The person who they saw was a crimson-robed young man who carried a sword on his back, and he was walking over slowly. Chapter 1720, I Promise You. Chapter 1720, I Promise You. In a crimson robe and carrying a sword on his back. The attire was really similar to Hishio back when he was wandering. The incoming person was Jian Wushuang. He had arrived in the void long ago, but he didn't reveal himself. He intended to wait until the fight start to grab the Taiching ancient panaceas during the chaos, then leave immediately. However, he had never expected that the fight couldn't take place. Hishio was very careful, smart, and also mad. With him having the idea to burn himself to death together with the elixirs, no one knew what to do with him. He had no choice, and he could only come forward. Otherwise, the Taiching ancient panaceas would be destroyed. Before the expert's gazes, Jian Wushuang appeared in the void next to Hishio. You said earlier that whoever killed the king of Holy King of Real Wushu and the head of Ling family, Ling Tianxiao, for you'll give the Taiching ancient panaceas to? Jian Wushuang looked at Hishio with a cold look. Yes, Hishio nodded heavily, but the hatred in his eyes didn't diminish. Besides that, do you have any other conditions? Jian Wushuang continued to ask. This, Hishio was stunned and creased his eyebrows as he said, if possible, bring me away from here alive, away from Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. Jian Wushuang lifted the corner of his lips. He knew that although Hishio was prepared to burn himself to death with the elixirs, he didn't really want to die. He was truly a god's favored one. Unless he had no choice, why would he be willing to die like that? Your conditions, I promise you, Jian Wushuang said, and turned around to look at the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. He then walked slowly. As Jian Wushuang walked to the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, Every expert's face grew awkward. Emperor's sword, Delay creased his eyebrows. He knew Jian Wushuang. He had wanted to invite Jian Wushuang to join his team previously to fight against the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. It was a pity that Jian Wushuang had rejected him. Then, he had thought Jian Wushuang was arrogant. From the looks of him then, he wasn't arrogant, simply insane. There was no one who dared to take action against the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, but he had agreed to He Xiu's conditions to kill the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. You have guts. You killed Elder Ling Yin from Ling family and dared to appear before me. There was a loud roar, and the one who spoke was the head of Ling family, Ling Tianxiao. Then, his hair was fluttering in the air, and his eyes were burning with rage. However, Jian Wushuang didn't bother to look at the head of Ling family, and his gaze was fixed upon the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. King of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, you heard He Xiu's conditions. In order to get the Taiqing ancient panaceas. I'm sorry, Jian Wushuang's cold voice reverberated. Haha, there's really someone unafraid of death. The king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu looked on in disdain. You're only an eternal real god. Just how idiotic can you be? Everyone at the scene looked at Jian Wushuang as though he was an idiot. Among them there were people who could tell Jian Wushuang was only an eternal real god. How could an eternal real god be so outrageously arrogant? King of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, let me take care of this person, Ling Tianxiao said in a deep voice. He killed the experts from Ling family. I happen to want to take revenge. I never thought that he would take the initiative to meet me. All right then. You can take care of him. The king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu smiled coldly. He couldn't be bothered to fight against an eternal real god. Ling Tianxiao smirked coldly as he spread his fierce aura and slowly walked forward. Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled at the sight. Save the trouble. I can take care of you in one go. Then, Jian Wushuang extended his hand and pointed in the direction which the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu and Ling Tianxiao were in with his right index finger. Hong! The sky and earth shattered. An ancient, huge finger that gave out boundless light appeared from nowhere. The huge finger that could destroy heaven and earth appeared, and the surrounding void shattered instantly. The entire universe was shaking madly. Ling Tianxiao was originally fueled with murderous intention, but he was dumbfounded the moment he saw the huge finger. The king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu behind him was staring with his eyes wide open too. He was terrified, and he wanted to run away, but he couldn't escape in time. Rumble. The huge finger first hit Ling Tianxiao, then continued to charge forward. It pressed past the crowd, then the universe calmed down. Then ancient huge finger dispersed entirely. Just as the finger pressed past the void, there wasn't any figure left but only flesh that had yet to be crushed into pieces. Then, there was a strong blood smell that spread. This? Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded by the sight. Ling Tianxiao and the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu died? Delay stared with his eyes wide open while he gasped a breath of cold air. Dead. Yes, after one finger point. Not only did he kill Ling Tianxiao right at the front, but he also killed the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu behind him. He also killed the bunch of real gods that the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu that brought along with him. The king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu had brought a total of 3 chaotic real gods and a dozen of eternal real gods. After the finger point, all of them had vanished into thin air. Jian Wushuang did all that, and he still looked like he couldn't be bothered. He took the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu and the others Qin Kuan Ring. Then his figure turned illusionary and he came before He Xiu. He Xiu gulped. He looked at the person before him in astonishment. Then, there was an unprecedented thrill in his eyes. Dead. The bastard is finally dead. Ling Tianxiao, he's dead as well. They are all dead. The revenge for He family is taken. He Xiu roared, and there was madness in his voice. He had already been hopeless at first. He had had no way out, so he had wanted to bet with the 9 Taiqing ancient panaceas. He wanted to take revenge. As for his life, he couldn't be bothered anymore. However, He also knew that it was too difficult to kill the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu within his own Holy Kingdom. He had only had a little hope, but in the end, it had really succeeded. There was really someone who had killed the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu and Ling Tianxiao before him. The people who you want to kill, I have already killed them for you. Give me the Taiching ancient panaceas. Jian Wushuang extended his hand, and there was a certain dignity in his eyes. He Xiu's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Jian Wushuang with admiration and gratitude. He didn't hesitate and passed Jian Wushuang the 9 Taiching ancient panaceas that he had been holding tightly in his hand. You have a clear view of things, Jian Wushuang smiled. He put the 9 Taiching ancient panaceas into his Qin Kuan ring before everyone. If Jian Wushuang wanted to, he could totally kill He Xiu as well. The real gods couldn't do anything about He Xiu and only be threatened by him. However, Jian Suhuang had only needed a simple soul attack to kill He Xiu in silence. He wouldn't even have had the time to shatter the Taiching ancient panaceas. It was just that Jian Wushuang didn't do that. Chapter 1721. An Almighty's Anger. Chapter 1721. An Almighty's Anger. Next, I will bring you out of the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. Don't resist. As Jian Wushuang looked at He Xiu who was in front of him, with a thought, his blood mountain sword came out of the scabbard and changed into a lofty mountain instantly. The lofty mountain was filled with special secret patterns, and they covered He Xiu straight away. He Xiu remained silent. He did not resist and allowed Jian Wushuang to put him in the blood mountain sword. After finishing that, Jian Wushuang's eyes looked around the surroundings. Around him, there were countless experts from 16 other holy kingdoms. Among them there were unordinary real gods as well as chaotic real gods. However, when those experts sensed Jian Wushuang's gaze, all of them revealed a fearful expression. Although they knew that the Taiching ancient panaceas had already fallen into Jian Wushuang's hands, no one dared to harbor any greedy thoughts. What a joke! Previously, the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu himself had already made them so fearful that all of them did not dare to attack. As for Jian Wushuang, who stood in front of them, he was a super existence who had killed the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu with just a swing of his hands. Seems like this is it. All of a sudden, a deep voice could be heard. After that, a vast amount of dense fog started to gather at the center of the void, and an aquiline-nosed old man was revealed in the end. When the old man appeared, he did not release any aura. However, he still caused many real gods who were present to shiver in fear. Lord Lu Yin. Greetings to Lord Lu Yin. Many real god experts present greeted the approaching person in succession. All of them were filled with respect and admiration. Sir God Lu Yin was the real ruler of the 16 surrounding holy kingdoms, as well as the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. Although the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu was the leader of the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu on the surface, in actual fact, with just a word from Sir God Lu Xin, he would give up his position of king without hesitation. For the fight this time around, even though many experts from the 16 holy kingdoms had participated in it, all of them knew that no matter who obtained the Taiching ancient panaceas in the end, they would be presented to Sir God Lu Yin. Sir God Lu Yin swept his eyes past everyone around him, and his bleary eyes locked onto Jian Wushuang. You are called Sword Emperor, right? Your abilities are not too bad. My Qin Kuan ring has 1,000 doctrine gems and some other treasures. They shall be considered your reward. Sir God Lu Yin took out a Qin Kuan ring and tossed it toward Jian Wushuang. Also, since the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu has already died, a holy kingdom cannot be missing a king. If you are willing to, you can become the king of this holy kingdom right away. Upon hearing Sir God Lu Yin's words, many experts present were shocked. That's Lord Lu Yin's reward. A total of 1,000 doctrine gems as well as many treasures. In addition, he can also become the king of Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu straight away. Oh my gosh. Lord Lu Yin is indeed an almighty, as he is really generous. However, it's a pity that the rewards have been obtained by the Sword Emperor. Countless gazes gathered on Jian Wushuang, and they were filled with envy. They were indeed envious of Jian Wushuang. From their point of view, Sir God Lu Yin's reward was too great. For example, even Dilei's eyes were looking at Jian Wushuang and filled with enviousness. However, there was nothing that he could do. This reward was given to Jian Wushuang by Sir God Lu Yin, and none of them had the right to get it. However, upon seeing the Qian Kuan ring that Sir God Lu Yin had tossed over, Jian Wushuang did not extend his hand to catch it. He then glanced at Sir God Lu Yin and laughed indifferently. "I'm sorry. I'm not interested in your reward. The only thing that I am interested in is the 9 Taiqing ancient panaceas." The void, which was originally lively, became quiet instantly. At that moment, the countless gazes, which were originally filled with envy, filled with astonishment. He did not want the reward. He was only interested in the Taiqing ancient panaceas. What is he trying to do? Delay opened his eyes wide. Could it be that his ultimate objective of getting the Taiqing ancient panaceas is not to get the reward of Lord Lu Yin? Sir God Lu Yin's eyes turned grave, and he shot a glance at Jian Wushuang. "Little kid, do you know what you are saying?" "Of course I know. I said that I am only interested in the Taiqing ancient panaceas. Since they have already landed in my hands, I will not give them away again. Hence, I will naturally not give them to you. In addition, there is another point. In the eternal chaotic world, there are not many people who have the right to call me little kid. At the very least, you, Sir God Lu Yin, do not have the right to do so," Jian Wushuang sneered. What a joke. At that time, he possessed the fighting capabilities of a Sir God, and he was at the same level as Sir God Lu Yin. Since their abilities were similar, they should be talking on equal grounds. Little kid? That was the way an elder would address a junior, or the way a strong person would address a weak person. What great courage! Within the 16 holy kingdoms, you are the first person who dares to provoke me. Sir God Lu Yin was not furious. However, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, which were looking at Jian Wushuang. Boom! The universe shook. The void in front of Sir God Lu Yin changed into waves that looked like a sea of divine power immediately and headed toward Jian Wushuang. In the places that the waves passed by, the voids were all torn into pieces. Such a scene caused many experts present to reveal a fearful expression. All of them knew that Sir God Lu Yin had attacked. An Almighty was furious. As for his way of attacking, he did not use any techniques. He merely unleashed a sea of divine power with a thought. However, as the sea of divine power could destroy everything in the universe, the power that it contained caused everyone present to feel hopeless. An Almighty. These are the abilities of an Almighty. Some people present could not help but gasp in admiration and roar furiously. Delay also clenched both his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with shock. To them, an Almighty was a legendary existence, as well as an omnipotent God. There was only one kind of ending for someone who offended an Almighty, and that was death. The Sword Emperor was finished. However, upon seeing the sea of divine power heading over to him, Jian Wushuang placed both his hands behind his hand and did not move in the slightest. Moreover, he also wore an indifferent smile. Break? He merely uttered a word softly. However, it was like a clap of thunder that resounded across the whole universe. The sea of divine power which was heading over seemed to be cut open by a sharp cutting edge, and it was split into 2 halves. In addition, the infinite amount of divine power of the sea of divine power also spread in all directions madly. However, none of it spread to Jian Wushuang. Many experts around the area were extremely shocked. It was an attack by Sir God Lu Yin. However, in the end, Jian Wushuang did not make any movements like before, and he dispersed the attack by merely uttering a word softly. What kind of ability was that? Sir God Lu Yin's eyes squinted, and his expression turned grave. Even though you are merely an eternal God, your divine power is not inferior to mine. If my guess is not wrong, you should be Jian Wushuang. Sir God Lu Yin stared at Jian Wushuang, and his voice could be heard. Sir God Lu Yin, you took so long to recognize me. Your judgment is not really good, Jian Wushuang laughed. Chapter 1722, Jin Wushuang and Sir God Lu Yin. Chapter 1722, Jin Wushuang and Sir God Lu Yin. It's really you. Sir God Lu Yin's face grew dim. He was also a member of Sanctuary Alliance, and he had also heard of Jin Wushuang, but he only knew Jin Wushuang's name and some of his deeds. He had no idea how Jin Wushuang dressed. After all, he shared no relationship with lineage of Star, and he never thought to have dealings with Jin Wushuang. At the beginning when he saw Jin Wushuang, he didn't recognize Jin Wushuang. But the moment he saw the power that Jin Wushuang displayed, an eternal real god who could withstand his attacks so easily, he reckoned that there was only Jin Wushuang alone who could do that in eternal chaotic world. When the experts from the surrounding 16 holy kingdoms heard Jin Wushuang's name, everyone was confused. Then, they quickly realized Jin Wushuang's identity. Jin Wushuang, the first place on Real God ranking list. Jin Wushuang. Oh my goodness, it's him. First place on Real God ranking list. Along with cries of astonishment, everyone finally understood why Jin Wushuang had had the guts to provoke Sir God Lu Yin. The difference between a real god and an almighty was ridiculously vast. In eternal chaotic world, there wouldn't be more than 3 real gods who could be qualified to challenge an almighty. However, Jin Wushuang definitely had the capability to. Jin Wushuang, I should have never offended you, nor should I have offended lineage of Star, right? Sir God Lu Yin looked coldly at Jin Wushuang. You didn't, but I really have to get the Taiching ancient panaceas. So, I'm sorry, Jin Wushuang smiled. If so, there's nothing much to say. I heard long ago that you are known as the top genius in eternal chaotic world, and also an inverse cultivator. You just became an eternal chaotic real god, and you could fight against a Sir God. I'd like to see it in person today. Sir God Lu Yin's face grew cold. What tricks do you have? Go ahead and perform them. Jin Wushuang said with confidence. Excuse my immodesty. Sir God Lu Yin's gaze grew sharp. Hong. The void quivered, and a boundless divine power suddenly flowed out. It then formed huge gale dragons in front of Sir God Lu Yin. Every single gale dragon was 100 zhang long. There were more than 100 of gale dragons of that size that formed instantly and roared simultaneously. Then, they pounded at Jin Wushuang among the fierce winds. Jin Wushuang could only feel a terrifying storm pressing at him, and he immediately withdrew Blood Mountain Sword. Virum. There was a soaring sword in tension that seemed to be tearing everything apart. Jin Wushuang stood there facing the wine, but the surrounding people saw his figure vanish into thin air like a sharp sword that was going to pierce the sky. He raised Blood Mountain Sword high in the sky, and there were shrill crimson sword shadows that appeared in the void instantly. Every single crimson sword shadow could destroy heaven and earth and was sufficient to strike fear in the hearts of the surrounding real gods, including those chaotic real gods. In an instant, there were 61 crimson sword shadows that carried such power which appeared in the air. The 61 crimson sword shadows appeared and were immediately superposed onto one another. 10,000 waves break. Jin Wushuang's voice shook the earth, and he slashed Blood Mountain Sword downwards. The brand new sword shadow made of the 61 crimson sword shadows suddenly swung out. The sword shadow soared and instantly tore the gale dragons that were charging towards him into pieces. Then, in a short time, it swept out the gale dragon. There were some that were cut across from the middle and broke apart too. The boundless divine power spread in all directions, but suddenly, there was a hole in the middle of the divine power. A figure stepped out from the opening. He was Sir God Lu Yin. There was murderous intention in his eyes. His right hand became a claw, and he pounded at Jin Wushuang to claw the void. The sharp claw magnified, and it was like a dragon's claw at an unbelievable speed. The claw caught Jin Wushuang, and Jin Wushuang's body instantly shattered into pieces. Sir God Lu Yin wasn't surprised at the sight, but he looked solemn. The one he clawed at was only a shadow. Virum. Virum. There were 2 ear-piercing noises. Although the sound wasn't loud, Sir God Lu Yin heard it clearly. Then, there were 2 rays of golden light next to him as well. The two rays of golden light were brilliant and extremely fast in speed. Sir God Luin waved, and there were two flowing lights that swept out too. Dang! Dang! There was a loud clash, and the two golden lights were shaken off. However, Sir God Luin took a few steps back before he steadied himself too. Then, there were two flywheels that appeared in his hand. One of them was white, and the other one was black. They gave out a unique aura which was quite creepy. In the void before Sir God Luin, Jin Wushuang stood there with one hand holding his sword. In front of him, the two Hongjun golden swords were each on both sides of his body. Those are the golden swords that you used to injure Sir God Qianlong? Sir God Luin glanced at the two Hongjun golden sword and his gaze was cold. They are quite powerful, but I wonder how are they against my life and death flywheels? Why not give it a try? Then, you'll know. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. Because he had known that he would run into Sir God Luin, he had already read through some information about Sir God Luin on his way there. He knew that Sir God Luin was one of the top Sir Gods. Compared to Sir God Qianlong that he had fought with previously, he was much stronger and Sir God Luin was best with his life and death flywheels. The two flywheels represented life and death each and displayed Sir God Lu Yin's comprehension of life and death doctrine flawlessly. Life and death doctrine, one of the 9 heaven god doctrine, focused on being creepy. Die! Jin Wushuang bellowed, and the two Hongjun golden swords that were floating in the air suddenly shook and turned into two resplendent golden lights. They burst out and left two golden straight lines in the void. On the other hand, Sir God Luin drove his two flywheels. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flywheels flew past the void and the speed was shockingly fast too. Dang! 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 The repeated clashing noise rang in the void. Both parties gave full play to their divine powers and comprehension towards doctrines respectively. Hongjun golden sword and the black and white flywheel that represented life and death clashed again and again. Just the overflowing power that spread was enough to rip a huge black hole in the void. Occasionally, the impact spread to the border of the battlefield and a large number of experts were terrified. The battle was a vigorous fight between almighties. It wasn't a fight that any universe gods or real gods at the scene could get involved in. Even if one were a chaotic real god, they reckoned the chaotic real god might be exterminated by the power of the exchange blows. Hong, hong, hong. The void was torn apart again and again, but it recovered again and again. The battle between the two was becoming white-hot. Chapter 1723, Leaving Leisurely. Chapter 1723, Leaving Leisurely. For you to be able to fight with my life and death flywheels like this, your golden swords are really peculiar. No wonder Sir God Qianlong suffered great losses at your hands. However, although the golden swords are strong and your divine power is not weak, your level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei is too low. Sir God Lu Yin's eyes were glowing with a shrill light like lightning. All of a sudden, his white and black flywheels combined and formed a completely new flywheel. Fusion of life and death, kill. Sir God Lu Yin gave a cry. The new black and white flywheel then unleashed an incomparable speed instantly and clashed with the two Hongjun golden swords. Clang, clang. Too low, deep sounds could be heard. The two Hongjun golden swords were actually sent flying unreasonably for hundreds of miles. As for the black and white flywheel, it seemed to be not hindered at all, and it continued to head toward Jin Wushuang. What? Jin Wushuang's expression changed. He did not expect the combined power of Sir God's Lu Yin two flywheels to be so powerful. He then released his divine power immediately. Ancient God's secret skill. 8 divine mountains. Bang, 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 bang. Loud sounds could be heard repeatedly. All of a sudden, golden, lofty divine mountains descended. Every golden divine mountain was 100,000 feet tall, and they were emitting brilliant golden light that was dazzling. Moreover, there was a total of 8 divine mountains. The 8 golden divine mountains appeared in front of Jin Wushuang and acted as 8 protective screens. The black and white flywheel headed over with lightning speed, and the frightening power that it contained destroyed the first 7 divine mountains instantly. However, it was stopped by the 8th divine mountain, the final divine mountain. What strong power! 7 of the 8 divine mountains that I have unleashed with my full power were actually destroyed instantly. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with shock. The 8 divine mountains was the only defense-type secret skill among the ancient god's secret skills, and it was extremely powerful. When it was unleashed with Jian Wushuang's current divine power, it could stop the attacks of normal Sir Gods easily. However, for the flywheel of Sir God Lu Yin, although the 8 divine mountains had stopped it, the 8 divine mountains had reached their limits as well. Haha, as expected of Sir God Lu Yin, your abilities are indeed impressive. Today, I, Jian Wushuang, have learnt a great lesson from you. I shall take my leave now. A hearty and loud laugh echoed across the universe. The 2 Hongjun golden swords had already returned to Jian Wushuang and were put into Jian Wushuang's Qian Kuren ring. As for Jian Wushuang, he turned his body straight away and was about to leave. You wish to run? Sir God Lu Yin's face turned cold. Don't think of escaping without leaving the Taiqing ancient panaceas behind. Haha, what a joke. If I want to escape, do you think that you can stop me? Jian Wushuang laughed disdainfully. By activating the secret skill Flowing Light Phantom, thousands upon thousands of shadows appeared. At the same time, he also unleashed the secret skill of Dragon Blood. The moment he unleashed the secret skill of Dragon Blood, his speed rose greatly. In addition, Jian Wushuang had comprehended the space-time doctrine, and he had always been proficient in speed to begin with. Hence, he had already escaped very far away in an instant. Sir God Lu Yin wanted to give chase. However, he was unable to catch up to him at all. In the void, Sir God Lu Yin's figure had already stopped moving. As he looked in the direction that Jian Wushuang disappeared to, his body trembled and he was filled with dissatisfaction. Jian Wushuang, I shall remember what happened today. Sir God Lu Yin clenched both his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with flames of fury. In the surrounding void, when the experts from the 16 holy kingdoms witnessed such a scene, all of them had extremely puzzled expressions. In their eyes, Sir God Lu Yin was an invincible existence. However, on that very day, Sir God Lu Yin was made a fool of by someone else and he had suffered a great loss. Moreover, the person who had caused that was merely a real god. His name was Jian Wushuang, the number 1 on the real god ranking list. After leaving the Yuming Mountain, Jian Wushuang slowed down and he moved forward in the void slowly. Sir God Lu Yin. No wonder he has such a big reputation in the eternal chaotic world. His abilities are really not fake, Jian Wushuang gasped in admiration. In actual fact, when comparing abilities for real, Sir God Lu Yin was indeed slightly stronger than him, and Jian Wushuang agreed with this point. If they were to go all out, Jian Wushuang would only have a slight chance at victory by unleashing all his trump cards. However, Sir God Lu Yin was too careless, and he had allowed Jian Wushuang to obtain the Taiqing ancient panaceas first, obtaining the absolute opportunity as a result. Originally, he had thought that everything was under his control. Without the need to even show himself, someone would naturally present the Taiqing ancient panaceas to him obediently. However, he totally did not expect me to participate in this fight as well, Jian Wushuang laughed. The Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu was Sir God Lu Yin's territory, and he knew everything inside out. He knew that apart from him, no other Almighty was present in the whole Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu. Other than that, he naturally did not need to worry about the group of real gods. Even if the Taiqing ancient panaceas were to fall into the hands of Jian Wushuang, he was also not worried in the slightest. It was only after he knew of Jian Wushuang's abilities and identity that he started to feel anxious. However, by then, it was already too late. The Taiqing ancient panaceas had already fallen into the hands of Jian Wushuang. Although he was slightly stronger than Jian Wushuang, he was still unable to kill Jian Wushuang. As such, there was nothing he could do to Jian Wushuang. However, if it were another Almighty who came, Sir God Lu Yin would definitely be extremely vigilant, and he would have come personally to get the Taiqing ancient panaceas a long time ago. Luck, Jin Wushuang murmured. For him to obtain the Taiching ancient panaceas this time around, it was indeed partially down to luck. As for him provoking Sir God Lu Yin as a result of that, Jin Wushuang was not concerned in the slightest bit. Sir God Lu Yin was just a Sir God, and at present he was unable to do anything against Jin Wushuang. As for the future, he would be completely unable to do anything against Jin Wushuang. As Jin Wushuang traveled, he left the boundaries of the holy kingdom of real Wushu in no time. In a black void, with a swing of Jin Wushuang's hands, He Xiu, who was stored in the Blood Mountain sword, was released. I am He Xiu. Greetings to Lord. He Xiu greeted Jin Wushuang respectfully. His eyes were filled with a great amount of admiration and excitement. Previously, Jin Wushuang had put him inside the Blood Mountain sword so that it would be more convenient for him to bring him out of the holy kingdom of real Wushu. Inside the Blood Mountain sword, he was not restrained at all, and he could see everything that occurred outside clearly. He had witnessed Jin Wushuang and the legendary Sir God Lu Yin fighting clearly. Moreover, they were fighting head-on. However, in the end, Sir God Lu Yin was unable to do anything to Jin Wushuang. It was obvious that although Jin Wushuang was only a real god, his fighting capabilities were of the level of an almighty. Since an almighty was standing in front of him, so He Xiu was naturally respectful. I have already fulfilled your request to bring you out of the holy kingdom of real Wushu. Hence, neither of us owe each other anything now, Jin Wushuang said. After speaking, Jin Wushuang turned to leave. Wait, He Xiu spoke hurriedly. Chapter 1724, Registered Disciple. Chapter 1724, Registered Disciple. What's the matter? Jin Wushuang glanced at He Xiu. He Xiu took a deep breath, and he then immediately knelt before Jin Wushuang and said, I earnestly request for Mr. to take me on as your disciple. I will definitely serve you for the rest of my life. Disciple? Jin Wushuang squinted his eyes. He had only taken in one disciple officially in his life. It was Lin Lonback in Ancient Worlds, who had really formally been apprenticed to him. As for Qian Hu that he had met in Qing Tian Mystery Land during his third inverse cultivation test, although he gave pointers to him, strictly speaking, Qian Hu wasn't his disciple, and he had yet to reach the criteria to be his disciple. However, He Xiu before him. Frankly speaking, Jin Wushuang quite liked He Xiu. He liked him mainly because of his disposition. He was determined. He had a mad heart that was daring to give his all and bet his all, regardless of if it was when he hid in Yuming Mountains and the experts from the surrounding 16 holy kingdoms couldn't find him for over 20 years, or when he had made his last best with the Taiching ancient panaceas when he had no way to go. Jin Wushuang was in awe of what he did. However, Jin Wushuang didn't intend to take on any disciples. He Xiu, I heard that you're good with swords? Jin Wushuang looked at He Xiu. Yes, He Xiu nodded heavily. Show me. Jin Wushuang looked calm. He flipped his hand, and there was a long sword in his hand. Show me all you've got. He Xiu stood up and looked at Jin Wushuang in front of him. His face grew solemn. He knew that Jin Wushuang had given him a chance. The chance was hard to come by, and there was only one. He had to grasp it. He took a deep breath. Then there was a crimson sword in He Xiu's hands too. The crimson sword looked rather vicious. Suddenly, He Xiu moved. There was a sudden crimson light, and it was piercingly cold, yet enchanting. The moment it appeared, it substituted the lights in the universe. He Xiu concentrated his understanding of swordsmanship over the years and all his power into the stroke. That stroke was already a real god level of unique skill. Looking at the crimson light, Jin Wushuang was surprised. He had originally thought He Xiu was only an ordinary family disciple of a holy kingdom. Although he was a genius, Jin Wushuang couldn't be bothered with a genius in a holy kingdom. When he saw He Xiu's actions, Jin Wushuang realized that he was wrong. Genius was normally found where it was least expected. He Xiu was absolutely a genius. He should have turned into universe god in the third heaven not long ago, but he already created real god-level unique skill. Most importantly, He has already comprehended a slight bit of power of Heaven Way. Jian Wushuang could clearly feel that there was a slight bit of extermination power in He Xiu's stroke. Although his comprehension level was low, and he had merely comprehended a slight bit, it was impressive for a universe god. 100 universe gods on universe god ranking list. He Xiu will at least be in the top 50, Jian Wushuang complimented as he moved. A simple yet calm stroke, as though it didn't contain any power, but it happened to hit He Xiu's crimson sword. He Xiu's sword momentum instantly dissolved, and he staggered. He couldn't help but took a few steps back. How did it happen? He Xiu looked surprised. He obviously had yet to respond. He saw Jian Wushuang's stroke didn't contain much power, nor contain much mystery. He didn't even use any power of Heaven Way, but he broke his sword momentum so easily. Sword principle. It's his understanding of sword principle. Mr.'s understanding of sword principle is far beyond my imagination. He Xiu clenched his hand tightly, and there was a great commotion in his heart. Jian Wushuang's eyes were twinkling with curiosity too. No matter if it is his swordsmanship, comprehension of power of heaven, or his talent, they are all extremely good. Plus, his disposition is great. He Xiu, Jian Wushuang looked at him. Mr. He Xiu replied politely. You are quite powerful. In swordsmanship, you're highly talented too. You are really a genius that is hard to come by. If it were to be any other swordsman, I think they would be dying to take you on as their disciple, but I'm different. Jian Wushuang said coldly, my focus is to chase more power. I hardly have the time to teach a disciple. If you really want to be under me, I can only take you in as a registered disciple and give you simple guidance. As for if I would take you on as a lineal disciple, it depends on your capability and performance. Are you willing? Of course I am. He Xiu looked thrilled. He immediately knelt down before Jian Wushuang and kowtowed politely. Disciple, He Xiu, greets master. Get up then, Jian Wushuang waved, and He Xiu felt a bolt of energy that guided him to stand up on his feet instantly. As you are my disciple, you should know my name. I am Jian Wushuang, from lineage of Star. Also, I am an inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang said. Inverse cultivator? He Xiu was surprised. He had heard about inverse cultivators, but he didn't know much. I'll bring you back to lineage of Star first. As for other matters, you'll slowly find out, Jian Wushuang said. He Xiu nodded, but he suddenly paused. Oh yeah, master. One more thing, it's about this. He Xiu flipped his wrist, and there was a weird-looking jade sword in his hand. The jade sword was made of an unknown jade. Even Jian Wushuang couldn't determine it. The jade sword obviously didn't look like it was for killing, but it should be something like a token. What is this? Jian Wushuang was confused. The jade sword is like the Taiching ancient panacea. My father found them in Sir Goddan Hong's cave dwelling. My father told me that the jade sword was related to a great opportunity, and he told me to take good care of it. As for what the opportunity is, he had no idea either, He Xiu replied honestly. Opportunity? Jian Wushuang was interested. Then, he recalled the information that Yu Ming Pub provided. It had said that not only did he family receive the 9 Taiching ancient panaceas from Sir Goddan Hong's cave dwelling, they had also got an opportunity, but no one knew what opportunity it was. The people who chased after He Xiu were attracted the Taiching ancient panaceas, and they forgot about the opportunity. It seemed like the opportunity would be the jade sword. But, looking at the jade sword itself, Jian Wushuang had no idea what it represented. Wait till Hall Master Yuan and the others see the jade sword. They might know the origin of the jade sword, Jian Wushuang thought. He Xiu, let's go. Follow me back to the lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang said. He Xiu naturally followed Jian Wushuang obediently. The two of them sat in the spaceship as it traveled to lineage of Star directly. Chapter 1725, Blood Cloud Palace. Chapter 1725, Blood Cloud Palace. Jian Wushuang and He Xiu appeared in a gorgeous and brilliant Milky Way. This is the Milky Way, and this is the base of the lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang brought He Xiu along with him and walked in the stretch of Milky Way slowly. Along the way, he introduced the lineage of star to He Xiu continuously. As He Xiu listened, he became extremely shocked. Previously, he had grown up in the holy kingdom of real Wushu. Although he had heard of the 10 sanctuaries, he had never really gone there before. It was not until then that he knew how prosperous the 10 sanctuaries were, and a holy kingdom could not be compared to them. For example, the lineage of Star was a huge monster to him, and it was many times bigger and more powerful than the holy kingdom of real Wushu that he had been in previously. As Jian Wushuang introduced the lineage of Star, he also sighed with emotion. It should be known that tens of thousands of years ago, when Lei Chao had brought him to the lineage of Star for the first time, his expression had been the same as He Xiu's. In a flash, tens of thousands of years had passed. At that moment, he was one of the hall masters of the lineage of Star, and he was known for his mighty name in the eternal chaotic world. As for He Xiu, it was also unknown what he would become tens of thousands of years later. In no time, Jian Wushuang brought He Xiu along with him and entered the base of the lineage of Star for real. They then walked around randomly amidst the group of buildings. Along the way, they came across quite a number of experts of disciples of the lineage of Star. When those people saw Jian Wushuang, they became extremely respectful. That's Hall Master Wushuang, the most impressive genius in the whole history of the lineage of Star. Although Hall Master Wushuang is not an almighty, he is still superior to almighties. On the real God ranking list, he is ranked first. Some older disciples were giving some introductions or bragging to the new disciples. Of course, they also noticed the existence of He Xiu. Who is that person? Hall Master Wushuang actually showed him the way personally? Even Star Palace disciples don't have the right for him to do that, right? This person should be Hall Master Wushuang's disciple. Disciple? At once, gazes which were filled with envy looked in the direction of He Xiu. With Jian Wushuang's current abilities and position, there were many disciples in the eternal chaotic world who were fighting to get him to be their master. However, they did not have the luck for that to happen. In spite of that, He Xiu still became his disciple. As such, everyone else was jealous of him. Jian Wushuang brought He Xiu with him and walked randomly around the lineage of Star. During the walk, he gave some simple explanations regarding some of the places of opportunities as well as their uses. After that, he brought He Xiu with him and came to the cave that Hall Master Yuan lived in. Jian Wushuang, how did it go with the divine pond of absolute beginning? Hall Master Yuan questioned straight away when he saw Jian Wushuang. Originally, it was very smooth. However, some changes occurred later on. Jian Wushuang gave a simple explanation as to what had happened to the divine pond of absolute beginning. Those dark powerhouses have actually set their eyes on the divine pond of absolute beginning? Hall Master Yuan's eyes squinted. What a pity. If you were given a longer period of time, your abilities would have risen greatly again. It's indeed a pity, Jian Wushuang laughed helplessly. This little kid beside you is? Hall Master Yuan glanced at He Xiu. This is a little kid who I came across during my journey. He is called He Xiu, and he is now my registered disciple, Jian Wushuang said. Oh! Hall Master Yuan's eyes brightened. He knew about Jian Wushuang's abilities. For someone to catch the eyes of Jian Wushuang and be accepted as his disciple, even if he were just a registered disciple, he would definitely be not too bad. I am He Xiu. Greetings to Hall Master Yuan. He Xiu greeted him respectfully. This little kid's talents are not too bad, and he has already comprehended a small bit of the power of destruction. As for abilities, he should be able to get into the top 50 of the Universe God ranking list, Jian Wushuang said. Top 50? Not bad, not bad. Hall Master Yuan was beaming with joy. It should be known that not just anyone could get into the Universe God ranking list. Although the lineage of Star had genius disciples in the Universe God ranking list, there were so few of them that it was pathetic. For example, when Jian Wushuang was still a Universe God, excluding Jian Wushuang himself, there were only 2 other geniuses who were in the Universe God ranking list in the lineage of Star. Moreover, the 2 people did not have very high rankings. As for He Xiu, He already possessed the fighting capabilities to get into the top 50 of the universe god ranking list when he had only just entered the lineage of Star. After training for a period of time with the aid of the lineage of Star's resources, he would definitely be able to get into the top 10 of the universe god ranking list. Although his future could not be compared to Jin Wushuang's, there was still a very high possibility of him becoming a top chaotic real god. Such a kind of genius was exactly what the lineage of Star had been looking for. The lineage of Star's rules are strict. Although you are Hall Master Wushuang's disciple, the rules cannot be changed. Hence, you are currently a normal disciple of the lineage of Star. In no time, there will be a battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace. Then, if you were to perform well, you could become a Star Palace disciple and obtain even more resources, Hall Master Yuan said. I understand, Hishou nodded his head. All right, let me first get someone to bring you around. Hall Master Yuan instructed an elder to bring Hishou around personally at once. After Hishou left, only Jin Wushuang and Hall Master Yuan remained in the cave. Hall Master Yuan, this time around, I obtained a special item from the outside. Can you help me take a look and tell me what it is? Jin Wushuang took out the jade sword. After Hall Master Yuan received the jade sword, he played with it in his hands for a while, and his expression turned grave gradually. Jin Wushuang, where did you get this jade sword? Hall Master Yuan questioned. Upon seeing Hall Master Yuan's expression, Jin Wushuang understood that Hall Master Yuan already knew about the jade sword's origin. This jade sword was given to me by He Xie. Jin Wushuang gave an explanation regarding how the jade sword came about, as well as his experience in the Yuming Mountain. Sir God Danhong? It's actually Sir God Danhong's cave? Hall Master Yuan was shocked. Hall Master Yuan, could it be that you do not know about the appearance of Sir God Danhong's cave? Jin Wushuang was baffled. Of course I don't know. Hall Master Yuan shook his head and laughed. Jin Wushuang, since you have joined the Sanctuary Alliance, you probably do not have a good understanding of some matters in the higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance. The higher-ups of the Sanctuary Alliance refers to a group of almighties, and there are social circles within them. For example, experts who travel alone have a social circle with other experts who travel alone. As for people like us who come from powerhouses, we have our own social circle as well. For Sir God Danhong's cave appearing in the Holy Kingdom of Real Wushu, which is outside the sanctuaries, perhaps some of the almighties in the Sanctuary Alliance have already known about it. However, they will not spread this piece of news intentionally. Moreover, Sir God Luin has definitely come by to talk to them. For you to be able to get this piece of news from Sir God Mad Dog, it's also thanks to luck. Jin Wushuang could not help laughing. Indeed, if not for Sir God Mad Dog, he would also not know about the Taiching ancient panaceas. Sir God Mad Dog was an expert who traveled alone. Moreover, he was extremely strange. Hence, there were many ways for him to obtain information. Then this jade sword is? Jin Wushuang looked at Hall Master Yuan. If I am not wrong, this jade sword should be one of the keepsakes of the Blood Cloud Palace, Hall Master Yuan said earnestly. Chapter 1726, The First Era. Chapter 1726, The First Era. Blood Cloud Palace? Jin Wushuang was confused. Blood Cloud Palace is a special place in the third layer, Hall Master Yuan explained. In the 8th layer, the 6th, 7th, and 8th layer are ordinary. The biggest threat derives from Star Demon Clan. However, besides the 3 layers, the remaining 5 layers are battlefields left behind from the First Era or ancient times. Not only are there star demons, but there are also various dangers. Where there's danger, there are, of course, opportunities. Jin Wushuang was surprised. He knew the 8th layer to a certain extent. He also knew that besides the lair of Star Demon Clan, the 8 layers were huge battlefields. The battlefields were segregated into 2 kinds. One was a battlefield from ancient times, which was of a higher level, also most mysterious. Among the 8 layers, it was said that only the first layer was the true battlefield left from ancient times. As for the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers, they were battlefields left from the First Era. The so-called First Era was a new era after ancient times ended. Ancient God Emperor, who was supreme in ancient God tribe, was a super expert that was famous during the First Era. However, the First Era didn't last long because it was destroyed after a huge war. Then, the Second Era started, which was the eternal chaotic world that Jian Wushuang was currently in. Ancient times, First Era, Second Era, three different eras, but Ancient Times was the strongest. The First Era is far behind compared to Ancient Times, but it is also far stronger than the current eternal chaotic world, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He knew that the universe that he was in, as they reproduced and as the time flew past, the overall power of cultivators was sliding down, and sliding down massively. In ancient times, it would have been prosperous. There were countless experts. Whichever one would be a supreme existence in the current era. There were even rumors in eternal chaotic world that said an emperor god was nothing back in ancient times. Jian Wushuang was once in the independent space. He had seen a painting of war in ancient times before Long Qi's master's coffin. The painting showed clearly how scary the experts in the war were. The First Era, although it wasn't as strong as in ancient times, had also given birth to a 10-star ancient god superb expert like ancient god emperor. However, in eternal chaotic world, also during the Second Era, forget about experts who could be compared favorably with those in ancient times. Even experts like ancient god emperor didn't exist. The strongest in the current era was great emperor. It was widely acknowledged. It was because the ancient times and the First Era were much stronger than the current era. The battlefield that they had left behind was so attractive to the experts in eternal chaotic world. Many Almighties opted to wander in the second to the fifth layer. It wasn't because they wanted to hunt the star demons, but because they were going for the battlefield from the First Era. They were going for the opportunities on the battlefield. In the third layer, there were many special places. There are four most famous places, and Blood Cloud Palace is one of them. Blood Cloud Palace was left behind by a strong great emperor in the First Era. The great emperor could be in the top 3 among all expert of great emperor level in the First Era. In the current eternal chaotic world, there shouldn't be anyone who could match him. In the Blood Cloud Palace that he left behind, there are great opportunities. However, Blood Cloud Palace will only open once in a very long time. Every time it opens, only one with a designated token can enter, and that's what this Jade Sword is. It is said that the token for Blood Cloud Palace are 10 Jade Swords. There is a total of 6 unearthed Jade Swords, and there are 4 that have yet to be found. I never expected Sir Goddan Hong, who passed away so long ago, to have had one of the Jade Swords and been hiding it. Hall Master Yuan sighed. Jian Wushuang heard, and he was complimenting in silence. From Hall Master Yuan's story, Jian Wushuang could tell the value of the Jade Sword. It was a palace left behind by a top great emperor from the First Era. The value should be unbelievably high if even a great emperor would be tempted. Although the Jade Sword was merely a token, it was priceless. If he were to take it out, it might stir up a crazy fight among all Almighties. Jian Wushuang had only received such a treasure out of sheer luck. Hall Master Yuan, when will be the next time Blood Cloud Palace opens? Jian Wushuang asked. I happen to know, but it's a pity as it is a long wait for you, Hall Master Yuan said. How long exactly? Jian Wushuang asked closely. 8 million years. Hall Master Yuan answered. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Ever since he was born and had started cultivation, it had only been tens of thousands of years. The next opening would be another 8 million years? Maybe to other Almighties, 8 million years was nothing, as many Almighties could live for very long, far longer than 8 million years. However, to Jian Wushuang, it was really a long wait. Jian Wushuang, although you can't use the Jade Sword for now, it is priceless. Keep it carefully. Who knows when you might need to use it, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. He then put the Jade Sword in his Qian Kuren ring and intentionally put it in an obvious spot. After Jian Wushuang left from Hall Master Yuan's place, he returned to his sword star. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang sat down. There was a jade bottle floating in front of his face. In the jade bottle, there were elixirs that make one's mouth water. There was a total of 9. Jian Wushuang poured one Taiqing ancient panacea out from the bottle. He then consumed it without hesitation. The moment the elixir entered his body, it instantly turned into billowing divine power that Jian Wushuang absorbed and transformed. The speed of absorption and transformation was shockingly fast. 3 days later, in Jian Wushuang's body, the 89th drop of ultimate divine power droplets precipitated, and he expended less than half of the divine power in the Taiqing Ancient Panacea. Taiqing Ancient Panacea lives up to its name. This elixir is so efficient. Jian Wushuang was beaming with joy. With less than half the elixir, he had already precipitated the 89th drop of ultimate divine power droplet. If he were to absorb the Taiqing Ancient Panacea fully, Jian Wushuang reckoned he should be able to precipitate the 90th ultimate divine power droplet. And he had a total of 9 Taiqing Ancient Panaceas. Although it is said that it will be more difficult in the later stages of precipitating ultimate divine power droplets, I have 9 Taiqing Ancient Panaceas. Even if I can't reach the extreme limit of my divine power, I reckon I shouldn't be too far away from it. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. With anticipation, he continued to absorb the elixir. Chapter 1727, Made a Move. Chapter 1727, Made a Move. In a lofty, black divine hall in a vast dark land. Under the protection of many guards which were covered in dim light, a black-robed figure knelt down respectfully and handed a token over. Lord, this is the assassination plan for Jian Wushuang. If the plan is carried out, the success rate will definitely be higher than 90%, the black-robed figure said respectfully. The lofty, dark divine hall became quiet for a long time. Finally, this plan will expose quite a number of things. However, if we are able to kill Jian Wushuang, it will be worth it. Go ahead. A gloomy and hoarse voice could be heard from all directions. It was obvious that the Lord had already approved of the plan. The black-robed figure was extremely delighted, and he started to put the plan into effect. For the 8 layers, the lower the number of the layer, the more dangerous it was. For the first layer to the 5th layer, only almighties dared to travel there. As for the 6th layer, normally, real gods traveled there. However, for real gods who dared to travel in the 6th layer, they would possess fighting capabilities that allowed them to get into the real god ranking list at the very least. Just then, at the core region of the 6th layer, an emaciated figure which was covered in a crimson robe was hidden in the void. Under the crimson hood, a pair of strange gray eyes were revealed, and they were looking at the front. At the end of his sight, there was a figure. It was a handsome man who wore a loose and long robe. He was moving forward slowly. His expression was cold, and his eyes looked around the surroundings from time to time. He was extremely vigilant. However, although the handsome man was extremely vigilant, he did not notice the crimson-robed man who was behind him. Hee, that's Lei Chao of the lineage of Star. He is only ranked 27th in the real god ranking list. However, he still dares to travel in the core region of the 6th layer alone. He is really quite daring. However, it's a pity that you are someone from the lineage of Star. Moreover, your relationship with Jian Wushuang is not too bad. Hence, I can only say that I'm sorry. While wearing a cold smile, the crimson-robed man approached Lei Chao slowly. In a secret room in the Sword Star of the lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang had sat down with his legs crossed to train for 3 months. During the 3 months, he had completely absorbed the divine power in the 9 Taiqing ancient panaceas. After absorbing all the divine power completely, Jian Wushuang had a puzzled expression. In his body, there were ultimate divine power water droplets floating about. By counting them, there was a total of 90 droplets of ultimate divine power. That's right. There were 99 droplets, and he was only 1 droplet away from the 100 ultimate divine power water droplets needed to make a breakthrough to stage 3 ultimate real god. Moreover, for the last droplet, he had accumulated quite a great portion of it, and only a small portion was left. It was just a little bit more. He was just one step away from precipitating the 100th droplet of ultimate divine power. In the end, it is still lacking slightly, Jian Wushuang murmured. Although he felt that it was a pity, he was not too concerned. After all, the effects of the 9 Taiching ancient panaceas had already exceeded his expectations. The current him only lacked a small portion of divine power. For this small portion of divine power, he did not need any opportunities. By just relying on his own training or absorbing the demon cores that he had obtained back then, he would probably be able to make a breakthrough. 1,000 years. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly and his eyes glowed brilliantly. For the current him, by relying on the Hongjun golden swords, as well as the many unique skills and secret skills of the ancient god, he could gain a firm foothold among the Sur gods, and he was very close to the top. However, if he were able to take another step forward and achieve Stage 3 Ultimate Real God, his divine power and body would achieve the level of an Emperor God. By then, his abilities as a whole would rise greatly. I cannot rush. I must take it slow and go with the flow. Jian Wushuang laughed. After that, he walked out of the secret room. After walking out of the secret room, Jian Wushuang got the news that Elder Wu Liang had come. Moreover, he had also been waiting for him in the Sword Star for quite a few days. Within a lofty hall, Elder Wu Liang, Jian Wushuang wore a smile and walked toward Elder Wu Liang. Hallmaster Wushuang, Elder Wu Liang was filled with respect. However, he also had mixed feelings. It should be known that thousands of years ago, he had invited Jian Wushuang to help them to hunt down real god Shiju. As for Jian Wushuang, after he had obtained the token of the Fairy Palace's legacy from real god Shiju, he joined the Sanctuary Alliance officially. After that, in a short thousands of years, he had risen greatly. To date, Jian Wushuang could compete against an almighty, and he was one of the hall masters of the lineage of Star. Hence, Jian Wushuang was an existence that he looked up to. Elder Wu Liang, since you have come to look for me, is there something wrong? Jian Wushuang questioned while laughing. There's a matter, and it is related to you, Elder Wu Liang said. Oh. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. It's like this. A few days ago, someone from the Parting Hatred Island sent a message over saying that a cultivator from the lineage of Star had been captured by them after killing their disciples. At present, she is being imprisoned in the Parting Hatred Island. After taking into account the fact that she is from the lineage of Star, they did not kill her on the spot. Instead, they wanted to have a discussion with the lineage of Star with regards to how to resolve the problem, Elder Wu Liang said. Just like that? Jian Wushuang had a perplexed expression. This should be a small matter that was too insignificant to mention. Hence, wouldn't it be insufficient to make him feel alarmed? Could it be that the cultivator is someone who I know? Jian Wushuang questioned. That's right. She's called Xiaoyu, and she is your maid, Elder Wu Liang said. Jian Wushuang's expression changed at once. Xiaoyu? She was the housekeeper of the Sword Star. As Jian Wushuang had always been traveling outside, Xiaoyu had been in charge of taking care of the Sword Star. Xiaoyu had always been loyal to Jian Wushuang. As such, Jian Wushuang was not stingy, and he had given her quite a lot of training resources. Moreover, not long ago, Xiaoyu had gone out to train as she had encountered a bottleneck and, to date, she had still not returned. However, who could have known that Xiaoyu had actually been captured by the Parting Hatred Island? Elder Wu Liang, what is the background of the Parting Hatred Island? Jian Wushuang questioned. He had some understanding of some extremely powerful big powerhouses and big sects within the Sanctuary Alliance. However, he had never heard of the Parting Hatred Island. The Parting Hatred Island is a powerhouse within the Purple Moon Sanctuary. However, it is not considered a big powerhouse. Within the Parting Hatred Island, there is not even one almighty, and it cannot be compared to the lineage of Star, Elder Wu Liang said. However, the Parting Hatred Island is not in the Starland. Moreover, Xiaoyu, who has been captured, is not a disciple of the lineage of Star. Instead, she is a normal cultivator. Thus, the Parting Hatred Island had the guts to capture her, and they even sent a message over saying that they will give her a small punishment. Jian Wushuang understood. If it were a disciple of the lineage of Star or a genius disciple of the Star Palace, the parting Hatred Island would not have the guts to punish him. However, Chiou was merely a maid, and her position was considered extremely low in the lineage of Star. Therefore, the parting Hatred Island naturally dared to punish her. Elder Wu Liang, did you find out why Chiou wanted to kill the disciples of the parting Hatred Island? Jian Wushuang questioned. I have found out about it. It's because of the fact that a universe god in the parting Hatred Island is her sworn enemy. She once had an older brother who died at the hands of that universe god in the parting Hatred Island. As such, Chiou took action against them. However, it's a pity that she was captured by the experts of the parting Hatred Island before she was able to kill the universe god, Elder Wu Liang said. Chapter 1728, Parting Hatred Island. Chapter 1728, Parting Hatred Island. I see, Jian Wushuang understood. This girl. Why didn't she tell me she was in trouble? Chiou was Jian Wushuang's maidservant, and she had Jian Wushuang's communication token. During the time she was training, Jian Wushuang would send her messages to ask about her progress occasionally. Chiou could totally send him a message about what happened, or just use his name when she was caught in Parting Hatred Island. Then, Parting Hatred Island wouldn't dare to do anything. However, Chiou didn't. She had only said that she was from lineage of Star. Elder Wu Liang, please send a message to Parting Hatred Island. Tell them that lineage of Star will send an expert over to discuss it. Tell them to not touch a single strand of Chiou's hair before the expert from lineage of Star arrive, Jian Wushuang said. All right. As long as we have lineage of Star command it, Parting Hatred Island won't have the guts to lay a finger on Chiou. Elder Wu Liang smiled. Oh yeah. Why don't I send a deacon elderly over to take care of this? Or I'll head over myself. It's all right. Jian Wushuang shook his head. I'll go. You'll go? Elder Wu Liang stared. Parting Hatred Island wasn't a great force within Purple Moon Sanctuary. They were merely had two chaotic real gods. Lineage of Star could send any deacon elderly over and bring Chiou back easily. Jian Wushuang was in such a distinguished position. Go and send the message. I'll depart now. Jian Wushuang didn't delay but departed in the direction of the Parting Hatred Island sect. On the other hand, Elder Wu Liang sent a message to Parting Hatred Island as instructed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang only took a few days' time to reach Parting Hatred Island via wormhole. This is Parting Hatred Island? Jian Wushuang overlooked a huge island covered by a formation. Even though it was only a second-grade force in the 10 sanctuaries, the sect looked quite dignified. Jian Wushuang's body turned illusionary and appeared before Parting Hatred Island's entrance. There were a few disciples guarding at the entrance. Please report to your higher-ups that Jian Wushuang from Lineage of Star is here to visit, Jian Wushuang smiled. Please hang on a moment. The registered disciples of Parting Hatred Island were only universe gods. They weren't experienced, and they had never heard of Jian Wushuang's name. However, they should be able to tell that Jian Wushuang was a real god. As a real god came to visit personally, they couldn't behave sloppily and immediately went into the island to report. Jian Wushuang wasn't in a hurry and was waiting patiently at the entrance. With his power, he could totally barge into Parting Hatred Island and bring Chiou away forcibly. The experts in Parting Hatred Island definitely wouldn't dare to say a word. After all, Jian Wushuang was from Lineage of Star, and he had to keep Lineage of Star's reputation and appearance. Lineage of Star wasn't barbaric like Soaring Heaven King Palace. In Parting Hatred Island, an elderly in a red robe was casually walking around. Greetings, Elder, the registered disciple who walked past bowed politely at him. The elderly in a red robe nodded faintly and he was happy. Just then, the disciple who came in to report sped past. When he saw the elderly in a red robe, he quickly moved over. Elder Dong, there's a mister outside who said that he is here to visit. The disciple was polite. Mister? The elderly in a red robe looked at the disciple. He is a real god, and he said that he is from Lineage of Star. His name is Jian Wushuang, I think, the disciple said. Who you said? At first, the elderly in a red robe was very calm, but his eyes suddenly shot open and his voice became excited. Are you sure you didn't hear wrongly? Is he really Jian Wushuang? Yes, I'm sure. The disciple was shocked, but he replied determinedly. The elderly in a red robe immediately gasped a breath of cold air and muttered, there are countless cultivators in eternal chaotic world, and there are also many named Jian Wushuang. However, a Jian Wushuang from lineage of star, there's only one. It's that monster? The elderly in a red robe looked terrified. Quick, follow me to welcome him. Yes, the disciples immediately nodded. Hold on. The elderly in a red robe suddenly paused. Wait here. Let me inform the island master. We will all go to welcome him together when island master and the rest come. The elderly in a red robe knew clearly how big of a figure Jian Wushuang was. He had the fighting power of an almighty. Such a super expert had come to visit Parting Hatred Island. It was simply bringing radiance to their humble sect. He, of course, couldn't welcome such a great expert alone. As the elderly in a red robe reported the news, the entire Parting Hatred Island shook. The master of Parting Hatred Island, including the 3 vice masters and a bunch of experts on the island, came to welcome him all together. Outside the island, Jian Wushuang saw a huge crowd walking over after waiting for a while. There were at least 20 to 30 of them, and they were all real gods. The one leading them was, of course, the master of Parting Hatred Island. Such a big crowd, Jian Wushuang smiled, but he wasn't surprised. The crowd came before Jian Wushuang very quickly. Master of Parting Hatred Island greets Mr. Jian Wushuang. The master of Parting Hatred Island bowed politely. The real gods behind him greeted and bowed at Jian Wushuang politely to show their respect. You are too courteous, Jian Wushuang smiled. Mr. Jian Wushuang, follow me into the island and we can talk, the master of Parting Hatred Island invited. Jian Wushuang nodded. Then, he entered Parting Hatred Island under the lead of the master of Parting Hatred Island himself. As they walked in, the experts in Parting Hatred Island lifted their head to steal glances at Jian Wushuang. There was excitement and reverence in their eyes. As for Jian Wushuang, they had heard long ago that he had fought with Soaring Heaven King Palace in the 8th layer, and they had suffered a great loss. He had even inflicted a severe injury on Sir God Shenlong from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Besides, during the battle, Jian Wushuang killed many top chaotic real gods from Soaring Heaven King Palace. To Parting Hatred Island, any top chaotic real god wasn't one that they could offend easily. However, Jian Wushuang had massacred top chaotic real gods like he was slaughtering chickens. Such a superb existence could destroy Parting Hatred Island countless times with a wave. Very soon, Jian Wushuang arrived in the discussion hall of Parting Hatred Island. At the highest position of the hall, he sat side by side with the master of Parting Hatred Island. The master of Parting Hatred Island might even be slightly lower. Mr. Jian Wushuang, I wonder what's the purpose of your visit to Parting Hatred Island? The master of Parting Hatred Island asked politely. I really came for a purpose, Jian Wushuang smiled. Not long ago, there was someone from lineage of Star that killed a few disciples of Parting Hatred Island. Now, she is held by the experts of Parting Hatred Island and imprisoned in Parting Hatred Island. I came here today for her. Jian Wushuang expressed his intention straightforwardly. Chapter 1729, Jian Wushuang's Maid. Chapter 1729, Jian Wushuang's Maid. After knowing Jian Wushuang's objective for coming, the experts in the Parting Hatred Island had puzzled expressions. How can I not know that my Parting Hatred Island imprisoned someone from the lineage of Star? Elder Li Yun, what's going on? The Parting Hatred Island master's eyes turned cold, and he looked at the red-robed old man known as Li Yun. Although he was the island master, he had left most of the small matters in the Parting Hatred Island to Li Yun. For example, he indeed had no idea of the matter this time around. Island master, there is indeed such a matter. However, I did an investigation previously. That woman is merely a normal maid of the lineage of Star. However, she has killed quite a number of the Parting Hatred Island's disciples. Hence, I got people to capture her, and I also sent a message to the lineage of Star to discuss this matter together. Li Yun broke out in a cold sweat. Previously, he had gotten the news that an expert from the lineage of Star would come over to discuss about this matter. However, he totally did not expect that the person who would come from the lineage of Star would be Jian Wushuang. That woman is a maid under me. Moreover, she is a maid who I like the most, Jian Wushuang said bluntly. Upon hearing that, the expressions of many experts of the Parting Hatred Island, as well Li Yun, changed greatly. They could not care less if it were a normal maid from the lineage of Star. However, what if it were Jian Wushuang's maid? Moreover, if it was a maid who he liked the most, then it would be different. Lord Jian Wushuang. The Parting Hatred Island master stood up and said straight away, Lord, please forgive us for our crime. The Parting Hatred Island did not know about the relationship between that woman and the Lord in advance. If I'd known, even if I were able to pluck up even more courage, I would definitely not dare to make things difficult for her. Yes, my lord. Back then, when we captured that woman, she only said that she was a maid of the lineage of Star, and she did not reveal her relationship to you, Li Yun said immediately. For this matter, they indeed had no idea about it. It's all right. Jian Wushuang waved his hands. Please bring her over first. Get down to it right away. The Parting Hatred Island master shot a glance toward Li Yun. Understood. Li Yun left immediately. Lord Jian Wushuang, for this matter, the Parting Hatred Island master still wanted to say something. Let's continue talking after she comes, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Upon seeing that, the Parting Hatred Island master stopped speaking, and he could only wait quietly at his position. Within the Parting Hatred Island, there was a lofty palace. The palace was the law enforcement hall of the Parting Hatred Island. For an expert or disciple who had committed a crime within the Parting Hatred Island or had caused some trouble outside, he would be sent to the law enforcement hall for his punishment. In a secret room in the inner part of the law enforcement hall. At the center of the secret room was a seal. Within the seal, a beautiful woman with a great figure was sitting down with her legs crossed. The beautiful woman was Jian Wushuang's maid, Qiu Yu. At present, Qiu Yu's expression was a bit pale, and her aura was weak. She was in quite a miserable state. In front of the seal, there was a chair. In the chair sat a young man who wore a luxurious long robe with a jade-like face, and one of his legs was stuck over the other. As he looked at Qiu Yu, who was inside the seal, his eyes were filled with relish. Hee, I did not expect that piece of trash who died back then to have such a good little sister. Not only are you pretty, your talents are also not too bad. However, it's a pity that you are still a bit lacking. If you were a bit stronger, you might have been able to take revenge for that trashy brother of yours. Qiu Yu's icy cold eyes were staring at the young man, and she was filled with dissatisfaction. Just a bit more, and she would have been able to kill the person in front of her and gotten revenge for her brother. Why? Are you dissatisfied? The young man laughed evilly. No matter how dissatisfied you are, it's useless. You will never have a chance again. Although you are someone from the lineage of Star, you are still a normal maid in the end. Since your position is too low, the lineage of Star will absolutely not care about your fate. The Parting Hatred Island has merely sent the lineage of Star a message to find a way out of their situation. After that, even if the Parting Hatred Island were to kill you, the lineage of Star would not say anything. Hence you're dead. Moreover, I would kill you personally. You would look on as I stab my saber into your heart. There would not be any room for you to struggle. The young man's voice echoed within the secret room repeatedly. Upon hearing that, Qiu Yu, who was in the seal, laughed coldly, and her eyes were filled with disdain. Although she was currently captured alive by the Parting Hatred Island, she knew that the Parting Hatred Island would definitely not kill her. The reason being that was that her master was Jian Wushuang. With such an identity, the lineage of Star would absolutely not leave her alone. Why? Even though you are already in such a situation, do you think that you will be able to continue living? The young man swept his eyes over Qiu Yu with ridicule. However, just then, The big door of the secret room opened abruptly. After that, escorted by some disciples, the red-robed old man, Li Yun, walked inside anxiously. "Elder Li Yun, why have you come?" The young man stood up immediately and revealed a friendly smile. He was completely different from before. Upon seeing the young man in front, Li Yun became filled with anger, and he swung his hand fiercely. Slap! A clear, melodious sound of a slap could be heard. The young man spit out a mouthful of blood at once, and his body was sent flying ruthlessly. "Damn little kid," Li Yun scolded with a low voice. He was too lazy to take another glance at that young man, and he walked straight to the front of the seal. The flames of fury that Li Yun originally had became non-existent, and he revealed a gentle smile. "Miss Qiuyu, please leave with me." "Where are we going?" Qiuyu asked. "To the big hall. Lord Jin Wushuang is waiting for you there," Li Yun said. "Master?" Qiuyu's body shook at once. Master has actually come himself? In no time, Li Yun got rid of the seal and showed Qiuyu to the big hall. At the same time, he looked at the astonished young man who was hiding at the corner of the wall again. "Imo Tao, follow us as well. This matter happened because of you. Now that you have caused trouble, don't think that we will let you off with just a slap." Before the young man Imo Tan could even say anything, he was taken away by two disciples of the Parting Hatred Island forcibly, and they headed to the big hall together. In the big hall, Jin Wushuang and the Parting Hatred Island master were sitting at its highest point, and they were looking at Qiuyu, Imo Tao, and the few people who walked in. "Master!" Qiuyu greeted Jin Wushuang immediately, and she had mixed feelings. She did not send a rescue message to Jin Wushuang at the start as she did not want to disturb him. After all, she was just a lowly maid. Moreover, she had merely provoked the Parting Hatred sect, and it was a small matter that was too insignificant to be brought up. Hence, it could be resolved with the lineage of stars showing themselves. However, Qiuyu did not expect Jin Wushuang to come personally. As Jin Wushuang looked at Qiuyu, his eyes turned grave. It was not because of the fact that he had seen Qiuyu's injuries. Instead, it was because of the fact that he had seen the aura that she was emitting. Her aura had achieved the level of a real god. Chapter 1730. Ask for help. Chapter 1730. Ask for help. Breakthrough? Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Previously, Qiuyu went out for training in order to break through and become real god. Then, she really broke through. In actual fact, it was fortunate that Qiuyu broke through and became a real god and that Parting Hatred Island had scruples. If Qiuyu were to only be a universe god, and as she was only a maidservant, Parting Hatred Island would have killed her long ago. "There's an elixir here. Eat it and rest up by the side." Jin Wushuang waved and passed her an elixir. The elixir wasn't cheap, and it was for a Sir God to recover from injury. Qiuyu took the elixir and consumed it immediately. Then, she walked to the side obediently. There were immediately experts from Parting Hatred Island who gave her a seat. "Master of Parting Hatred Island, how many of your disciples did my maidservant kill?" Jin Wushuang asked casually. Li Yun, the master of Parting Hatred Island, looked at Li Yun. "Island Master, there were 6 disciples from Parting Hatred Island that had died at the hands of the lady. However, they were all ordinary disciples, and they were all universe gods," Li Yun answered. 6 deaths, Jin Wushuang heard, and he took out a Qian Kuan ring. "I am not strict in discipline. There are treasures in Qian Kuan ring. Consider it an apology to Parting Hatred Island." "How could we accept your apology?" The master of Parting Hatred Island stood up hastily but didn't dare to take the Qian Kuan ring. "I told you to take it. Just take it," Jin Wushuang said coldly. Yes, the master of Parting Hatred Island nodded politely as he accepted the Qian Kuan ring. However, with no surprise, "I, Jin Wushuang, have always been a clear-cut person. My maidservant killed your men in Parting Hatred Island and I should apologize. Now that I have apologized, we should talk about the resentment between my maidservant and the disciples of Parting Hatred Island," Jian Wushuang's face grew cold. Every expert of Parting Hatred Island at the scene was stunned. They knew that Jian Wushuang wouldn't just let it slip and take the initiative to apologize. They guessed it. Then, Jian Wushuang wanted to clear the debt. Mr. Jian Wushuang, Mo Tao is here. You can go ahead and bring him along, the master of Parting Hatred Island said. The surrounding experts of Parting Hatred Island didn't hesitate either. At such a crucial moment, pushing their disciple just like that might not be appropriate. However, regardless of where one was in the world, they look at one's power. Jian Wushuang's power was proven. Forget about taking away one disciple who was only a universe god. Even if he were to kill 2 real gods on the spot, he definitely wouldn't dare to utter a single word. It's unnecessary for me to bring him straight away. It is merely a fight between the juniors. Lineage of Star isn't as barbaric as Soaring Heaven King Palace. Jian Wushuang smiled. How about this? As the two of them harbor deep hatred against one another, let them fight a life and death battle in Parting Hatred Island. Life and death battle? The experts in Parting Hatred Island were stunned. A life and death battle must be determined by life and death. As for who will be dead and who will be alive, that depends on their capabilities. Although Qiu is my maidservant, I will have nothing to say, but I'd leave if she were to die at the hands of your disciple in Parting Hatred Island, Jian Wushuang said. I understand. Let's do as Mr. has suggested. The master of Parting Hatred Island nodded with a smile. However, Mo Tao, who was lying prostrate on the ground, was terrified. He shouted, No, no, Island Master. You can't let me fight a life and death battle with her. I am only a universe god, but she already broke through and became real god. This is unfair. This is an unfair battle. Mo Tao roared, but the surrounding crowd didn't do anything. They looked at him with pity. Unfair? Yes, the battle was really unfair. So what? In the world, where was absolute fairness? Everything was decided with power. Plus, Jian Wushuang was nice enough to give him a chance. If it was someone else, he would have been killed with one slap. The life and death battle started before long. Parting Hatred Island was at a disadvantageous position in the battle after all. So, the higher-up in Parting Hatred Island didn't breathe a word of it to anyone, nor did many disciples watch the battle. The end result was that naturally there was no suspense. Qiu's injury recovered after consuming the elixir that Jian Wushuang had given. She took out about 70% of her power. As for Mo Tao, he was only an ordinary universe god in the third heaven, so he was naturally killed easily. When the dispute was settled, Mr. Jian Wushuang, I have already arranged a banquet for you. Would you like to stay and have a drink? The master of Parting Hatred Island was polite. Banquet? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. In front of the experts in Parting Hatred Island, she had killed the disciple of Parting Hatred Island. Not only did the experts on Parting Hatred Island not get angry, they were also courteous to him. They had even prepared a banquet for him. They obviously wanted to curry favor with him. Power, Jian Wushuang sighed. He knew clearly that it was because of his power. At first, Jian Wushuang didn't intend to reject him, but suddenly, Jian Wushuang, hurry up and come back. Something happened. Hall Master Yuan sent an urgent message. Jian Wushuang's face instantly grew grave. I appreciate Island Master's kindness, but I have other matters to attend to and I shall not stay back. Jian Wushuang said. Then he didn't bother with the experts on Parting Hatred Island, and he immediately took Qiu with him and left. They didn't talk much on the way and sped through the journey. Jian Wushuang arrived at Lineage of Star very soon. After he settled Qiu, Jian Wushuang immediately came to Hall Master Yuan's cave dwelling. He saw Hall Master Yuan as well as Hall Master Gu Xian. Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, what happened? Jian Wushuang asked. From the message that Hall Master Yuan sent, he could tell that there must be something major happening in Lineage of Star. Jian Wushuang, go through the message in this token. Hall Master Yuan passed Jian Wushuang a token. Jian Wushuang took it and briefly skimmed through it. Then, his eyes shot wide open. The message in the token was a message asking for help. The message was sent by the one who had been wandering in the sixth lair all this while, Lei Chao. Back then, Lei Chao had guided Jian Wushuang to lineage of star personally. He had also taken care of Jian Wushuang when Jian Wushuang wasn't that powerful. Lei Chao was asking for help. Lei Chao, he is stuck in Buddhist demon sea? Jian Wushuang looked terrified. He was familiar with the 8th lair to a certain extent. He knew that there were places that were more dangerous and required more attention in every lair. Just like the dark regions in the 8th lair and the dark ravine in the 7th lair. He had looked into them carefully before. As for the 6th lair, he knew quite a bit about it. In the core of the 6th lair, even an expert on real god ranking list stood the possibility of passing when he wandered there. Besides, there were a few places that were full of danger that a real god definitely would die in if he barged in. Even to an almighty, it was dangerous. Among the few places, the one with the greatest reputation was Buddhist Demon Sea. Chapter 1731. The fish has taken the bait. Chapter 1731. The fish has taken the bait. The Buddhist Demon Sea was a forbidden area to real gods. Even among almighties, normal almighties would not dare to go in there easily. It was said that even emperor gods could be killed in the deepest part of the Buddhist Demon Sea. How can that be? Lei Chao has been traveling the 6th lair for so long, and it is not as if he does not know about the Buddhist Demon Sea. Why has he gone into the Buddhist Demon Sea? Jian Wushuang said while frowning. Under normal circumstances, Lei Chao would definitely not go to the Buddhist Demon Sea. However, Lei Chao is being chased by someone, and he had no choice but to go in, Hall Master Yuan said. He is being chased by someone? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Who is it? Old freak Sui Gu, an extremely powerful Sir God expert who is very ruthless, Hall Master Gu Xian said. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, old freak Sui Gu fought with the lineage of Star Head-On. At that time, Hall Master Shi Yun and I teamed up to go after him, and he almost died by our hands. Ever since that battle, this old bastard remained silent and laid low, and he never appeared again. However, who could expect that when he reappeared again, it would actually be in the 6th lair? Moreover, he came across Lei Chao by coincidence. If not for Lei Chao using the secret skill of Star Palace and the secret skill of Dragon Blood to the best of his abilities, there would probably not be an opportunity for him to escape into the Buddhist Demon Sea. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned grave. He had never heard of the old freak Sui Gu before. However, at that time, it was highly possible that Lei Chao had escaped into the Buddhist Demon Sea under his compulsion. After all, some Sir Gods with weaker abilities would travel deep inside the 6th lair, and old freak Sui Gu was probably one of them. Moreover, it just so happened that he had a huge grudge against the lineage of Star. The Buddhist Demon Sea is unusually dangerous. With Lei Chao's abilities, under a condition where he has lost his 2 trump cards, secret skill of Star Palace and secret skill of Dragon Blood, there is a very low possibility of him surviving. However, fortunately, the space and time of the Buddhist Demon Sea are not completely separated from the outside world. Hence, he can ask for help and the lineage of Star can still make it in time to save him, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief. It was lucky that Lei Chao was not killed by old freak Sui Gu straight away. Although he had entered the Buddhist Demon Sea, there was still a glimmer of hope for him. Lei Chao is an expert of the lineage of Star, and he has contributed greatly to the lineage of Star. Since there is a glimmer of hope, the lineage of Star will definitely do its best to save him. However, it's a pity that the Palace Master has secluded himself in training for the past few years as he is preparing for something, and he cannot show himself. Presently, Hall Master Shi Yun is traveling deep inside the 5th lair, and he is unable to come out at such short notice. Thus, I can only get the 2 of you to go there, Hall Master Yuan said. Leave it to us, Hall Master Gu Xian nodded her head. Back then, Lei Chao took very good care of me. Since something bad has happened to him now, I will do my best to rescue him, Jian Wushuang said earnestly. Go ahead. Remember to be extremely careful, Hall Master Yuan warned. Jin Wushuang and Hall Master Gu Xin looked at each other. After that, both of them set off immediately. The two of them did not lose any time. After entering the sixth lair, they traveled speedily and arrived outside the Buddhist Demon Sea in the shortest possible time. This is the Buddhist Demon Sea? Jin Wushuang was looking at a mysterious sea area which was completely shrouded in black and dense fog in front of him. Even though he had never entered the sea area, by just looking from the outside, Jin Wushuang felt terrified. "Let's go in," Hall Master Gu Xin said. Jin Wushuang did not hesitate, and he entered the sea area with Hall Master Gu Xin right away. After entering the sea area, Jin Wushuang felt a strong corrosive power rushing toward him immediately. The corrosive power came from the black, dense fog which filled the air. What a strong corrosive power! Jin Wushuang revealed a shocked expression. He could feel how unreasonable the corrosive power was. Under such a corrosive power, a normal chaotic real god would probably not last very long and they would die. Even top chaotic real gods would probably be unable to last for a long period of time. Although Lei Chao was an expert of the real god ranking list who ranked above 20, he would probably die in at most 100 years' time if he were to continue staying in the Buddhist Demon Sea. Jin Wushuang, as you are only a real god, are you able to withstand this corrosive power? Hall Master Gu Xin questioned. It would not be a problem for 1,000 years. However, if it were any longer than that, it would be hard to say, Jin Wushuang said. Then let's make the best use of our time, Hall Master Gu Xin said. The two of them flew toward the front immediately. While flying, Jin Wushuang took out his transmission token. Lei Chao, Hall Master Gu Xin and I have arrived in the Buddhist Demon Sea. How are you now? Jin Wushuang questioned. Jin Wushuang, I'm sorry. Back then, I was unable to hurry back to participate in the banquet when you took on the role of a hall master. But now, I need you to come here to rescue me. Lei Chao was filled with regret. Let's not talk about that. How is your current situation? Roughly which direction are you in, and how long can you last? Jin Wushuang asked quickly. I was chased down by old freak Sui Gu, and I had no choice but to escape into the Buddhist Demon Sea. However, old freak Sui Gu also followed me in, and I could only continue to run. Since I was running away madly, I also had no idea where exactly I was. I only know that the place that I am at is a triangular island that is extremely huge, Lei Chao said. A gigantic and triangular island? Jin Wushuang's eyes squinted, and he looked at Hall Master Gu Xin who was beside him. Hall Master Gu Xin, do you know that the triangular island existed? I have no idea. Hall Master Gu Xin shook her head. The Buddhist Demon Sea is not normal, and among the whole Sanctuary Alliance, not many people have traveled inside before. Moreover, the terrain here is extremely peculiar, and probably no one knows where that triangular island is. This is going to be troublesome. Jin Wushuang's expression turned ugly. This was the most troublesome. Both Hall Master Gu Xin and him knew that Lei Chao was trapped in the Buddhist Demon Sea. They also knew that he was in a triangular island. However, since the Buddhist Demon Sea was so huge, who knew where the triangular island was? Moreover, they were also not certain of its direction. There were also no authenticating objects with them. Hence, they could only rely on luck to find Lei Chao. The environment of the Buddhist Demon Sea is peculiar. Although Lei Chao did not say much, I predict that he will probably be unable to last for long. Hence, we need to find him in the shortest possible time. Therefore, Hall Master Gu Xin, shall we split up? Jin Wushuang suggested. Split up? Hall Master Gu Xin frowned. However, she still nodded her head. Indeed, if the two of us were to split up, there would be a higher chance of us finding him. However, it would be more dangerous. Jin Wushuang, you really have to be careful. You too, Jin Wushuang looked at Hall Master Gu Xin. After that, the both of them split up inside the Buddhist Demon Sea right away. Although they had split up, they were in contact with each other at all times. At the same time as Jin Wushuang and Hall Master Gu Xin entered the Buddhist Demon Sea, in the inner part of the Buddhist Demon Sea, a figure who was covered in a crimson robe revealed a pair of strange, gray eyes. Hee hee, the fish has taken the bait. Chapter 1732, Triangle Island. Chapter 1732, Triangle Island. Buddhist Demon Sea. At hidden void where four figures in black robes stood side by side. There was a deep voice that was heard under the black robe. Just got an update. Jin Wushuang has already entered Buddhist Demon Sea, and Hall Master Gu Xian from Lineage of Star came in too, but they parted ways. Someone will take care of Hall Master Gu Xian. We can ignore her. Our target is the one and only Jin Wushuang. Hee. In order to kill Jin Wushuang, Acheron Palace is liberal with money. The four of us normally take action alone, but they gathered us here together. Plus, they are only launching the first of the 4 killer attacks now. From what I can see, the higher-ups look too highly upon Jin Wushuang. Although he is really talented, his power is barely at the level of a Sir God's. It is unnecessary to make such a great troop to kill him. For killer attacks, and that is only the first, he might not be able to dodge, or there might even not be necessary for the first attack. With the existence of natural danger in Buddhist Demon Sea itself, it will be sufficient to kill Jin Wushuang. Hee. The four of us arranged to only be involved in the third attacks and above. I reckon we might not stand a chance to launch an attack. The four of them chatted casually. As they chatted, they were absolutely confident. Acheron Palace wouldn't take action. If they did, the other party would stand almost no chance at all to flee. Then, Acheron Palace put great attention on Jin Wushuang and planned it meticulously. They had even prepared 4 killer attacks. Jin Wushuang was doomed. In the boundless dark sea, Jin Wushuang continued to plunge forward slowly as he looked around while he kept his guard up. Buddhist Demon Sea is extremely dangerous to Sir Gods. Although Lei Chao was chased after by old monster Sui Gu, and he ran to Buddhist Demon Sea helplessly, he definitely won't be too far in. He should still be at the border of Buddhist Demon Sea, Jin Wushuang thought to himself. Buddhist Demon Sea, there was a difference between open sea and inland sea. Inland sea was more dangerous compared to open sea. What I can do now is search along the open sea and hope that I can find him, Jin Wushuang thought to himself. As long as he was on the open sea, Jin Wushuang stood a chance to save Lei Chao. If Lei Chao were to be at the inland sea, Jin Wushuang had no way at all. Jin Wushuang continued to plunge as he spread his soul power. However, his soul power was greatly restricted in Buddhist Demon Sea, and the coverage was less than 1/5 of his performance during his peak. Hence, the difficulty of searching had increased tremendously. 10 days after entering Buddhist Demon Sea. Swoosh! Jin Wushuang's body suddenly stopped. He saw a crimson figure in the sea region before him in his sights. It was the size of a human body with a pair of hands and legs. Its skin was crimson, and there was an eye and a big mouth on its head. It was a star demon that could only be found in the 8th layer. However, the star demon in front of him and was obviously much stronger than any star demons that Jin Wushuang had ever seen. On its head, there were 4 horns. 4-horned star demon. A star demon comparable to a human Sir God. As Jin Wushuang saw the star demon, its crimson eye looked at Jin Wushuang directly. Human. With boundless murderous intention in the voice of the star demon, it instantly charged forward in the next moment. Then, there was a great rage that soared up. Jin Wushuang's face grew solemn. He knew that there were star demons in Buddhist Demon Sea, and the power of the star demons were extremely strong overall. Such 4-horned star demon was common. Wow! The crimson light twinkled. Then, the 4-horned star demon suddenly appeared before Jin Wushuang. It waved its palm and clawed the sky. Not only the void was torn open, the dark sea underneath was greatly torn as well. Such intense speed, Jin Wushuang was surprised and he quickly retreated. The sharp claw came to nothing, but it stirred up a violent storm and roaring waves in the sea below. Humph! Jin Wushuang humphed coldly. Then the 2 Hong Jun golden swords appeared in front of him simultaneously and turned into 2 rays of golden flowing light that burst out. Swoosh! Swoosh! The ear-piercing, air-splitting noise spread. The two Hongjun golden swords appeared before the four-horned star demon and instantly hit the four-horned star demon. The Hongjun golden swords hit it brutally while four-horned star demon swung its pair of arms with its all. Bang, 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 bang. After the few clashes that only continued for 5 times, one of the two Hongjun golden swords pierced the four-horned star demon's head at the 6th hit. Jin Wushuang took a leap and came in front of the four-horned star demon. He waved and collected the demon core into his Qian Kuan ring. The four-horned star demon should have just transformed not too long ago. Its power is comparable to the lowest level of Sir God, or maybe even lower. With my current power, it is quite easy to kill him, Jin Wushuang muttered. He wasn't like before. Among Sir Gods, he was definitely one of the stronger experts. However, the four-horned star demons had reminded Jin Wushuang to be more cautious. The time flew past and 3 years passed in the blink on an eye. For 3 years, Jin Wushuang had continued to keep in contact with Lei Chao and Hall Master Gu Xin, but he had yet to find the triangle island that Lei Chao was at. They had no choice. Buddhist Demon Sea was extremely huge, and merely the open sea itself was spacious. A Sir God might not be able to search through the entire region in 1,000 years. Jin Wushuang and Hall Master Gu Xin knew the rough direction which Lei Chao had entered Buddhist Demon Sea in, and they got to minimize their search scope. However, it was still not easy to look for Lei Chao. In the boundless dark sea, Jin Wushuang was suddenly attracted by the miniature island in front of him. It was an ordinary island, and it wasn't huge. In the 3 years of Jin Wushuang's search in Buddhist Demon Sea, he couldn't keep count of how many similar islands he had passed by. Any island that he had passed before didn't catch his attention, only this did. That was because Jin Wushuang saw a big hole in the middle of the island. The big hole was obviously caused by a hit of divine power, and most importantly, the time that it was formed wasn't too far back. Buddhist Demon Sea, there is hardly anyone that comes in. It is even more impossible for there to be a battle. The hole on the island was definitely made when old monster Sui Gu chased after Lei Chao. Lei Chao is definitely near the island. Jin Wushuang was thrilled. He then started to search thoroughly near the island. The search continued for another 11 years. Finally, there was an extremely huge triangle island that appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. Found it! Jin Wushuang clenched his fists. Chapter 1733, Between Life and Death. Chapter 1733, Between Life and Death. In the vast, dark sea area, Jin Wushuang was floating amidst the dark, dense fog, and he was looking down at the gigantic triangular island in front of him. His expression turned grave slowly. He could see that the triangular island was engulfed by a dark storm. Within the dark storm, gusts of wind were blowing about like sharp blades, and the void was cut open like paper. Jin Wushuang also felt great danger from the dark storm. He then took out his token and sent a message to Lei Chao to ask him some questions. Lei Chao, I have already arrived at a triangular island. This island is engulfed in a dark storm. Are you inside this island? That's right. It's that place. Lei Chao replied immediately. I have been completely trapped by the dark storm and I dare not move about randomly. It's all right if I'm correct. Please wait inside. I will go in and find you. After speaking, Jin Wushuang approached the triangular island slowly. This dark storm, as Jin Wushuang looked at the dark storm in front of him, he did not dare to underestimate the heartless sharp blades which were blowing about in the slightest. All of a sudden, Jin Wushuang flipped his hands, and a purple saber appeared in his hands. After that, he tossed the purple saber into the dark storm in front of him. A dark, sharp blade then headed to the purple saber and sliced it into fine powder instantly. What a strong power! That saber is a top universe god-level chaos unique treasure. However, it was destroyed instantly. With such frightening dark wind blades, although my body is strong, if I were to be caught in between a few dark wind blades at the same time, I would probably not end up in a good state, Jin Wushuang exclaimed in admiration. It was no wonder that Lei Chao was trapped within the dark storm, and that he dared not walk around randomly. After all, the dark storm also posed a great threat to Almighties. However, although it was dangerous, in order to bring Lei Chao out, Jian Wushuang still walked into the dark storm. At a hidden void which was deep inside the dark storm, there were 4 black-robed figures. Jian Wushuang has come. He, since he has come, he shall not think of leaving this place alive. It's about time for Mo Ing to make a move. He's a top genius. However, it's a pity that he is about to die. The 4 black-robed figures were gasping at their location. However, the 4 faces under the black robes were not filled with sympathy at all. Instead, they were filled with cruelty and madness. In the dark storm, Jian Wushuang's right hand was holding his blood mountain sword, and he was walking forward slowly. His eyes were filled with vigilance. Puff! All of a sudden, a sound that sounded like the void being ripped open could be heard. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, and he swung the sword in his hands abruptly. A dark wind blade was repelled by Jian Wushuang's blood mountain sword head-on. Jian Wushuang did not stop moving, and he continued to walk forward. The dark storm was still considered very stable, and Jian Wushuang only needed to pay attention to the dark wind blades that appeared from his surroundings. As long as the dark wind blades were unable to touch him, he would not be in any danger. I wonder which part of the storm Lei Chao will be in, Jian Wushuang muttered. The dark storm had completely prevented him from using his soul power to check out the area. Hence, he did not know Lei Chao's current location, and he could only search slowly. However, what Jian Wushuang did not know was that at the same time, within the dark storm, a ghost-like figure was hidden not too far away from his back. The black-robed figure was like a ghost. Ever since Jian Wushuang had entered the dark storm, he had been following Jian Wushuang closely. However, from the start to the end, Jian Wushuang did not notice his existence. Under the black robe, a pair of dark green eyes which had the will-o'-the-wisp dancing about them were staring at Jian Wushuang, who was in front, persistently. She had also suppressed the aura in her body to its maximum, and she was just like the air. She was waiting. She was waiting for the best opportunity to strike. Puff, puff, puff. All of a sudden, 3 soft sounds which broke the silence in the air could be heard from his surroundings. Jian Wushuang noticed them instantly, and with a wave of his hands, 3 sword essence struck the 3 dark wind blades which were heading toward him with lightning speed. The 3 dark wind blades were dispersed instantly. However, at that moment, the time is now. The eyes of the black-robed figure who had been following Jian Wushuang closely while hiding herself extremely well glowed with a shrill light, and she floated over like a ghost. Her speed was too fast. When Jian Wushuang had only just swung his sword to get rid of the 3 dark wind blades which approached him, the ghost-like figure had already appeared behind him. At the same time, a cold dagger appeared in her hands, and the dagger headed toward Jian Wushuang's head abruptly. It was a speed that was faster than all the speeds in the universe. At that moment, the space and time seemed to have completely stopped. Only the extremely cold dagger remained in the whole universe. It was too fast. The person who attacked was definitely a top expert who was proficient in assassination. Be it the opportunity to strike, the way of attacking, or speed, she was perfect in all of them. Although Jian Wushuang had been vigilant throughout, up until the moment that the ghost-like figure had appeared behind him and even attacked with her dagger, Jian Wushuang had still not reacted to it. Jian Wushuang, be careful! A cry which sounded like thunder echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind fiercely. Jian Wushuang's body trembled, and he was terrified. At that moment, all the pores on his body expanded quickly, and a special feeling appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind. Such a feeling was the feeling of life and death. He had felt the frightening feeling of danger which came from behind him. Although the frightening feeling of danger was not unprecedented, from the time that Jian Wushuang started training to present, he had felt it no more than 2 times. Jian Wushuang even had an illusion that he was about to die. He did his best to move his body in order to avoid the deadly blow behind him. Faster, faster, even faster, even faster. Jian Wushuang was roaring crazily in his mind, and he did his best to move himself as much as possible. After all, the more he moved, the higher the chance of him surviving. Die! At that moment, the ghost-like figure who launched a surprise attack abruptly did not hide herself any longer. Her shocking murderous intent had completely locked on to Jian Wushuang, and the dagger in her hands, which was emitting an infinite amount of coldness, was getting closer and closer to Jian Wushuang's head. However, at that moment, all of a sudden, a gigantic tentacle came out from Jian Wushuang's back fiercely, and it struck the dagger with lightning speed straight away. As the dagger contained frightening power, it smashed the tentacle into pieces instantly. Moreover, it continued to head toward Jian Wushuang without any decrease in power. However, with the tentacle blocking for just an instant, Jian Wushuang had just managed to move his body. Swish! The dagger, which contained an infinite amount of murderous intent, brushed past Jian Wushuang's head, and the cold light which the dagger was emitting left a wound on Jian Wushuang's cheek, causing blood to flow out from it. Piss off! Jian Wushuang gave a loud cry, and the blood mountain sword in his hands released a shocking amount of power. It then attacked furiously, like a huge mountain which was hundreds of millions gene heavy. Chapter 1734, Coming After Me. Chapter 1734, Coming After Me. Retreat. The spiritual figure was very determined. He didn't hit his target, and he immediately retreated. He was a killer hidden in the dark, an assassin. He wasn't used to fighting head-on. Wanna run? There was a billowing, murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes. After the stroke failed to hit, there were immediately two rays of resplendent golden light that burst out. Hongjun golden swords were like comets. They flew through the void and appeared behind the spiritual figure, then instantly pierced the body of the spiritual figure. However, it didn't touch any substantial form when it pierced, and the spiritual figure vanished into thin air. Jian Wushuang looked around him and swept out his soul power, but he couldn't notice anyone. Such a brilliant hiding skill and assassination skill. Jian Wushuang clenched his hand as his face went solemn. It was obvious that the spiritual figure had been lurking behind him, but his soul power didn't notice him at all. His hiding skill was definitely very impressive. The assassination skill then really shocked Jian Wushuang. Ever since his cultivation, he had never seen such a terrifying assassination skill. Not only did he grasp the perfect timing, but also the dagger. The dagger was too terrifying. King of Venomous Worms, luckily you took action in time. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang had a lingering fear. He knew clearly that King of Venomous Worms had reminded him just in time, and the tentacle that extended behind his back simultaneously was from King of Venomous Worms as well. If it wasn't because of the tentacle that delayed for a moment, Jian Wushuang wouldn't be able to dodge the attack of the dagger in time. I just happened to wake up. Luckily, it was in time, King of Venomous Worms said in Jian Wushuang's head. He sighed with emotion as he spoke. The earlier scene had been too dangerous. If King of Venomous Worms had woken up any later, Jian Wushuang would have died. Oh yeah, what was going on earlier? I could tell that he should be an almighty. Jian Wushuang, since when did you qualify for an almighty to assassinate you? King of Venomous Worms asked in surprise. When King of Venomous Worms had been asleep, Jian Wushuang had broken through and become a real god in ancient god sanctuary. It wasn't long since then, but when he woke up again, he had seen an almighty trying to kill Jian Wushuang. What an honor for an almighty to assassinate him. During the time when you slept, I received some opportunities and my power increased tremendously. Now, I have the fighting power of an almighty, Jian Wushuang said. Fighting power of an almighty? King of Venomous Worms was thrilled in excitement. Let's not talk about this first. My current situation is abnormal, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. King of Venomous Worms had noticed the surrounding void and the terrifying dark storm. In addition to the ambush by the Almighty earlier, Jian Wushuang was obviously in a bad situation. What's going on? King of Venomous Worms asked. What happened was, Jian Wushuang briefly told it the ins and outs of the story. Previously, I had thought it was only an accident that Lei Chao had gotten trapped in Buddhist Demon Sea. But from what it seems now, I'm afraid that isn't so. Jian Wushuang looked solemn. He wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he had been through tough experiences and struggled to climb up in the ocean of blood. When he had found out the news that Lei Chao was trapped in Buddhist Demon Sea, Jian Wushuang had found it strange, but he didn't bother much. But then, after the assassination, Jian Wushuang finally understood. He was almost certain that it wasn't an accident but a strategy, meticulously plotted. And the person who framed him definitely wasn't Lei Chao. He was 80% only bait. Their true target was actually him. These people are specially coming after me. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. With such a meticulous plot, they could arrange an Almighty for an assassination. On top of that, the Almighty's assassination skill was so terrifying. It was obvious that he was trying to kill him. Jian Wushuang, when I was in a deep sleep, which experts did you offend? The enemy's strategy isn't ordinary. King of Venomous Worm's voice grew serious. In eternal chaotic world, there's only a great force that crossed paths with me and wanted me dead. It is Soaring Heaven King Palace. However, although Soaring Heaven King Palace is strong, it is impossible for them to be so liberal with their funds, nor is it possible for them to scheme against me in Buddhist Demon Sea. They don't have the capability, Jian Wushuang muttered. Although Soaring Heaven King Palace was strong, they didn't have that many almighties. Plus, everyone was aware of the danger in Buddhist Demon Sea. If Soaring Heaven King Palace were to scheme against Jian Wushuang, they wouldn't opt to within Buddhist Demon Sea. The risk was too high. As it wasn't Soaring Heaven King Palace, the one who had the ability and had the intention to do so would be the hidden force of eternal chaotic world. Acheron Palace. What happened today is 99% likely to be Acheron Palace's doing. Jian Wushuang's face grew distressed. Acheron Palace was known for its bad name. Jian Wushuang harbored scruples about Acheron Palace as well. Acheron Palace wouldn't take action hastily. If they did, it would be almost impossible for them to miss the target. Then, Acheron Palace had launched an attack at him, and it had been meticulously planned. They even used Lei Chao as the bait to lure him to Buddhist Demon Sea. Then, he was already in the trap that Acheron Palace set up. He was in a very bad place. King of Venomous Worms, as you completed your transformation and woke up, you should be able to help me, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, a Plenilune's power is determined by the ancient god that it lives off. Due to your influence, my change is drastic and my attack power can be put to use as well, King of Venomous Worms said. That's great, Jian Wushuang fixed his gaze. As Acheron Palace took action against me, they definitely did thorough research on me. They definitely know some of my trump cards, and they will have prepared accordingly. However, there are some trump cards that I have never shown anyone. These trump cards will be a crucial part of how I can escape this disaster. King of Venomous Worms, you are one of the trump cards I have now too. The two of us should fight against the people from Acheron Palace together. It's my honor, King of Venomous Worms replied. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and his gaze became sharp. He knew that he had fallen into the trap that Acheron Palace had plotted against him. As he was already there, it would be impossible for him to return by the same route. Even if he were to inform Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian about his situation, Hall Master Gu Xian was quite far away from the Triangle Island that he was on. He couldn't be there in time to back him up on such short notice. Hall Master Yuan couldn't help either. He had no choice. He could only fight head-on with the people from Acheron Palace. He could only rely on himself. As for if it was life or death, that depended on his capability. Chapter 1735, Furious. Chapter 1735, Furious. At the hidden void in the dark storm. Swish. Ghost-like black-robed figures appeared silently. Hee, emoing. I didn't think that you would fail. Moreover, your target is merely a real god. The four black-robed men who were originally at that piece of void looked over, and their eyes were filled with relish. Himph. If all of you have the talent, you can try assassinating him. I guarantee that the moment any of you approaches him, you will be discovered by him, Imo-ing said coldly. Haha, the four of us are not assassins, and we are not proficient in assassination. What we are proficient in is head-on extermination. Just look. Later on, you will know how Jin Wushuang was killed by the four of us. One of the black-robed men sneered. There's no rush. It's still not the time for the four of us to strike. Let's wait a while longer. The second wave of killing has not begun yet, another black-robed man said. I will be watching. The few of them waited at their location quietly. Within the dark storm, Jin Wushuang was walking forward slowly. After knowing that the Acheron Palace was trying to assassinate him this time around, he became even more vigilant to the point that his nerves became extremely tight. Swish, swish. Occasionally, some dark wind blades would rush toward him, but all of them would be dispersed by Jin Wushuang easily. To the current him, the dark wind blades were not considered a threat. The real threat was the danger that was hidden in the darkness. King of Venomous Worms, is the move that you unleashed really effective? Jin Wushuang was chatting with the King of Venomous Worms in his mind. Don't worry. This is the secret skill that only my Plenilune clan possesses. As long as someone approaches you, I will notice it straight away. However, the secret skill only covers a range of 1,000 meters, the King of Venomous Worms said. 1,000 meters is not too bad, Jin Wushuang nodded his head. The assassination moments ago had caused him to be terrified, and at that moment he was still extremely fearful. If that almighty from before were to find another opportunity to attack him, Jin Wushuang had absolutely no confidence that he could avoid it again. However, the King of Venomous Worms had unleashed a secret skill which caused a special energy to cover 1,000-meter range around him. If such a kind of almighty were to launch a surprise attack on him again, at the very least, he would have some time to prepare. At that moment, all of a sudden, Jin Wushuang raised his head. He had already seen a figure who was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed at the end of his line of vision. Lei Chao. Jin Wushuang revealed a delighted expression, and he walked over to the figure immediately. Jin Wushuang. Lei Chao, who had been sitting on the ground and did not dare to move about, also saw the arrival of Jin Wushuang, and he revealed a delighted expression at once. In no time, the two of them joined up with each other. Jin Wushuang, I did not expect you to really be able to find me. Lei Chao's eyes were filled with disbelief. I have exerted a great amount of effort to find you, Jin Wushuang laughed. However, his expression turned grave quickly. Lei Chao, the matter this time around is not normal. Oh, Lei Chao was stunned. Jin Wushuang gave a simple explanation of the ambush that he had encountered in the dark storm, as well as his own judgment. Damn it! Lei Chao clenched both his fists tightly, and his expression became unusually ugly. I have always felt that it was strange. When old freak Suigu was chasing me, he could have actually killed me. However, he did not do so. Back then, I still thought that he simply did not take advantage of the opportunity. However, looking at it now, Jin Wushuang, I'm sorry. I implicated you, Lei Chao said apologetically. No, the Acheron Palace's target is me, and they are trying to get rid of me. In actual fact, I am the one who got you involved in this, Jin Wushuang said. Indeed, if not for Jin Wushuang, the Acheron Palace would not put in so much effort and pay so much price to take action against Lei Chao. Moreover, Lei Chao would also not go into the Buddhist Demon Sea and get himself in danger. Let's not talk about this now. We have to quickly think of a way to get out of here, Lei Chao said. All right, Jin Wushuang nodded his head, and he had a grave expression. All of a sudden, Jin Wushuang, someone has come. The King of Venomous Worms' voice could be heard abruptly. Jin Wushuang realized instantly that a ghost-like figure had appeared behind him again. Moreover, it was that same dagger which was emitting a shocking amount of cold light. The dagger moved with lightning speed, and it headed toward Jin Wushuang's head again. Humph! Jin Wushuang gave a cold hum. This time around, He had taken precautions since a long time ago. He attacked straight away by swinging the Blood Mountain sword in his hands, which were filled with an infinite amount of sword essence. Clang! The Blood Mountain sword and the dagger clashed head-on, and a violent sound of blows being exchanged could be heard. The ghost-like figure who had launched a surprise on Jian Wushuang then retreated abruptly. Lei Chao, be careful. Jian Wushuang did not forget to remind Lei Chao. However, when he looked at Lei Chao again, his expression changed fiercely. Lei Chao had an extremely hideous face. His eyes, which were looking at Jian Wushuang, were also filled with a shocking amount of murderous intent. He had already extended his palms, and two flittering lights headed toward Jian Wushuang. As Jian Wushuang looked at the two flittering lights which were shot over, he recognized them. They were two god-destroying pearls. Back then, His Highness Mu Hong had almost destroyed the divine pond of Absolute, beginning by relying on the god-destroying pearl. Jian Wushuang was certain about the power of the god-destroying pearl. One of them was already extremely frightening. With two of them, they definitely had the ability to kill a Sir God. However, at that moment, the two god-destroying pearls were thrown over from Lei Chao's hands, and it was very clear it was thrown toward him. Ancient God's secret skill. 8 divine mountains. With a cry from Jian Wushuang, bang, 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 bang. Loud sounds could be heard repeatedly, and a 100,000-foot tall golden divine mountains appeared out of thin air in front of Jian Wushuang again and again. A total of 8 golden divine mountains acted as a shield in front of Jian Wushuang. Explode! Lei Chao bellowed loudly, and the two god-destroying pearls exploded instantly. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening booms could be heard abruptly. The frightening power also spread across all directions and destroyed everything. The Black Storm, which was originally considered stable, became unusually violent due to the power generated from the attack. A great number of dark wind blades were blown about continuously, and this caused the void to collapse crazily. As for the 8 lofty golden divine mountains in front of Jian Wushuang, 7 of them had already collapsed, and even the 8th divine mountain was shaky and about to collapse. However, it still blocked the attack from the 2 god-destroying pearls forcefully in the end. Although the power was blocked, Jian Wushuang was not delighted in the slightest. Instead, he looked extremely glum. Lei Chao. Why? How is this possible? Jian Wushuang was roaring, and he was filled with anger. Lei Chao was an expert who was well respected by the people in the lineage of Star. He was a proud person, and he had contributed greatly to the lineage of Star. Moreover, when Jian Wushuang had only just arrived in the 10 sanctuaries back then, it had been Lei Chao who guided him personally. Furthermore, when Jian Wushuang was clearing the inverse cultivation test, Lei Chao had protected him quietly from the side. Hence, it could be said that Lei Chao had taken great care of Jian Wushuang. As such, after knowing that Lei Chao was in danger this time around, Jian Wushuang had rushed over to rescue him without any hesitation. However, the scene that had occurred in front of him was something that he had never expected. Chapter 1736, Soul Control. Chapter 1736, Soul Control. He didn't die. Lei Chao's face looked devastated as he stared at Jian Wushuang. You kept your guard up? Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold, and he remained silent. He had kept his guard up. It was a fundamental awareness after he knew that he had fallen into a trap. Plus, he had already found it a little strange previously. Firstly, according to Lei Chao, he had been chased after by old monster Sui Gu for a very long time. In the end, he had had no choice but to run into Buddhist Demon Sea, but from the beginning till the end. No one saw the scene with their own eyes, only Lei Chao said so. Secondly, even if he was really chased after, Lei Chao shouldn't run so far onto the Triangle Island, which happened to be within the dark storm. One should know that it would be extremely difficult if Jian Wushuang wanted to escape the dark storm. After all, there was restraint of Dark Wind Blade. When he thought about it carefully, something wasn't right. But Jian Wushuang didn't suspect Lei Chao. But then, Lei Chao launched an attack at him. I want to know why, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Why? He. There was a burst of sudden cold laughter. The spiritual figure that had tried to assassinate Jian Wushuang twice appeared from nowhere next to Lei Chao. The spiritual figure lifted his head and revealed an extremely ugly yet cold face. It was a lady's face. Jian Wushuang, let me tell you why. It's simple. Because this Lei Chao isn't the Lei Chao from before, the ugly-looking lady said. Jian Wushuang's face changed. This Lei Chao wasn't the Lei Chao before? What does that mean? I understand now, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang, if I'm not mistaken, Lei Chao should be soul-controlled. Soul control? Jian Wushuang stunned. Soul control is an extremely high-end technique to manipulate soul power. Under normal circumstances, only expert whose soul fire has transformed and become a complete soul, and also focused on soul attacks, would know how to perform this technique. Plus, such a technique requires one's soul strength to be higher by a few levels than the other party to succeed. For instance, Lei Chao was an expert on the real god ranking list, and he had at least lit his soul fire and gotten in contact with soul power. To perform soul control on such expert, the person who carried out the technique must have definitely already reached the level of Emperor God in terms of soul strength. King of Venomous Worms said. Once a person is soul-controlled, the person is pretty much dead. He is only left with a body. Their consciousness will obey the instructions of the controller unconditionally. Even if the controller wanted him to kill his wife and all his friends and family, he wouldn't hesitate at all. I see. Jian Wushuang's face grew in distress. He then looked at Lei Chao as his body quivered. He originally thought Lei Chao had betrayed him, but it seemed that it wasn't the truth. Lei Chao was soul-controlled, and he had to do something despite himself. King of Venomous Worms, can this soul control technique be removed? Jian Wushuang asked. There's no way to remove it. Soul control technique is extremely vicious and barbaric. Once one is controlled, he will never be able to shake it off. Even if you killed the person who performed the technique, the person who was soul-controlled would die too, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang felt even more devastated when he heard that. It was obvious that Lei Chao had been soul-controlled and Jian Wushuang had no way of saving him. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. He suppressed his fright and anger as he took out a token to send Hall Master Yu on a message. The context of the message was naturally Jian Wushuang's misfortune and his decision. After he sent the message, he put away the token. Then, his gaze immediately went sharp and cold. He stole a glance at the ugly-looking lady. Acheron Palace has good skills. It seems like you're not stupid, the ugly-looking lady smiled. As you know that it is Acheron Palace who is doing this, you should understand that you stand no chance of living if Acheron Palace launches an attack. So, I advise you to kill yourself instead. Kill myself? Because of you alone? Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. Hail all experts that Acheron Palace have arranged. You won't be able to kill me alone. Of course, the ugly-looking lady smiled maliciously. 4 of you should take over now. Just as she spoke. Haha. Young man, you're quite capable, I see. I never thought the 4 of us would have the opportunity to attack. A cold yet unbridled laughter spread in the dark storm. Then, figures in black robes appeared one after another from the nearby void. There was a total of 4 figures in black robes. Every single one of their auras were shocking. They hemmed Jian Wushuang in the moment they appeared. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold as he glared at the 4 people surrounding him. There were males and females among the 4 of them. Everyone brought about extraordinary pressure to Jian Wushuang. They were obviously out-and-out Sir God experts, and they weren't any ordinary Sir Gods. Besides, Jian Wushuang had never seen the 4 of them. Among the almighties that he knew, there weren't any similar ones too. 4 Sir Gods, also 4 top experts. In addition to the one who tried to assassinate me, there's a total of 5 Sir Gods. Acheron Palace does think highly of me. Jian Wushuang's voice was low. No choice. You are so potent. With such great potential, even Acheron Palace has scruples. Hence, we naturally can't make any careless mistakes when we launch the attack, the ugly lady sneered. Jin Wushuang, you are really impressive. Mo Ying's assassination power. Not any one of us here could compare to her. Whoever she aims at won't stand a chance to stay alive. But you survived from her assassination. And the god-destroying pearl that Lei Chao threw, theoretically, it could kill you too. But you survived as well, a young man with ferocious features said with a deep voice. But that's good too. It gave the four of us a chance to attack. Everyone, let us have some fun with the genius today, the young man with ferocious features suggested. No problem. Hee, I will take good care of him. Don't kill him too soon, otherwise there's no fun. The few of them smiled savagely. Save the bullshit. Go ahead and kill him. According to the plan, you fight at close quarters while I am in charge of surprise attack. The ugly lady, Mo Ying, said. No problem. The four figures in black robes nodded their heads, and then the five figures moved simultaneously. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were five figures and every single one was moving supernaturally fast, especially that ugly lady, Mo Ying. She disappeared from Jin Wushuang's sight entirely. A war instantly exploded. Chapter 1737, Battling Five Sir Gods. Boom. All of a sudden, the void in front of Jin Wushuang split open and a black-robed figure came out of it. The black-robed figure then grinned hideously at Jin Wushuang, and his whole right hand from the arm to finger was scarlet in color. Ghost's bloody hand. With a swing of the bloody hand, the universe was torn open. The bloody hand was just like a crimson flittering light, and its fierce, strong wind was sufficient to tear a chaotic real god into pieces easily. Jin Wushuang's eyes were ice-cold, and he moved with lightning speed. By shaking the Blood Mountain sword in his hands slightly, a great amount of sword essence burst forth. After that, with a swing of the Blood Mountain sword, the shocking sword shadow split into three and sliced the incoming giant bloody hand into three parts. At the same time as he swung his sword, there were two brilliant rays of golden light beside Jin Wushuang. They were then shot out with one of them on his left and the other on his right. Clang, clang. Two clashing sounds could be heard in the void, and the two rays of golden light were sent flying. However, after becoming stable again, they continued to attack without any fear of death and with an even faster speed. Haha, these golden swords are not too bad. However, it's a pity that the two of them are too little. A strange laughter could be heard in Jin Wushuang's ears, and the four figures sent the two Hong Jun golden swords flying easily. After that, their bodies approached Jin Wushuang quickly. After an instant, they had already appeared beside Jin Wushuang. Among the four of them, one of them used bloody claws, one of them used a saber, one of them held a giant hammer, and the last person used a strange hook. They then attacked at the same time. Swish, 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 swish. There were rays of light glowing. Their speed was so fast that it was shocking. Jin Wushuang gave a cold hum, and his body expanded into a dark golden ancient god that was 100 feet tall instantly. At the space between his eyebrows, there were 6 stars. Moreover, his huge body also started to undergo a transformation immediately. Extra heads and brawny, dark golden arms appeared. He had a total of 5 heads and 10 arms. 5 heads, 10 arms. On the 5 heads, the 5 pairs of icy cold eyes were filled with a great amount of anger. As for the 10 arms, each of them held a sword tightly, and an enormous amount of divine power was released abruptly. Piss off. Swords that were filled with a tremendous amount of sword essence were swung out repeatedly, as though the world would be destroyed and judgment was being passed. His attack then clashed with the incoming 4 attacks that were moving quickly head-on. Boom, 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 boom. Frightening booming sounds could be heard repeatedly. Every booming sound was accompanied with frightening divine power dissipating, and this caused the dark storm which it touched to be on the verge of collapsing. A great number of dark wind blades were blown about mercilessly, and they would move to the battlefield from time to time. However, 1 or 2 dark wind blades were not even considered a threat to those top Sir Gods present. Little kid, accept your death." With a furious roar, one of the black-robed men raised the big hammer in his hands fiercely, and tremendous amount of power gathered. In an instant, it looked as though the whole universe was thrown toward him. What a joke! Jin Wushuang was filled with evil energy. He then moved his 5 heads and 10 arms madly in order to unleash his close-quarters combat abilities to the best of his abilities. At the same time, under the control of Jin Wushuang's soul power, the 2 Hongjun golden swords attacked crazily. Although all the 4 surrounding Sir Gods possessed shocking abilities, and they could exert a huge pressure on Jin Wushuang when they teamed up, Jin Wushuang could remain undefeated for a short amount of time by relying on the perfect combination of his close-quarters combat abilities and Hongjun golden swords. This little kid, his close-quarter combat abilities are so frightening. With the 4 of us teaming up, we can only push him back slightly. Moreover, it is a situation where we have a huge advantage in our comprehension of doctrines. It's very normal. He possesses the ancient god bloodline, and ancient gods are recognized by the eternal chaotic world as the #1 in close-quarters combat. Haha, it will only be interesting like this, and it will also be more fun. All the eyes of the 4 Sir Gods were scorching hot, and they were filled with excitement. Jin Wushuang's powerful abilities had given them more stimulus instead. At the same time, the abilities of the 4 were unleashed gradually, and Jin Wushuang was under an even greater amount of pressure. At the same time that Jin Wushuang was fighting intensely with the 4 Sir Gods, a threatening cold essence came from behind Jin Wushuang abruptly. Jin Wushuang understood at once that the assassin, Mo Ying, who had been hiding herself in the darkness, had attacked. "King of venomous worms," Jin Wushuang bellowed. "Leave it to me." A deep voice echoed in Jin Wushuang's mind. A black hole had appeared at the void behind Jin Wushuang, and a ghost-like figure had come out of it. Just like before, her hand held a dagger, and the dazzling gleam of the dagger appeared abruptly. At that moment, the dagger attacked. Be it the time where she attacked or the way she attacked, both of them were perfect. As Jin Wushuang was besieged by the 4 Sir Gods, even though he had 5 heads and 10 arms, he was still unable to block the attack. However, all of a sudden, the muscle on the back of his huge, dark golden ancient god body wriggled downward. After that, rustle. A total of 3 hideous, dark red tentacles appeared abruptly. The 3 tentacles were like 3 dark red flittering lights, and they pierced the void easily. After that, they struck the incoming dagger with lightning speed. The dagger was extremely sharp and cold. Moreover, it was also extremely powerful. Hence, it pierced more than half of the tentacles instantly. However, with the great amount of strength that the tentacles contained, the ugly-looking woman Mo Ying was sent flying. Straight away after that, rustle, rustle, rustle. The surface of Jin Wushuang's ancient god body wriggled crazily, and a hideous worm beast came out of it. As soon as it appeared, the worm beast's body started to expand madly with an unbelievable speed. Thousands of feet long, tens of thousands of feet long, hundreds of thousands of feet long in the end, it was more than 1,000,000 feet long. With the appearance of the frightening worm beast within the dark storm almost burst open. Its gigantic, vast body was filled with red scales. It was also emitting extremely cold light. In addition, brawny and hideous tentacles were coming out from beside the scales. There were so many of them that it was uncountable. By looking at it, there were probably more than tens of thousands of tentacles. At the highest point of the red body, there was a huge, dark red head. The head only had a pair of scarlet eyes that were of the size of the sun. Moreover, there was also a large, fierce-looking mouth that had opened. A frightening aura was released from the king of venomous worms' body. Upon seeing the huge monster in front of them, even the 5 Sir Gods present revealed a shocked expression. However, Jin Wushuang understood that the body was still not the peak condition of the king of venomous worms. At its peak, its body could act as a giant island when it was curled up. "King of venomous worms, why do you have so many tentacles now?" Jin Wushuang's 100-foot-tall ancient god body was standing at the top of the king of venomous worms' head. When he looked at the surroundings, he revealed a surprised expression. According to what he knew, the king of venomous worms was a plenilune centipede, and he should only have thousands of tentacles. However, at present, he had brought out tens of thousands of tentacles. Haha, Jin Wushuang, this is all thanks to you. As you are an inverse cultivator as well as a royal ancient god, my bloodline has been affected as well. After the transformation this time around, I have transformed into a supreme full-foot plenilune of the Plenilune clan. Chapter 1738. Full-foot plenilune? Jin Wushuang was surprised. Sponsored content remove ads? From 1,000-foot plenilune to full-foot plenilune, it was obvious that there was a huge elevation. Then, the five Sir Gods stood together in the void. They looked at the huge figure before them, and their faces grew solemn. The information didn't say that there is such a fierce worm following Jin Wushuang. Judging by the looks of the worm, it should be plenilune that is a parasite on ancient god, but it has so many serai. Humph, it's just a plenilune. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go. The five Sir Gods moved again. Jin Wushuang, let's go too. King of Venomous Worm's deep voice rang in Jin Wushuang's head. At the very next moment, its huge body quivered. Cry. A shrill cry resonated through the universe. Then, countless ferocious serai covered the five Sir Gods instantly. The serai were like arrows that shot out. They contained terrifying powers of destruction. The five Sir Gods moved one after another. They shuttled to and fro the serai like ghosts. Occasionally, they would attack and press with force. In an instant, they shattered more than hundreds of serai. However, even though the serai were shattered, King of Venomous Worm's recovery ability grew them back in the next moment. The five Sir Gods jostled and elbowed their ways. The serai couldn't stop them at all. Sponsored content remove ads? But then, in King of Venomous Worm's huge, bloodshot eyes, there was boundless blood light that flowed out. Secret skill of plenilune, scarlet light. Swoosh! The two rays of scarlet light burst out of King of Venomous Worm's two huge eyes. The two rays of light contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Everywhere that they swept past, the void collapsed. The two rays of scarlet light shot the two Sir Gods at the front at the first instant. The two Sir Gods' bodies shook but continued to pound forward the next moment. They live up to their name as Almighties. Although I have transformed into full-foot plenilune, you are still a six-star ancient god after all. The power of scarlet light isn't enough to affect them, King of Venomous Worms said coldly. Let me take care of them. Jin Wushuang's face grew solemn as boundless divine power billowed in madness. Ancient god unique skill, universal laws. There were brawny figures that substantiated behind Jin Wushuang one after another. The figures were all in substantial form, and every single one of them gave out a fierce aura. There was a total of 1,000 figures. Destroy. Jin Wushuang wielded a long sword, and the ancient god shadows behind him wielded their swords simultaneously. Sponsored content remove ads? Wow. 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 Countless sword lights were swung out at the same time. The sword lights covered heaven and earth, and all living things in the universe were visibly moved. If one had the support of boundless divine power, the power of the unique skill, universal laws, would become extremely terrifying. For instance, even if an ordinary ancient god used universal laws, they could at most perform simple attacks like a wave and a punch. Even so, it would drain a huge amount of divine power. But if sword principle were to be performed with the embodiment of universal laws, the required divine power would be even higher. Naturally, the power was far beyond simple hits and punches. The ultimate divine power droplet in Jin Wushuang's body had already accumulated 99 drops. Hence, his divine power was as vast as an ocean, and he wasn't afraid to use them. He had utilized universal laws and performed a sword principle directly. The power was earth-shattering. The five Sir Gods who were pounding at him saw the pressing sword light flooded and their faces changed. The sword light wasn't like the serai earlier that could be scattered or dodged easily. Not only did the sword light cover a wide range, the power was also shocking. Hong! The terrifying whistle rang and the power of the sword light exploded. The five Sir Gods had performed many tricks too. They smashed and blocked the sword light, and it quickly dispersed. Sponsored content remove ads? But suddenly, there were two rays of resplendent golden lights. They appeared before a Sir God flexibly. The Sir God who was holding a saber had got a shock. He immediately wielded the saber in his hand and swung out two blade shadows. Then, the two Hong Jun golden sword flew out. This young man has quite a bit of a trick in his sleeve. According to the information, it only said that he manipulates two golden swords that are extremely fast in speed. He could attack and pressure opponents over and over again, so that his opponent has no chance to counterattack. However, from what it seems, his other skills are very impressive too. Let's not waste time. Let's kill him with that one move. The five Sir Gods exchanged a few comments and immediately came to a mutual agreement. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The five figures suddenly appeared magically all together. Then, they stood in five corners surrounding Jian Wushuang. They flicked their wrists and took out a fiery red flag each. That is formation flag? Jian Wushuang saw the five fiery red flags, and his face instantly changed. In Eternal Chaotic World, there were many ferocious formations. These formations required a lot of time to prepare before performing and had to be set up meticulously. However, there were also some other unique formations, especially trap formations, killing formations, and that sort of formation that were rather easy to set up. Some formations could even be hidden in tokens or unique treasures. When required, it could be taken out from the token or unique treasure directly. As the five Sir Gods raised up their flags, it was obvious that they were setting up a formation. Formation, the killing formation of 9 cuts. The five Sir Gods' gazes were cold, and they dripped fresh blood into the fiery red flags. Suddenly, the fiery red flags grew tremendously and blended into the surrounding universe. There was an instant explosion of solemnity. Jian Wushuang was still standing on King of Venomous Worm's head, and he looked around. He saw that there was an extra layer of crimson shield in the surrounding void. The crimson shield engulfed him within, and he had no chance of escaping. I'm in big trouble. Jian Wushuang's looked troubled. Such an imposing, austere manner. The formation should be an impressive killing formation, and it is designed to kill you. King of Venomous Worms said in Jian Wushuang's head. Killing formation was a powerful killer move, and it was performed by five Sir Gods. Jian Wushuang felt extremely pressured. Jian Wushuang, you made us five Sir Gods team up to set up the killing formation of 9 cuts to kill you. Even if you die, you should be proud. It was the ugly-looking lattice, Mo Ying's cold voice. D***M in it. It's the killing formation of 9 cuts. King of Venomous Worms shouted. He obviously knew the origins of the killing formation. Move, kill him. Mo Ying's gaze was cold. In a corner of the void, the Sir God who was using a saber raised his saber and swung it in the direction of Jian Wushuang. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Note: please download the sponsors game to support us. Chapter 1739. Give it his all buzz. All of a sudden, a frightening saber light appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Originally, this saber light was unleashed by that Sir God himself. However, with the amplification by the killing formation, its power rose by close to 10 times. Jian Wushuang raised the Blood Mountain sword in his hands, rumble. A total of 61 crimson sword shadows was formed, and they superimposed onto one another instantly and formed a new sword shadow. After that, the sword shadow was swung out, and it clashed with the saber light head-on. In the end, bam! With a loud sound, the crimson sword shadow was dissipated almost instantly, and the saber light, which still contained a considerable amount of power, continued to head toward Jian Wushuang. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned grave. The huge body of the King of Venomous Worms, who was below him, rolled up fiercely and countless tentacles appeared crazily. The saber light swept past everything and cut open thousands of tentacles of the King of Venomous Worms in one go. A considerable amount of power also struck the body of the king of venomous worms, which was filled with dark red scales, and this caused the king of venomous worms to feel extremely uncomfortable. It's too strong. This is the killing formation of 9 cuts. If the people who deployed this formation were to use any attack, its power would rise by close to 10 times after the amplification by the killing formation. Unless we are able to destroy this killing formation forcefully, no matter how many techniques we have, we will definitely die. Jin Wushuang, think of a way quickly. The king of venomous worms' voice was filled with impatience. Jin Wushuang's expression was ice-cold, and he was looking at the 5 Sir Gods outside the killing formation. Among the 5 Sir Gods, the cold man who was holding a big hammer was about to attack. I have to give it my all. Jin Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly, and his eyes were glowing with determination. On his dark golden ancient god body, there were 6 stars in the space between his eyebrows. However, at that time, Jin Wushuang slapped his own forehead fiercely. Slap. All of a sudden, the quadrangular star at the highest point was broken into pieces. Ancient God's secret skill. Star destruction skill. This was a secret skill which would allow one's abilities to rise greatly for a short period of time by destroying one's own ancient god star. It was a secret skill that only ancient gods possessed. With one ancient god star destroyed, the ancient god power in Jin Wushuang's body skyrocketed in an instant, and even the king of venomous worms below him underwent a slight change at that moment. Rumble. Within the killing formation, the second attack had already appeared. It was an ancient, big hammer. The big hammer had repelled the universe, and it contained power which could destroy the world. Upon seeing that, Jin Wushuang's eyes glowed with a dark golden light, and an infinite amount of divine power gathered on his right hand's index finger instantly. Ancient God's 6th finger, sun corrosion. Boom. A dark golden, giant finger pierced the space forcefully and clashed with the ancient, big hammer with lightning speed. A violent booming sound could be heard at once, and the frightening power spread in all directions. However, the power was stopped by the crimson wall of the killing formation which acted as an obstacle. Jin Wushuang only felt an impact spreading toward him which caused his body to stagger. After that, he retreated a few steps backward quickly. Even though my abilities rose greatly after I destroyed one ancient god star, I am still at a disadvantage. Jin Wushuang's eyes turned grave, and he understood immediately. Destroying only 1 star was totally not enough to have an impact on the killing formation at all. Humph! Jin Wushuang gave a cold hum, and his eyes became even more determined. His palm then slapped his own forehead again. Slap! Slap! 2 ancient god stars were destroyed at the same time. In addition to the 1 star that he had destroyed previously, it was power from destroying 3 stars. Rumble. The ancient god power in Jin Wushuang's body underwent a transformation in terms of quality immediately. At that moment, his abilities rose greatly. Straight after that, he took big steps forward. As he looked at the crimson palm that was forming within the killing formation, a vast amount of ancient god power burst forth. Break! With a furious cry, Jin Wushuang clenched his right fist and punched fiercely. The crimson palm also changed into a crimson flittering light and attacked with lightning speed. Bam! The sound shook the heavens, and the crimson flittering light dissipated. The crimson palm, which contained power that had been amplified greatly with the help of the killing formation of 9 cuts, was actually torn apart right away. What? Outside the killing formation, all the 5 Sir Gods revealed shocked expressions. They knew how powerful the killing formation of 9 cuts was. Moreover, all 5 of them were Sir Gods who were extremely strong. Their own abilities were already very unreasonable, and with the amplification of the killing formation of 9 cuts, their attack power would increase by close to 10 times. Under such circumstances, the attacks that they had unleashed randomly should have achieved the limit of a Sir God, and they should be very close to Emperor Gods. For such attacks, among the Sir Gods in the eternal chaotic world, there were not many of them who could repel them head-on. However, Jin Wushuang had actually torn apart their attacks which had been amplified by the killing formation of 9 cuts. Those abilities were much stronger than they had expected. This Jin Wushuang has probably not used the secret skill of Star Palace yet. Damn it, He is a lot more difficult to deal with than the report said. Use the Devil 9 cuts right away. Don't give him any chances. The 5 Sir Gods made a decision immediately. The 5 Sir Gods then took action at the same time straight away, and a great amount of divine power could be seen entering the killing formation crazily. Rumble. The void also shook madly. A vast amount of divine power gathered in the void of the killing formation. With the divine power gathering, a gigantic crimson god appeared in front of Jian Wushuang slowly. The devil god was 1,000 feet tall, and it was not considered very big. However, the aura that it emitted was already past the level of a Sir God, and it had achieved a completely new level. It was the level of an Emperor God. It's Devil 9 Cuts. A Devil 9 Cuts created by 5 Sir God experts working together will achieve the level of an Emperor God. Upon seeing that, the King of Venomous Worms became extremely terrified. Jian Wushuang's expression was also extremely grave. He could feel a huge amount of pressure from the Devil 9 Cuts in front of him. King of Venomous Worms, please return to my body first, Jian Wushuang said. All right, the King of Venomous Worms nodded his head. If it were a Sir God-level intense battle, with the King of Venomous Worms already transformed into the full-foot plenilune, the King of Venomous Worms could indeed fight side by side with Jian Wushuang and hence be of great help to Jian Wushuang. However, when the battle rose to the level of Emperor Gods, there would be no room for the King of Venomous Worms to step in. What he could do was stay within Jian Wushuang's body and do his best to help Jian Wushuang recover his divine power and body. Within the killing formation, the extremely huge, plenilune giant beast started to shrink with shocking speed immediately. After a short amount of time, he became a small worm beast and entered Jian Wushuang's body again. The killing formation became spacious at once. Jian Wushuang had an enormous amount of aura and his body expanded until he was 1,000 feet tall. His body was glowing with dark golden light, and only 3 ancient god stars remained in the space between his eyebrows. The light that the 3 ancient god stars emitted was unusually dazzling as well. In front of Jian Wushuang was the 1,000-foot-tall Devil 9 Cuts. The body of the Devil 9 Cuts was scarlet in color, and it was as though a layer of armor had covered it. In addition, it possessed a tremendous amount of murderous intent. Chapter 1740. Devil 9 Cuts. The killing formation was filled with an imposing, austere manner. The entire universe was frozen. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, then, die. There was a bellow, and Jian Wushuang kept his look of 5 heads and 10 arms. Every single one of his arms was holding on to a long sword. He took a huge stride forward with terrifying power. Suddenly, he appeared in front of the Devil 9 Cuts. Roar! Devil 9 Cuts let out an earth-shattering roar. Merely the impact of the sound wave in his roar was enough to exterminate an expert on Real God ranking list. Suddenly, Devil 9 Cuts wriggled its body, and there were muscular arms that extended. Just like Jian Wushuang, he had 10 arms as well. The 10 arms held a variety of divine weapons substantiated with divine power. Under the coverage of soaring rage, Devil 9 Cuts charged forward ferociously. The 2 lofty statues that were taller than 100 zhang in height collided in the middle of the formation. Bang! 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 Deafening roars resonated across the universe. Every roar brought about powerful explosions that could destroy the universe. Jian Wushuang wielded the 10 long swords in his hands and swung them continuously under the utilization of special attack. Although Devil 9 Cuts was like Jian Wushuang with 10 arms, close combat didn't rely on the number of arms. Jian Wushuang had collaborated it with his special attack skill while Devil 9 Cuts hadn't. In terms of close-body combat, the Devil 9 Cuts that was controlled by the 5 Sir Gods was far behind. However, Devil 9 Cuts possessed the power of an Emperor God. In that aspect, Jian Wushuang wouldn't be able to compare favorably even after he broke 3 ancient god stars. Hence, he definitely had the upper hand in terms of close body combat. However, when they really fought, Jian Wushuang was slightly at a disadvantage. Just then, swoosh, swoosh, there were 2 rays of golden lights that suddenly glowed. The two rays of golden lights were on the left and on the right each. Regardless of speed or power, both were enhanced tremendously, and the lights slashed at Devil Nine Cut's head. Devil Nine Cut's two arms swung in madness and forced the two Hong Jun golden swords back. However, Jian Wushuang seized the chance to swing out two sword lights that chopped off both the arms. Jian Wushuang chopped Devil Nine Cut's two arms in collaboration with Hong Jun golden swords. He had yet to celebrate when he saw Devil Nine Cuts let out an angry roar. There were boundless clouds churning, and a large amount of blood fog flooded in. Its power suddenly rose. At the same time, the two arms that Jian Wushuang had chopped off recovered quickly. Jian Wushuang, it's useless. Devil Nine Cuts is unrivaled within the killing formation of 9 cuts. No matter how severe the damage you cause, forget that you just cut off its two arms. Even if you chop off its head or slash it in half from the middle, it will recover immediately. King of Venomous Worms' voice rang in Jian Wushuang's head. If you want to stay alive, there's only one way, which is to figure out a way to dissolve the killing formation of 9 cuts. Otherwise, no matter how much effort you put in, you'll only die in the end. I understand. Jian Wushuang's face was cold. As he fought, he glanced at the 5 Sir Gods outside the formation. The 5 Sir Gods were fully focused on controlling Devil Nine Cuts. I broke 3 ancient god stars in one go and my power did increase tremendously. However, the power of ancient god stars couldn't be maintained long enough. I have to seize the chance. Jian Wushuang made a decision in his head. Hong, 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 Hong. The 10 swords in Jian Wushuang's hands continued to swing out ferociously. Every stroke was like a mountain. In addition to that, Hong Yung Golden Sword forcibly blocked Devil Nine Cut's attack. But suddenly, Jian Wushuang quickly retreated. He retreated all of a sudden, and it was outside of Devil Nine Cut's, as well as the 5 Sir Gods' expectations. As he retreated, Jian Wushuang poured out the divine power in him. Secret skill of Ancient God, Thunder Attracting Skill. Hong. Above the space storm that was trembling in balance was the vast sky. At that moment, there was a huge crack that appeared in the sky. In the crack, terrifying thunderous power filled the air. Suddenly, there were countless life-destroying sacred thunders that suddenly descended. Every single strike of life-destroying sacred thunder required a Sir God to treat it with extreme care. But then, there were about 100 strikes of them descending at the same time. Plus, after the hundreds of life-destroying sacred thunder had descended but were yet to strike the body of Devil Nine Cuts, they merged together at a terrifying speed. Suddenly, a huge thunder dragon that was over 10 zhang thick roared as it pounded at Devil Nine Cuts. Thunder Attracting Skill, one of the 3 ancient god secret skills. As Jian Wushuang broke 3 ancient god stars and his power increased tremendously, the life-destroying sacred thunder he stirred was even more powerful. The thunder dragon instantly entangled the huge body of Devil Nine Cuts. The terrifying thunderous power suddenly exploded. Devil Nine Cut wasn't afraid, but it waved his arms, intending to break the thunder dragon. Just as the huge thunder dragon entangled Devil Nine Cuts, Jian Wushuang's eyes were fixed on a person outside the killing formation. That person was the ugly lady who was good at assassination tricks. Emoing. Out of the 5 Sir Gods, she is the one good at assassination and she is also the weakest in defense. Hence, she will be easiest to kill. There was a murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The next moment, ancient god power swept out again. Secret skill of ancient god, moon-picking skill. The void instantly shook. One hand to flip the sky, and the other hand to pick the moon. The strongest secret skill for ancient god tribe to perform. Walala. The void outside the killing formation where Emoing was suddenly shattered and collapsed like a piece of paper. An extremely terrifying yet unique strength ignored the hindrance of the killing formation of 9 cuts and caused an effect on Emoing. What? Emoing's face changed. She could feel the surrounding universe, space and time pressuring her from all directions. The pressure was too strong. One should know that Jian Wushuang had performed moon-picking skill back in Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning when he wasn't giving his all, but he aimed at 4 Sir Gods and caused all of them to be injured. Among them, His Highness Mu Hong was severely injured. But then, Jian Wushuang broke 3 ancient god stars directly, and he was giving his all. The moon-picking skill that he had performed was only aiming at one person, and the person was a Sir God that was good at assassinations in the dark. This kind of Sir God wouldn't be strong in defense. Immediately, no. Emoing let out a shrill cry. Her body exploded into pieces under the pressure of space and time. In an instant, she vanished into thin air. Sir God Emoing, who had set up the killing formation, died and the killing formation instantly collapsed. Chapter 1741. The fourth wave of attack. Not good. How is this possible? The remaining 4 Sir Gods were extremely terrified, and they no longer had a relaxed expression like before. It should be known that they had even used the trump card killing formation of 9 cuts that they had prepared. However, in the end, Jian Wushuang had killed Mo Ying in the killing formation of 9 cuts. How can this happen? How can he disregard the killing formation of 9 cuts and kill Mo Ying? What kind of technique is this? The 4 Sir Gods were filled with doubt. However, they did not know that the moon-picking skill that Jian Wushuang had used was the strongest secret skill of the ancient god clan, and it was really a very remarkable ability. This secret skill made use of the power of the universe, space, and time. Moreover, no matter where it was, as long as space and time existed in the piece of void, Jian Wushuang could use it. The killing formation of 9 cuts could indeed block all kinds of attacks. However, these attacks were merely material-based attacks. As for the moon-picking skill, which was a secret skill which made use of the universe, space, and time, the killing formation of 9 cuts was totally unable to block it. With the death of Mo Ying, the killing formation of 9 cuts had collapsed, and the devil 9 cuts with a great amount of murderous intent and power had dissipated at once. Jian Wushuang glowed with murderous intent. Die! With a shrill cry, the 2 Hong Jun golden swords which Jian Wushuang controlled turned into 2 shooting stars and moved with frightening speed. They then pierced the void and headed to the 4 Sir Gods with lightning speed. Upon seeing that, the 4 Sir Gods revealed terrified expressions in succession. Even the killing formation of 9 cuts had been broken through. As such, the fighting capabilities of Jian Wushuang, who had gone all out, were not something that the 4 of them could stop. Run! Without hesitation, the 4 Sir Gods started to escape. After all, they were all Sir God experts. Moreover, they were considered outstanding among the Sir Gods. If the 4 of them really wanted to escape, it would be difficult for Jian Wushuang to get all of them to stay. Even though it was not possible to get the 4 Sir Gods to stay, there was one person that Jian Wushuang absolutely had to keep. This person was Lei Chao. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang's body moved crazily, and his dark golden eyes stared persistently at Lei Chao, who was standing in the void. At that time, Lei Chao did not have a fearful expression at all. Since his soul had been controlled, he did not have his own consciousness since a long time ago. Hence, he was no different from being dead. Lei Chao. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly and grief flashed in his heart. However, even more determination flashed in his heart. I will definitely avenge you. Please leave peacefully. Jian Wushuang spoke softly and pointed out one of his fingers from his right hand. A flittering light shot out, and its speed was so fast that it was not an attack that Lei Chao could dodge. Moreover, Lei Chao did not dodge at all. The flittering light pierced through the space between Lei Chaos' eyebrows and took his life. Jian Wushuang appeared beside Lei Chao. With a swing of his hands, he put Lei Chaos' lifeless body into his Qian Kuan ring. After finishing that, Jian Wushuang sighed deeply, and his heart felt extremely heavy. As Lei Chaos' consciousness had been controlled, he was as good as dead. If he were to continue living like a puppet, it would be a humiliation and torture to him. As such, after knowing that, Jian Wushuang had made up his mind a long time ago to free Lei Chao. Acheron Palace. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly, and his eyes were filled with an infinite amount of murderous intent and fury. Jian Wushuang, the world has always been cruel. Please try to get over this. Moreover, now is not the time for you to grieve. The king of venomous worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and his eyes were icy cold. The king of venomous worms was right. The current moment was not the time for him to grieve, because he himself could be killed by someone at any time. The Acheron Palace's way of doing things has always been very secretive, and they will not take action easily. However, the moment they take action, they will definitely have absolute confidence. Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. However, what I have come across so far is unable to force me into a hopeless situation. The Acheron Palace has definitely arranged for something else. Since entering the dark storm, Jian Wushuang had encountered 3 waves of danger. The first wave was the assassination attempt by the ugly-looking woman at the start. The assassination was extremely frightening, and Jian Wushuang was almost killed. The second wave came from Lei Chao, where he tossed 2 god-destroying pearls abruptly. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had always been careful, and he was prepared for it. If not, he would have ended up in an extremely miserable state. As for the third wave, it was the 5 Sir Gods attacking at the same time, and they even had used the killing formation of 9 cuts. These 3 waves of danger were extremely perilous, and they had indeed forced Jian Wushuang to go all out by making him unleash many of his trump cards and techniques. However, such an extent was still not considered perfectly safe. Hence, Jian Wushuang could confirm that the Acheron Palace still had the 4th wave of attack. The 4th wave of attack would be even more dangerous than the 3 waves of attacks from before. What will the 4th wave of attack be? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. In no time, he knew about it. Jian Wushuang was still standing at the battlefield from before, which was inside the dark storm. As for the 4 Sir Gods who deployed the killing formation of 9 cuts to kill him, they had escaped originally. However, at that time, they headed toward Jian Wushuang again. Moreover, it was not just the 4 of them. At the center of the 4 of them, there was a shadow which was covered by a crimson robe. Under the escort of the 4 Sir Gods, the crimson-robed man walked out slowly and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang openly. After that, he stopped moving. At that moment, Jian Wushuang's expression became unusually ugly. An Emperor God. An Emperor God expert. The corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth were a bit distorted, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration. As expected of the Acheron Palace, they would not take action easily. However, if they were to take action, they would definitely not fail. This rumor was really true. After sending 5 Sir Gods to team up and deploy the killing formation of 9 cuts, it was still not enough. They had actually secretly arranged for another Emperor God. It was an Emperor God. It was the level of the Star Palace Master, as well as King Luozhen, who was an 8-star ancient god. Although there seemed to be only one step between an Emperor God and a Sir God, the gap between them was not smaller than the gap between a real god and Sir God. For example, the Devil 9 cuts from before, which was only just created with 5 Sir Gods teaming up under the aid of the killing formation of 9 cuts, possessed the fighting capabilities of an Emperor God. However, the Devil 9 cuts had only achieved the level of an Emperor God in terms of strength, power, and other areas. However, when comparing close-quarters techniques, trump cards, and secret skills, it was completely incomparable to an actual Emperor God. However, even though that was the case, it was still not something that Jian Wushuang could fight with. He could only rely on his own close-quarters combat abilities to deal with the Devil 9 cuts. After that, he had found an opportunity to kill a Moing, who had deployed the formation. With that, the Devil 9 cuts had dissipated by itself. As for a real Emperor God expert, he was many times stronger than the Devil 9 cuts. Moreover, the Emperor God in front of him did not look normal. Looks like this time around, it will not be as simple as just going all out. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes, and with a flip of his palm, a picture scroll appeared in his hands. As Jian Wushuang tossed the picture scroll into the void, the big universe started to undergo changes right away. Chapter 1742. Emperor God Shuegu, 5 Sir Gods teamed up and set up the killing formation of 9 cuts, but couldn't kill you. On the contrary, you killed one of us instead. Jian Wushuang, you are much stronger than we, Acheron Palace imagined. Luckily, We of Acheron Palace have prepared room for a maneuver. A creepy and hoarse voice was heard from the person in the crimson robe. As his voice reverberated, the person in the crimson robe flipped his palm and took out a crimson token. The crimson token gave out a strange aura. As the person in the crimson robe clenched, pack, the token broke and a billowing strength covered Jian Wushuang instantly. This is Jian Wushuang's eyes fixed and his consciousness slowly immersed. It was as though he almost fell asleep. Jian Wushuang, quickly, wake up. This is a soul control trick. Quickly wake up. King of Venomous Worms' roar of fear and anger rang in Jian Wushuang's head. The vigorous soul fire in Jian Wushuang's sea of consciousness was burning, and there was a sharp ache that suddenly hit him. Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated with horror, and his features turned ferocious. You want to conduct soul control on me? Dream! Jian Wushuang was roaring in madness as he tried to shake off the unique situation. After a while, everything settled down. Jian Wushuang continued to stand there as he panted. His face grew unusually solemn. It seems like I failed. The person in the crimson robe glanced at Jian Wushuang and he sneered, but that's right. After all, he's an inverse cultivator. He nurtured his soul fire long ago. He naturally wouldn't be as easy to control as Lei Chao. Be asterisk starred. There was billowing murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He could tell that Lei Chao was soul-controlled by the person in the crimson robe before him. However, soul control wasn't something he could perform, and it was only contained in the token. The person in the crimson robe only played a guiding role. To be able to save a soul attack in a token and activate it by another person, and it still could control Lei Chao, who is an expert on real god ranking list. The person who performed the soul control is much stronger than I imagined, King of Venomous Worms said. Previously, King of Venomous Worms had thought the expert who performed soul control would be an emperor god who was good at soul attacks. However, from the looks of it, he wouldn't be an ordinary emperor god. As I couldn't soul control you, I have to kill you personally. The person in the crimson smiled leisurely, and there was another crimson trident in his hand. Go! The person in the crimson robe waved his hand, and the crimson trident quivered suddenly and charged at Jian Wushuang. The stab brought about boundless power of the universe and crimson light flooded in. It was terrifyingly dark. Jian Wushuang felt that he was locked in on by the trident. No matter how he dodged, even if he ran to the end of the world, he wouldn't be able to dodge the trident's attack. In particular, the terrifying power that the trident contained made Jian Wushuang's hair stand. Ancient God unique skill. 8 divine mountains. Jian Wushuang bellowed, and the divine power in his body flowed out. He broke 3 ancient god stars, and the increased boundless ancient god power had yet to disperse. But then, it was venting out like a tsunami. Bang, 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 bang. 8 lofty golden sacred mountains appeared from nowhere. Every sacred mountain was lofty and far bigger than before. It formed 8 layers of barriers in front of Jian Wushuang. It was the strongest defense unique skill of ancient god tribe. It was performed by Jian Wushuang after he broke 3 stars. It was powerful enough for a Sir God to feel hopeless. However, the crimson trident hit the 8 golden sacred mountains directly. Bang, bang, bang. 8 continuous bangs, and the 8 lofty sacred mountains only hindered the trident for a while before it pierced them. The crimson trident that contained shocking power flew at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's face changed. Then, there was Serai that shot out like lightning. King of Venomous Worms' body reappeared again and instantly formed a huge net. Hong. The huge net shattered and countless Serai strangled into pieces. There were parts of King of Venomous Worms' body that were torn apart as well. However, the trident's power remained as it flew at Jian Wushuang. There was a chilly gleam in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He gripped Blood Mountain's sword in his hand tightly. Then a boundless divine power flowed out and he slashed. Dang! There was a loud thud and Jian Wushuang's body shook vigorously. Blood Mountain's sword nearly fell out of his hand as he moved backwards from the impact. He took a dozen steps back before he steadied himself again. After he stopped, there was blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He's too strong. This is the power of an emperor god? Jian Wushuang was astonished. He gave his all and broke 3 stars to perform 8 divine mountains. However, they were instantly pierced while the defense skill that King of Venomous Worms had performed was broken down directly as well. Then, the stroke that he had cast with full force flew off as well and he was injured. It was merely a casual hit by the person in the crimson robe. His one hit was so powerful? No way. An ordinary Emperor God won't be this powerful. He is definitely an expert among Emperor Gods. King of Venomous Worms' voice was heard in Jian Wushuang's head, and his voice was solemn. Experts among Emperor Gods? Jian Wushuang muttered. He subconsciously looked at the crimson trident in the person in the crimson robe's hand. Then, his eyes dilated with shock. An Emperor God using a crimson trident? And it is so powerful. Shuegu. You are Emperor God Shuegu. Jian Wushuang shouted. Hee, it seems like you recognized me. The person in the crimson robe let out a burst of strange laughter but didn't deny it. It's really him. Jian Wushuang's face immediately grew grave. He had been in Sanctuary Alliance for so long, and he had a simple understanding of the Almighty's in eternal chaotic world. He did that so that when he was wandering outside, he could identify those who were more powerful and make a move earlier, in order to minimize the possibility of having a conflict. Among the Almighties in eternal chaotic world, there was Emperor God Shuegu. Emperor Shuegu kept himself to himself, and he was evil in disposition. He was truly a devil, but he happened to be terrifyingly powerful. Among Emperor Gods, he wasn't at the top, but he was in the middle upper range. The divine weapon that Emperor God Shuegu was using was the Crimson Trident. He was the only one among Emperor Gods in eternal chaotic world that used a strange divine weapon like the Crimson Trident. Hence, when Jian Wushuang saw the Crimson Trident, he recognized him immediately. No wonder Emperor God Shuegu rejected Sanctuary Alliance's invitation so many times, and he was even too lazy to bother with Sanctuary Alliance. He turned out to be Acheron Palace's man. Jian Wushuang was terrified and angry. Chapter 1743. A fight to the death. Since you have recognized me, all the more you have to die. Emperor God Shuegu's eyes were filled with an infinite amount of murderous intent. He was someone from the Acheron Palace, and this was a secret that no one knew. However, at that time, Jian Wushuang knew about it. Die. Boom. A frightening aura rose from Emperor God Shuegu's body, and the whole universe turned into a sea of blood that was filled with countless skeletons in an instant. As for Emperor God Shuegu, he was the emperor who ruled the sea of blood. He was holding his crimson trident with one hand tightly. Similarly, the trident was filled with a great amount of vigor, and the void shook wildly. After that, the crimson trident attacked again. This time around, when the crimson trident attacked, it increased in size at the same time, and it looked like a trident that could destroy the world. Comparing powers, it was many times stronger than before. Upon seeing that, an unprecedented amount of madness glowed within Jian Wushuang's eyes. His ancient god body was standing in the void proudly. At that moment, his right hand slapped his own forehead again. It should be known that of the 6 ancient god stars in the space between his eyebrows, he had already destroyed 3 of them previously. The star destruction skill was a secret skill used by ancient gods to allow them to go all out. If only 1 or 2 stars were destroyed, it would be easy to restore them. However, if 3 stars were destroyed, it would be more difficult to restore them. However, slap, slap, slap. Sounds that sounded like constellations bursting could be heard repeatedly. At that moment, the 3 remaining ancient god stars in the space between Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were destroyed at the same time. In addition to the 3 stars that had been destroyed previously, Jian Wushuang had destroyed all 6 stars. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang had given his all. He wanted to fight to the death. Come. A furious roar came out of Jian Wushuang's mouth, and it reverberated across the big universe. With all 6 stars destroyed, Jian Wushuang's ancient god power rose again to a completely new level instantly. Such a stage, combined with Jian Wushuang's stage 2 ultimate real god's divine power, made his divine power similar to that of a normal emperor god. Rumble. A great amount of divine power moved about, and it gathered at the index finger of Jian Wushuang's right hand. At that time, the index finger of his right hand had completely become a crystal jade, and the crystal jade was dark gold in color. Ancient God's seventh finger. Vault of Heaven's finger. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth, and he was extremely imposing. All of a sudden, the index finger of his right hand, which had completely changed into a crystal jade, was pointed. The instant it was pointed out, the void in front of him burst open, and a space vortex which covered tens of thousands of miles appeared from it. The space vortex was twisting everything in the universe, and even the dark storm at the side twisted mercilessly. Rustle. More than half of the space storm, which originally covered the triangular island, was twisted instantly. The ancient god's finger, which was one of the ancient god clan's 4 unique skills, contained a total of 9 fingers, and every finger was more shocking than before. Just the 6th finger, the sun corrosion finger, was already earth-shaking. For the 7th finger, it would be very difficult for even 7-star ancient gods to use it under normal circumstances. Similarly, Jian Wushuang could not use it previously. It was not until all his 6 stars were destroyed and that his ancient god power rose greatly like never before that he could use the 7th finger for real. The Vault of Heaven's finger. A finger that could destroy the Vault of Heaven. A giant, dark golden finger came out from the space vortex which covered tens of thousands of miles, and it clashed head-on with the incoming crimson trident, which had expanded crazily right away. With the clash, there were no violent booming sounds like before. However, the instant both attacks clashed, millions of miles of the surrounding void were torn apart into pieces. For example, the dark storm which had already been hit to the point that it almost fell apart was torn into pieces at that moment. In addition, the whole triangular island was completely exposed. In the void, 2 shocking powers were still opposing each other crazily. However, all of a sudden, boom! A great amount of aura descended from the void on top abruptly. Emperor God Shuegu's expression changed. After that, he raised his head abruptly and saw that the Vault of Heaven on top had undergone some changes for some reason. The Vault of Heaven had already changed into an extremely beautiful world. The world contained mountains, rivers, birds singing, and the fragrance of flowers. The most eye-catching thing was the 9 lofty continents that existed within the world. For the 9 lofty continents, each of them was extremely huge and vast, and the supreme aura that it emitted caused even Emperor God Shuegu to be slightly fearful. This is a Chaos Divine Treasure? Emperor God Shuegu's eyes shrank. Chaos Divine Treasures were the most powerful and valuable treasures in the eternal chaotic world. Even almighties and real gods did not have the right to possess them. For example, many Ser gods, which included some Ser gods with weaker abilities, did not have the right to possess a Chaos Divine Treasure. As for Emperor God Shuegu himself, he possessed a Chaos Divine Treasure, and it was the Crimson Trident in his hands. The trident was extremely powerful, and with its power, Emperor God Shuegu could be said to be someone powerful among the Emperor gods. However, the trident was merely an attack-type divine weapon. Among many kinds of divine weapons, attack-type divine weapons were no doubt worth the least. However, the extremely beautiful continent which had appeared on top had caused Emperor God Shuegu's eyes to become scorching hot. It's indeed a Chaos Divine Treasure. Moreover, it's a kind of Chaos Divine Treasure that is extremely special, and it is worth so much that it is shocking. Emperor God Shuegu shook. He knew how valuable Chaos Divine Treasures were. For his trident, he had paid a huge price for it. He had obtained it by luck after experiencing many life and death situations when he had entered a battlefield deep inside the second layer. Even though it was only an attack-type divine weapon, it was still enough to make many almighties envious of him. However, for the Chaos Divine Treasure that Jian Wushuang took out, looking at its worth alone, it was worth at least 10 times more than his Crimson Trident. Haha, this is really not a wasted trip. Emperor God Shuegu was extremely excited. His eyes, which were looking at Jian Wushuang, became filled with even more murderous intent. You wish to kill me and snatch my treasure away? Jian Wushuang could see through Emperor God Shuege's thoughts completely, and he grinned hideously. That will depend on whether you can survive this. Mountain River Map. Mountain River as palm and 9 province as seal. Jian Wushuang uttered every word with a pause, and every word contained a special demonic power. In the vast vault of heaven, within the world of the picture scroll which contained a total of 9 lofty continents, one of the continents was as if it were completely alive, and it freed itself from the world of the picture scroll. After that, it descended slowly. Rumble. The universe shook and all beings trembled with fear. This power, even if it were Emperor God Shuegu, when he saw the continent that was descending, his eyes became filled with fear. 9 province of the universe, Qing province as the seal. First seal, split the heavens. Boom. The lofty continent descended completely. Mountain River Map, the first seal of the 9 seals of 9 province had descended. In a split second, all the living creatures in the world submitted themselves. Chapter 1744. Life and Death in a Split Second. Ha ha, interesting. There was excitement shimmering in Emperor God Shuege's eyes. He noticed the terrifying power contained in the lofty continent. Not only was he not afraid, he was filled with excitement. The stronger the power of the lofty continent represented, the more amazing the Chaos Divine Treasure was. And he definitely has to get a hold of the Chaos Divine Treasure. Secret skill of bloodthirst, ternary in one breath. Emperor God roared, and there were 3 huge, lofty shadows of exotic beast. The 3 shadows were unique, but they shared a similarity. They were all soaring with rage. The crimson trident in his hand let out 3 different powers simultaneously. Suddenly, the power burst out. Heaven and earth were instantly silent. In the unprecedented silence, the lofty continent that was descending from the sky collided with the crimson trident. Rumble. Heaven fell, and the earth was raised. The huge triangle island below Jian Wushuang and Emperor God Shuegu started falling and immersed under the sea. The island vanished into thin air along with the dark storm. The 4 figures in black robe were in the void far away. They felt the collision of 2 terrifying power, and the 4 Sir Gods revealed a terrified expression. However, just as Jian Wushuang exchanged blows with Emperor God Shuegu using Mountain River Map, at the bottom of the sea in the vast Buddhist demon sea, a young man's consciousness, which was asleep for God knows how long, suddenly woke up with a start. This is the aura of 9 province continent. 9 province continent that was refined and made into treasure many years ago. It was in the hands of 7-star Black Sect, and it was named Mountain River Map. 7-star Black Sect's Mountain River Map appeared here? Haha, God is helping me. Go, kill all of the non-entities and bring back all their treasures. An ancient voice spoke, and a black shadow departed from the deep ends of Buddhist demon sea at an unbelievably fast speed in the direction of Jian Wushuang and Emperor God Shuegu. They remained in the void above the Triangle Island, but the Triangle Island had already vanished into thin air. The 2 terrifying power were clashed vigorously and shook the earth. But suddenly, the 3 rays of crimson light burst out like 3 bloody suns that swept out all hindrances. The lofty continent that descended from the scroll-painting world, although it was magnificent, cracked into 3 parts under the massive hit of 3 bloody suns and shattered completely. The sight made Jian Wushuang's expression grow distressed. He didn't perform Mountain River Map often, but every time he performed it, it never disappointed him. But then, the first seal of Mountain River Map that he had performed with his all was broken apart by his enemy. Emperor God Shuegu lives up to his name. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but compliment. However, he didn't feel hopeless. 9 province 9 seals, and he was merely performing the first seal then. One should know that his divine power was great, and he had already broken 6 ancient god stars. Then, he was already qualified to perform the second seal. The last trump card. Jian Wushuang's eyes were flashing, and he fixed his gaze upon Emperor God Shuegu. At the next moment, the vast power of stars instantly swept out from his body. Secret skills of Star Palace was finally cast. Secret skills of Star Palace, river mountain map, star destruction skill were all his biggest trump cards. He wouldn't perform those techniques hastily. But then, Jin Wushuang spared nothing. 9 province of the universe, you province as the seal, hack the earth. Terrifying divine power billowed. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook vigorously. From the sky in the beautiful scroll painting, there was another lofty continent that descended. The lofty continent was much bigger than the first. It was much loftier and more imposing. It was far beyond the first piece of the continent, far stronger. 9 province 9 seals, first split the heavens, secondly hack the earth. One was supposed to be stronger than another seal. Most importantly, the second seal was backed up with the power of stars. Jin Wushuang performed the second episode of Secret Skill of Star Palace with all his strength. In an instant, the order of Heaven Wei seemed to be breaking apart. Under the Hack the Earth seal, Emperor God Shuegu, who had been smiling madly, finally stiffened. In the distant void, the 4 Sir God experts turned pale. Even though they were far away, they could feel the power contained in the Hack the Earth seal. The power struck fear in them, and they were shivering hopelessly. It's impossible for him to be that strong. Emperor God Shuegu's hair instantly stood and his face distorted in agony. Hong, Hong, Hong. Emperor God Shuegu's body let out 3 roars. Then, he spat a mouthful of blood. His blood wasn't red but a scalding gold. The mouthful of scalding gold blood fell onto his crimson trident. Then, the crimson trident instantly became unusually violent. Drive weapon with blood. Slaughter a god with 100 ghosts. Secret skill. Ternary splits heaven and earth. Hong. A terrifying power suddenly exploded from the crimson trident. Emperor God Shuegod had boundless divine power and energy flow out of his body. Obviously, Emperor God Shuegu gave his all too. Kill. A loud roar that sounded like it was outside the highest heavens struck fear into them. The 3 tips of the crimson trident flooded with crimson light. The crimson trident suddenly increased in size. It was originally the size of an ordinary divine weapon, but it grew in size by tens of thousands of times and became an unbelievable mountain. The 3 resplendent yet enchanting crimson lights burst out and hit the lofty continent that descended brutally. Life or death depends on this hit. Jin Wushuang looked determined, and there was unprecedented insanity on his face. He already flashed all his trump cards and skills. He had to brew his strongest hit. If the hit were to kill Emperor God Shuegu, he would be able to live. On the contrary, if Emperor God Shuegu were to survive the hit, he would definitely die. Emperor God Shuegu was as mad as he was. He obviously knew of the situation as well. Their lives and deaths were decided by the last hit. It was either life or death in a split second. In the void, the crimson trident that grew to the size of a mountain collided with the lofty continent that descended. Bang! The space-time instantly paused, the yin and yang crisscrossed, and the universe fell apart. A black hole that covered the expanse of 1,000,000 miles appeared from nowhere. The black hole swallowed everything in the universe with no mercy. The 4 Sir Gods afar revealed an unprecedentedly terrified expression in that moment as they could feel the horror of the black hole. If they weren't far off, the black hole could totally strangle them to death. Chapter 1745. Very dissatisfied, the space black hole, which spread across millions of miles, disappeared, and the universe regained its peace gradually. Everything had come to an end. Jin Wushuang was standing at the void, and he had a ghastly pale expression. The level of the mountain river map was too high. If he had only unleashed the first move, it would still be all right. However, Jin Wushuang had unleashed the second move at all costs. Although he had unleashed it forcefully, it still placed a huge burden on his body. The current him only felt that all his internal organs were damaged, and he was in extreme pain. However, Jin Wushuang couldn't care less about his own injuries. His eyes were glowing brilliantly, and he was staring persistently at the void in front of him. He was looking at the position that Emperor God Shuegu was in previously. When he saw the void and that Emperor God Shuegu's body was still standing there, His body shook fiercely. Not dead. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists, and he was filled with an infinite amount of dissatisfaction. He had already given it his all by unleashing all his trump cards as well as techniques and staking everything on one attack. However, in the end, Emperor God Shuegu was still not dead yet. As expected of an Emperor God expert, Jian Wushuang laughed with grief. Jian Wushuang, run away quickly! The king of venomous worms' fierce roar echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind. However, Jian Wushuang was in agony. When did he not wish to run away? If he were able to run away, he would have done so a long time ago. If not, why would he stay behind and stake everything on one attack to fight it out with Emperor God Shuegu? The most important thing was that it was impossible for him to run away. His abilities were not too bad, and if he were to use the secret skill of dragon blood, his speed would surpass many Sir Gods. However, in front of an Emperor God, his speed was considered insignificant. He also knew that Emperor God Shuegu had always been proficient in speed to begin with. Moreover, the Crimson Trident in Emperor God Shuegu's hands could lock onto time and space. Hence, this would absolutely not give him any opportunity to escape. Under such circumstances, there was no way for him to escape. There was no way previously. At present, there was no way as well. In front of Jian Wushuang, Emperor God Shuegu was indeed not dead. However, he looked extremely miserable. The crimson robe on his body was filled with blood. His face was deathly pale like paper, and his aura had decreased greatly. It was obvious that he was seriously injured as well. However, under such circumstances, Emperor God Shuegu was neither terrified nor furious. Instead, he was extremely excited and delighted. Haha, Jian Wushuang, I really did not expect you to actually have such a nature-defying treasure. You are merely a real god. To allow a real god to unleash such frightening power to the point that it almost killed me, this treasure is 100 times more valuable than my trident. No, it's 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I am very grateful to you for giving me such a wonderful treasure. Hence, I will let you die immediately. Emperor God Shuegu was roaring madly, and the crimson trident in his hands glowed with a dazzling scarlet color. He then moved his legs and approached Jian Wushuang slowly. Is this the end? Jian Wushuang muttered, and his eyes were filled with hopelessness. The king of venomous worms, who was in his body, went silent as well. The king of venomous worms knew that Jian Wushuang had already reached his limit. He had already unleashed all his moves and trump cards. In addition, the star power, as well as the power he gained from destroying all his 6 ancient god stars, were completely depleted from using the seal back then. If the current him were to face Emperor God Shuegu again, he would not have any power to resist. However, all of a sudden, wait! The king of venomous worms gave a shrill cry. Jian Wushuang's eyes also shrank fiercely, and he looked at Emperor God Shuegu. All of a sudden, the black and boundless sea surface behind Emperor God Shuegu rose. A black shadow then appeared out of thin air, and it was right behind Emperor God Shuegu. Emperor God Shuegu seemed to have noticed it as well, and he turned his body immediately. After turning his body, his eyes became filled with shock. What he saw was a large, fierce-looking mouth that had already opened. The fierce-looking mouth contained 2 sharp, cold, and long protruding teeth. Moreover, the big mouth was right in front of him and it headed toward him. No! Emperor God Shuegu roared extremely loudly like never before. Although he tried to struggle with all his might to escape, he was still unable to. When the fierce-looking mouth closed, Emperor God Shuegu's body disappeared completely, and what replaced him was a huge, pitch-black head. The head was filled with black scales, and it looked like a dragon as well as a snake at the same time. In addition, there was also 1 horn on its head. This is a flood dragon from the ancient past. A terrified and astonished voice came from the king of venomous worms. The king of venomous worms was a full-foot plenilune, which was a supreme existence of the plenilune clan. However, when it saw the pitch-black, enormous monster in front of it, it was horrified from the bottom of its heart. A flood dragon from the ancient past. An extremely frightening existence. As soon as it appeared, There was no room for Emperor God Shuegu to struggle at all, and he was killed right away. Such a scene was seen clearly by Jian Wushuang and the 4 Sir Gods who were in a void not too far away. At once, the 5 of them became extremely frightened. Run! Run away quickly! There is no room for Emperor God Shuegu to struggle at all. This is too frightening. The 4 black-robed Sir Gods did not hesitate at all, and they turned around to escape madly at once. All of them had also unleashed their speed to the best of their abilities. However, the moment they moved, the giant head of the flood dragon, which had appeared from the sea surface, also turned around at once. At the same time, it opened its big mouth again. Buzz! Shockingly cold air spread across the area and covered the whole universe in an instant. It had also covered the 4 Sir Gods. Originally, the 4 Sir Gods were escaping with all their might. Moreover, the 4 of them had split up. However, all of a sudden, the 4 of them stopped moving in midair. The 4 of them opened their eyes wide, and they were filled with an infinite amount of fear. However, a layer of frost had already covered their bodies, and the frost spread continuously. In the end, the 4 of them were turned into ice sculptures. When a simple air current passed by, the 4 ice sculptures broke into pieces at once and dissipated across the universe. With just one face-off, not even a fragment of the 4 Sir Gods who had besieged Jian Wushuang previously remained. After that, the giant head of the ancient flood dragon looked at Jian Wushuang fiercely. The pair of eyes on its head, which were glowing with a thin layer of gray light, then locked on to Jian Wushuang hastily like 2 electric arcs. Murderous intent also flashed past its eyes. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang did not see how the flood dragon moved at all. However, the flood dragon had already appeared in front of him. At the same time, it opened its fierce-looking mouth again, and its target this time around was Jian Wushuang. Just like Emperor God Shuegu, Jian Wushuang did his best to escape. However, at the instant the flood dragon opened its mouth, Jian Wushuang realized that the space and time that he was in had been completely sealed off. His body was also frozen, and he could not move at all. He could only look on as the head of the flood dragon headed toward him. Am I going to die? Jian Wushuang murmured. Since I am about to die, it is better for me to die in the hands of this ancient flood dragon rather than at the hands of the experts of the Acheron Palace. However, it's a pity that I have not found Lung Rushue and rescued Shuang'er yet. In addition, I have also not found out about Master's real identity, and am going to die just like this. How dissatisfying. Chapter 1746, Armageddon Bang. The shockingly loud bang wasn't the noise from Jian Wushuang being eaten by the ancient flood dragon. It was the noise of a fierce hit on the flood dragon's head. It then immersed itself under the sea. What? Jian Wushuang, who was originally hopeless, opened his eyes widely and watched everything that happened before his eyes in shock. He saw a blurry figure in the void before him. The figure was about 10,000 zhang tall. It was enormously huge. Although he couldn't see the appearance clearly, he reckoned that it should be an elderly from the outline of the figure. But who was the elderly? When did he appear? Roar! An angry roar that sounded like a dragon's roar shook heaven and earth vigorously. It stirred up billowing waves in the entire surface of Dark Sea region, and the ancient flood dragon revealed itself. Its huge body was not only one size bigger than King of Venomous Worm, the huge head was extremely ferocious, while its faint gray pupils were covered in coldness and murderous intention, and it was looking at the huge shadow that was 10,000 zhang tall. Hee little thing. You do not deserve to make me take action personally. Let the one behind you come out. The blurry shadow that embodied an elderly let out a hearty laugh. His laughter was heard from all directions, and it contained a unique magic power. As his voice stopped, crack! In the vast void, there was suddenly a huge black hand that pierced through. It was huge and towering like a boundless mountain. Then, a shadow that was 10,000 zhang tall stepped out of the black hole and stood opposite the blurry elderly in the distance. The moment the black shadow appeared, the ancient flood dragon that was giving out a chilliness immediately became tame. Obviously, The Black Shadow was the master of the ancient flood dragon. These. What are all these? Jin Wushuang was surprised. He knew clearly that the ancient flood dragon could kill an emperor god easily, and it was not something he could match evenly. But then, there were suddenly two blurry shadows that were 10,000 zhang tall and much scarier than the ancient flood dragon. The two shadows were obviously substantiated with consciousness, but not their original bodies. However, as they stood there, Jin Wushuang felt that besides Long Qi and his master that he had come across in the independent space in the 8th lair back then, there was no one in the whole world that could win against him. But why would the shadows of the superb existences suddenly appear in Buddhist Demon Sea? Jin Wushuang was quivering in fear, and he stayed behind the shadow of the elderly. He didn't dare to move an inch. King of venomous worms in his body was frightened and remained silent too. One-star man, you old man, you are awakened too. The blurry shadow said under black armor, while the ancient flood dragon stayed by his side. His deep voice reverberated in Buddhist Demon Sea, and it stirred stormy waves all over Buddhist Demon Sea. Ha ha, in the same region, as you are awakened, how can I continue to stay asleep? The blurry shadow that the elder took the form of, also known as the one-star man, burst out into a hearty laugh. So what if you woke up? I'm killing these few non-entities. What does it have to do with you? The shadow in black armor asked coldly. You can kill anyone else, but the young man behind me has Mountain River map, and he knows the secret skill of 7-star. He definitely shared a relationship with 7-star Black Sect. Do you think I'll let you kill him? One-star man laughed. You want, and I can't, kill him? The shadow in a black armor let his murderous intention bellow. As he finished his sentence, he took a huge stride forward. With just one step, Jin Wushuang felt as though he had traversed two different eras. The shadow in black armor appeared in front of the blurry shadow that the one-star man took the form of. Then, he simply punched. On the other hand, one-star man waved his hand casually. Bang! There was a loud bang and the universe broke apart. The huge sea that covered an expanse of tens of millions of miles instantly sunk in, and it sunk all the way down to the bottom of the sea. It even revealed the reefs in the seabed. There were countless tsunamis, and every single wave was more than 1,000,000 zhang high as it dispersed in all directions madly. Jin Wushuang was right in the middle of the tsunami, and he felt the tsunami shattering everything like breaking dead wood. It stirred a commotion up in his heart as well. Merely a brief hit had caused such unbelievable power. Just how strong were the two people that were fighting? The experts of great emperor level in eternal chaotic world were nothing? Jin Wushuang muttered. Plus, the two of them hadn't come in person, but merely in the form of shadow that they had substantiated temporarily. Bang, 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 bang. The roars spread over continuously, and every roar came with boundless waves. The vigorous battle between the two made the universe seem to pale into insignificance. If one wasn't the level of great emperor, he couldn't even think of getting involved in such a vigorous battle. Just like Jin Wushuang, forget about getting involved, he couldn't even open his eyes when he was in the boundless tsunami. He could only feel the boundless power explode madly. One-star man, you really want to go against me? An angry voice roared through the universe. Haha, so what if I go against you? It's not like we never fought before. Not only do I want to keep this young man alive, I also want to provide him with an opportunity to let him grow stronger faster. One-star man's voice was loud and clear. Young man, look closely. Jin Wushuang, who was in the boundless tsunami, forced his eyes open. As he opened his eyes, he happened to see a huge hand. A huge hand that seemed to press the entire sky, the entire universe. The huge hand was gray, and it was blurry. Besides the boundless divine power that it contained, there was another kind of energy. The energy was the power of reincarnation. Constellation theurgy. Extermination palm of reincarnation. Rumble. The huge hand descended magnificently. Jin Wushuang was dumbfounded at the sight. He stared at the huge hand, and the huge hand continuously appeared in his head and continuously magnified in size. In the end, it was completely sealed in his memory. Hong. The power of the huge hand exploded, and the shadow in black armor knelt down from the slap. The shadow dispersed slightly. Be asterisk starred. A roar with boundless rage spread, and the shadow in black armor substantiated again. Black scale, kill that boy. The shadow in black armor roared while the ancient flood dragon that was fighting alongside him suddenly let out a chilly gleam. Then, the chilliness turned into an air current and froze the void. Then, it bypassed One-Star Man's huge shadow and shot at Jin Wushuang. Be careful, One-Star Man roared. Jin Wushuang's face changed. Chapter 1747. The power of a throw. Jin Wushuang had seen with his own eyes that when the ancient flood dragon had released cold air from its mouth, the cold air had annihilated the four Sir gods instantly. The cold air from the mouth of the ancient flood dragon was heading toward him. As its speed was too fast, Jin Wushuang had no way of dodging it, and he also did not have the ability to dodge it. The cold air covered his body instantly, and at that moment, it was as if the cold air wanted to freeze his body, mind, and consciousness completely. He then trembled with fear from the bottom of his heart. Humph! Jin Wushuang snorted coldly. In such a situation which was of great concern to life and death, Jin Wushuang remained extremely calm like never before. His divine power rose madly, and it was as if a volcano had erupted. His divine power then blocked the corrosion from the coldness. The coldness was extremely powerful, and it destroyed Jin Wushuang's divine power easily. However, Jin Wushuang had a great amount of divine power. Jin Wushuang was an inverse cultivator, and he had also achieved the limit of Stage 2 Ultimate Real God, where he had already precipitated a total of 99 Ultimate Divine Power Water Droplets. With 99 Ultimate Divine Power Water Droplets, the amount of divine power that he possessed was many times more than that of an Emperor God. With such a great amount of divine power appearing continuously to replace the dissipated divine power, it hindered the coldness madly. At the same time, it was also depleting the power of the coldness continuously. I must block it at all costs. Jin Wushuang closed his eyes tightly, and he was roaring furiously in his heart. At the same time that his ultimate divine power was blocking the corrosion from the coldness, his divine power was also being depleted at a shocking speed. Such a rate of depletion was even faster than when he had unleashed the secret skill of dragon blood with his full power. After just a short amount of time, he had already depleted 90% of the ultimate divine power in his body. Finally, the coldness dissipated gradually. Jin Wushuang's body, which was close to being completely frozen, also turned back to normal slowly. I have blocked it. Jin Wushuang was panting heavily, and he still had lingering fears. It was 90% of his divine power. Although he had such a vast amount of divine power, he had still depleted 90% of it in one go to block the coldness. However, if it were someone else, for example, for the four Sir gods who were killed by the coldness of the ancient flood dragon, their divine power would be less than 1/100th of Jin Wushuang's divine power. Hence, they would absolutely be unable to block the corrosion from the coldness. If it were an emperor god, he would be unable to block it as well. Only Jin Wushuang could block it with his vast amount of divine power. Even though that was the case, under the corrosion of the coldness, his internal organs had sustained great damage like never before. In addition, his body and mind were totally exhausted. He then spit out a big mouthful of blood. His aura had become extremely weak, and it was at rock bottom. He's actually not dead? The black-armored shadow could not help but be surprised. As for the ancient flood dragon under him, it gave a roar, and it seemed to be furious. The One-Star Man heaved a sigh of relief and said loudly, "Little kid, this battlefield is not a place that you can stay at. Let me send you out of here first. Don't resist." After speaking, a big hand from the giant shadow of the One-Star Man was swung out, and it headed toward Jin Wushuang straight away. Jin Wushuang naturally did not resist. Even if he wanted to resist, he did not have the ability to do so. In no time, he was grabbed by the One-Star Man's big hand. After that, go! The One-Star Man gave a cry, and his big hand exerted a great amount of strength as though he was throwing a lance, and he threw Jian Wushuang out. A frightening amount of strength burst forth. Jian Wushuang then swept past the void and created a ray of light in his path. In a split second, he had disappeared from the battlefield. Upon seeing that, the black-armored shadow could not help but be extremely furious. "Old man, today, I shall have a proper fight with you." A furious voice could be heard from the black-armored shadow. "Ha ha, we are both shadows substantiated by consciousness, and we are also under many restrictions. Who is afraid of whom?" The one-star man was not fearful in the slightest. Two earth-shaking experts continued to have an intense battle in the Buddhist Demon Sea. In no time, the whole Buddhist Demon Sea was on the verge of collapsing. Whoosh! A flittering light flew by at an extremely frightening speed. The violent sound of him sweeping past the sky was accompanied by an infinite amount of strong winds. Hence, Jian Wushuang was unable to open his eyes at all. The speed was too fast. It was countless times faster than the speed that Jian Wushuang had escaped with when he had unleashed the secret skill of dragon blood with his full power. It should be known that his current speed was not unleashed by him. Instead, the speed came from the one-star man throwing him out. He even had no idea when he would stop. Thus, he could only resign himself to fate. Time passed by, and close to 7 minutes' time had passed. However, Jian Wushuang's body had still not come to a stop yet. At that time, he was already extremely far away from the battlefield from before. At the void at the edge of the Buddhist Demon Sea in the 6th layer, there were 3 shadows moving about slowly. This is the edge of the Buddhist Demon Sea. The Buddhist Demon Sea is a great forbidden area of the 6th layer. While it is all right for us to travel at the edge, we must absolutely not enter it, a hale and hearty gray-robed old man explained. "I have heard of the Buddhist Demon Sea before as well. It is said that if a real god were to enter the Buddhist Demon Sea, he would definitely die. However, Sir God Qianlong, with your abilities, it should not be a problem for you to travel inside," the young man with slightly pale skin mocked. "Haha, don't flatter me. I am certain of my own abilities. For the Buddhist Demon Core, if there is no need to, it is better to not go in randomly," the hale gray-robed old man who was Sir God Qianlong from the soaring Heaven King Palace laughed. As for the pale-skinned young man, he was real god Han Quan of the soaring Heaven King Palace. As for the last person, he was another real god of the soaring Heaven King Palace who was in the real god ranking list, and his name was real god Ing Yun. 1 Sir God and 2 experts from the real god ranking list. With such a lineup in the 6th layer, as long as they did not look for trouble by going into a forbidden area like the Buddhist Demon Sea, they could probably go anywhere they wanted. Then, whoosh, all of a sudden, a sound of something sweeping in the sky could be heard. Moreover, the sound was getting louder and louder. Sir God Qianlong and the 2 other people looked at the source of the sound immediately. They then saw a flittering light being shot out from the Buddhist Demon Sea with a shocking speed by chance. The flittering light was moving at an extremely fast speed, and it swept past the void beside the 3 of them in an instant. "This is..." Sir God Qianlong and the 2 other people opened their eyes wide. "What a fast speed! What is that flittering light from just now?" Real God Han Quan said, dumbfounded. The speed of the flittering light was too fast. It was so fast that all of them, including Sir God Qianlong, did not manage to get a clear look at what exactly it was. With such a fast speed, and that it came from within the Buddhist Demon Sea, no matter what it is, we should follow it and take a look. Sir God Qianlong and the 2 other people started to move immediately. They followed the direction where the flittering light was shot to and headed over quickly. If the flittering light had maintained its frightening speed, with just the 3 of them, they would definitely be unable to catch up to it for their whole life. However, after the flittering light left the Buddhist Demon Sea, its speed began to decrease at once. In no time, the flittering light came to a complete stop at a piece of void. After the flittering light dissipated, a shadow appeared. This shadow was Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1748. Enemies on a narrow road. Jian Wushuang had just stopped moving, and he immediately groaned, "Ugh." Then, he spat a mouthful of blood. He had forcefully performed the second seal of 9-province seal, hack the earth, earlier, and it was overloading his body, so his divine body was damaged. Then, the ancient flood dragon attacked him with chilliness to the point where his organs turned bad and his divine body was heavily injured. Then, he was thrown out by One-Star Man. Although he did that to save him and let him leave the battlefield, the power he had used was terrifying. During the process, his injury went from bad to worse. By then, he was in a miserable situation. Jian Wushuang resisted the sharp pain from his body as he looked around. After he looked around, his eyes dilated in shock. This is outside of Buddhist Demon Sea? Jian Wushuang found it unbelievable. One should know that the triangle island that had sunk and disappeared which he was on, although it wasn't the inland sea of Buddhist Demon Sea, was quite deep in the open sea. With Jian Wushuang's travel speed, from the triangle island to the outside of Buddhist Demon Sea, he would at least require 1 to 2 years' time. But then, it was just one throw. The power of one throw threw him out of the battlefield and out of Buddhist Demon Sea directly. What kind of power was that? Which level of technique did he perform? One-Star Man. Jian Wushuang remembered the name clearly. He knew that the reason why he could escape by the skin of his teeth was because of the assistance from One-Star Man. Otherwise, he would have been eaten by the ancient flood dragon long ago. I wonder who the senior is. Judging from his looks, he seems to be related to 7-Star Black Sect, and the person that was fighting with him. He might be an enemy of 7-Star Black Sect, Jian Wushuang muttered. Regardless, this favor has been engraved in my mind. One-Star Man had saved him, and he had even given him an opportunity. The palm that he performed sealed in Jian Wushuang's brain. The palm would provide Jian Wushuang with immeasurable help. Jian Wushuang was still in deep thought, but suddenly, there were 3 flowing lights traveling over from the void afar. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. When he saw the 3 figures clearly, there was a chilly gleam in his eyes. Among the 3 persons, Jian Wushuang knew 2 of them. Sir God Qianlan and Real God Hong Quan, the 2 experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Both of them had had conflicts with him in the 8th layer in the past. Jian Wushuang had gained fame by stepping on the 2 experts' shoulders. Then, outside of Buddhist Demon Sea, both parties had crossed paths again. Enemies on a narrow road. Jian Wushuang looked cold. The 3 figures hailed and looked at Jian Wushuang, who was floating quietly in the air. Sir God Qianlan and Real God Hong Quan quivered at the sight. Jian Wushuang. Sir God Qianlan clenched his fists. It's him. Real God Hong Quan revealed a terrified expression. In the battle in the 8th layer back then, Jian Wushuang had injured Sir God Qianlan badly and captured Real God Hong Quan. In the end, Soaring Heaven King Palace had paid a great price in exchange for him. Sir God Qianlan was angry with Jian Wushuang, while Real God Hong Quan was fearful of him. Although Real God Hong Quan was also a real god and an expert in the first few places on Real God ranking list, he had no courage to fight Jian Wushuang. The flowing light that burst out from Buddhist Demon Sea earlier, could it be him? Sir God Qianlan muttered. Sir God Qianlan, let's go, Real God Hong Quan said fearfully. Sir God Qianlan nodded faintly. He had fought with Jian Wushuang before, and he had suffered a great loss. If there wasn't any reason, he naturally didn't intend to fight with Jian Wushuang again. But just as the 2 of them turned to leave, hold on, Real God Yun at the side, who had never spoken earlier, called them. Sir God Qianlan, Real God Hong Quan, didn't the 2 of you realize that Jian Wushuang's aura seems to be very weak? Real God Yun said. Weak aura. Sir God Qianlan and Real God Hong Quan looked at Jian Wushuang carefully. The 2 of them looked and they were surprised. It was true. Jian Wushuang then, his aura was weak. To be exact, his aura was extremely weak. They could even feel that Jian Wushuang's aura might possibly vanish any time. What happened? Sir God Qianlan creased his eyebrows. He just came out of Buddhist Demon Sea. Did he run into any danger in Buddhist Demon Sea and get severely injured? Very likely, Real God Yun nodded and smiled. When he came out of Buddhist Demon Sea earlier, he didn't fly out on his own but in an uncontrollable condition. It was as though he was thrown out. If I'm not mistaken, he definitely ran into some kind of trouble in Buddhist Demon Sea and got severely injured. As for his power, it definitely decreased tremendously. Sir Godchianland, this is a chance hard to come by for us. Sir Godchianland's face grew cold when he heard that. The feud between Jian Wushuang and Soaring Heaven King Palace was deep-rooted. Jian Wushuang had made Soaring Heaven King Palace suffer a great loss, and they had even become a laughing stock once. Such deep-seated grudge, Soaring Heaven King Palace naturally wasn't willing to let it slip, but because Jian Wushuang was extremely powerful and he had lineage of Star as his backer, it wasn't easy to kill him. But then, they were in the 6th layer. There was no one from lineage of Star who could come to the rescue, and Jian Wushuang was severely injured. This chance was truly hard to come by. Such a great opportunity. We shouldn't miss it. Sir Godchianlan clasped his hands together, and there was light shimmering in his eyes. Han Quan, Ying Yun, the two of you retreat to a place far away. Don't let Jian Wushuang get any chance to catch the two of you. Yes, Real God Han Quan and Real God Ying Yun nodded. With the previous lesson of Real God Han Quan's experience, the two real gods naturally retreated to somewhere far away as they were going to launch an attack. As the two real gods retreated, Sir Godchianlan walked towards Jian Wushuang slowly. Jian Wushuang, how do you do? Sir Godchianlan flashed a malicious smile. I see. It's Sir Godchianlan from Soaring Heaven King Palace. We just fought not too long ago. I never thought we were going to see each other so soon. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, and he looked like he couldn't be bothered. Why? Your previous injury recovered so quickly? Humph. Sir Godchianlan humped coldly. He had been severely injured by Jian Wushuang as he had been careless, and it had established Jian Wushuang's name. To him, it was a humiliation. I was careless last time. As we have met again today, I'd like to regain my name. Sir Godchianlan's voice was bright and clear. He flipped his wrist and a red rod appeared in his hand, while a fierce aura soared from Sir Godchianlan's body. Wanna fight? Jian Wushuang smirked and waved his hand. Then, two rays of golden light suddenly lit up. Chapter 1749. Endless Trouble in the Future. Whoosh. Whoosh. Two rays of brilliant golden light stopped beside Jian Wushuang, and they were the two Hong Jun golden swords. The two Hong Jun golden swords were emitting an infinite amount of cold light, and it looked as if they could attack any time. If you wish to fight with me, you had better be prepared to die. Jian Wushuang was filled with a great amount of murderous intent. Upon seeing the two Hong Jun golden swords, the corners of Sir Godchianlan's mouth became distorted. Back then, in the 8th layer, Jian Wushuang had used one Hong Jun golden sword to suppress him. At present, there were two of them. This Jian Wushuang, could it be that he was not injured at all? Sir Godchianlan started to hesitate. However, his expression changed abruptly. No, that's wrong. If he was not injured, he would definitely not say any unnecessary things to me. Instead, he would control the two Hong Jun swords to kill me right away. Even though he did not do it straight away, he still took out the two golden swords. Hence, is he making an empty show of strength in order to intimidate me? After Sir Godchianlan thought to himself and understood what was going on, an enormous amount of flames of fury appeared in his eyes. He was almost intimidated by Jian Wushuang for real. Little kid, die. Sir Godchianlan gave a furious roar, and the crimson rod in his hands swept past the area abruptly. Countless crimson waves appeared in the void at once. They then swept past the area and gathered to form a gigantic crimson rod shadow that was hundreds of feet wide instantly. The crimson red shadow was extremely huge, and it attacked Jian Wushuang immediately. Oh no! Jian Wushuang's expression changed at once. Sir Godchianlan's guess was right. He was indeed making an empty show of strength, and his objective was to get the people in front of him to retreat in the face of difficulty. As for fighting for real, his injuries were really too serious, and he probably could not even unleash 10% of his abilities. Moreover, his divine power was almost completely depleted as well. In such a state, even a chaotic real god could serve as a threat to him, let alone Sir Godchianlan. Seeing the crimson rod shadow was heading toward him, Jian Wushuang used his full power at once and controlled one Hongjun golden sword to attack. The Hongjun golden sword unleashed an impressive amount of power and clashed with the Rod Shadow head-on with lightning speed. Bam! With a loud sound, the Hongjun golden sword moved at an even faster speed. As for Jian Wushuang, his body shook vigorously and he spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood in succession. His aura, which was already extremely weak to begin with, fell to rock bottom at that moment. Haha, Jian Wushuang, you are really making an empty show of strength. Upon seeing that, Sir God Qianlong laughed loudly and his eyes became filled with a vast amount of murderous intent. Damn it! Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth tightly. In the Buddhist Demon Sea, he had experienced 4 waves of attacks from the Acheron Palace successively, and he even fought a fight to the death with Emperor God Shuegu. Later on, he was attacked by the ancient flood dragon. And finally, he had escaped by the skin of his teeth. However, he totally did not expect himself to actually encounter the experts of the soaring Heaven King Palace next. Sir God Qianlong was merely a normal Sir God. If Jian Wushuang were at his peak, he could kill him easily. However, at present, a man who had lost his position and influence was subjected to indignity. The assassination by the Acheron Palace, as well as the Flood Dragon, have been unable to kill me. Hence, how can I die in the hands of the soaring Heaven King Palace? Jian Wushuang roared within his heart, and the remaining divine power in his body emerged again. Jian Wushuang, stop acting tough. Leave Sir God Qianlong to me and run away quickly. A deep voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind abruptly. At the same time, the skin on Jian Wushuang's body also started to wriggle madly. King of venomous worms? Jian Wushuang's heart became disturbed. Sir God Qianlong is a Sir God expert. Can you take care of him by yourself? With my current abilities, although I am not an opponent for Sir God Qianlong, I can still keep him busy for a period of time. During this period of time, you must run as far away as possible. As for me, there's no need for you to worry. The life force of a full-foot plenilune is so strong that it is beyond your expectations. Hence, a mere Sir God will be unable to kill me. As soon as his words left his mouth, countless tentacles came out of Jian Wushuang's body. The king of venomous worms' huge body also appeared in the void again. Rustle. The countless tentacles were like flittering lights, and they headed towards Sir God Qianlong with lightning speed, stopping him in his tracks as a result. What the hell is this? Sir God Qianlong revealed a stunned expression. However, even more anger emerged from him. Piss off. Boom. With a loud sound, the huge crimson rod shadow destroyed hundreds of tentacles instantly. Some of its power also spread to the king of venomous worms' body, causing the king of venomous worms to groan. However, at the next moment, even more tentacles attacked madly. King of venomous worms, I shall leave this to you. Jian Wushuang looked at the king of venomous worms deeply, and his eyes glowed with a shrill light. Soaring Heaven King Palace, I, Jian Wushuang, shall remember the debt today. In the future, if I don't eliminate the Soaring Heaven King Palace, my name, Jian Wushuang, will be written in reverse order. Just wait and see. Jian Wushuang's ice-cold voice resounded across the universe. He had already made use of his remaining divine power to escape quickly. Seeing that Jian Wushuang was running away, Sir God Qianlong, as well as Real God Han Quan and Real God Ing Yun, who were both behind him, wanted to give chase. However, they were stopped by the king of venomous worms. Damn it! Where did this worm beast come from? Since you wish to die, I shall grant you your wish. Murderous intent sprang up in Sir God Qianlong. The power of his crimson rod then rose greatly, and many rod shadows attacked the king of venomous worms crazily. After undergoing a transformation, the king of venomous worms had awakened his close-quarters combat abilities. Moreover, it was a full-foot plenilune. Hence, it could just about serve as a threat to a normal almighty. However, after the successive great battles in the Buddhist Demon Sea, the king of venomous worms did not get off with light injuries either. At present, his abilities had not recovered to their peak. Furthermore, he was fighting with Sir God Qianlong alone. Therefore, he would definitely be in a huge disadvantage. However, As his body was enormous and that his life force was exuberant, he only started to escape after fighting with Sir God Qianlong for close to a quarter of an hour's time. Sir God Qianlong had also given chase for a long time. However, he still allowed the king of venomous worms to get away in the end. At a dark void in the sixth lair, Sir God Qianlong, real God Han Quan, and Sir God Ing Yun were gathered together. In addition, they had ugly expressions. We have actually missed this golden opportunity. Sir God Qianlong clenched both his fists tightly, and he was filled with dissatisfaction. It's all thanks to that worm beast from before. If not for it obstructing us, Jin Wushuang would definitely have died. Real God Han Quan snorted coldly. The worm beast from before was very frightening, Real God Ing Yun said with a low voice. It was very frightening. Moreover, it was not just frightening in terms of its close-quarters combat abilities. Most importantly, it had a frightening life force and ability to recover. With such a suppression by Sir God Qianlong where he injured the worm beast continuously, he still had not managed to kill the worm beast. Instead, he could only look on as it escaped in the end. That worm beast merely has a powerful life force. However, this is not important. The most important thing is Jin Wushuang. Sir God Qianlong squinted his eyes. This time around, we attacked him when he was seriously injured. If we had managed to kill him, then there would be no problem. However, since he's not dead, the soaring Heaven King Palace will have endless trouble in the future. Chapter 1750. Palace Master escorted in the dark void at the border of Buddhist Demon Sea. Jin Wushuang, who was fleeing, finally stopped on a dark ground. I can't continue to run anymore. Jin Wushuang looked around himself. It's because I am at the border of Buddhist Demon Sea. It would be difficult to run into any star demon. But if I were to continue to run forward, there's an 80% chance that I will run into one. Star demon. Star demons in the sixth lair. Besides the four-horned star demons that were extremely rare and only lived in the dangerous place, almost nothing else could pose a threat to Jin Wushuang. However, it was when Jin Wushuang was at his zenith. To Jin Wushuang then, even a crimson three-horned star demon was vital. He didn't dare to move around in the sixth lair then. It was most crucial for him to quickly recover his situation. My injury is too serious and my power has reached an all-time low. It will be impossible for me to recover in a short period of time. Plus, the sixth lair isn't a place to recover. Jin Wushuang muttered and immediately took out a token to send a message to Hall Master Yuan. Jin Wushuang, Palace Master has already arrived in the sixth lair. I will send your location to him. He will be with you in no time. Besides, Hall Master Gu Xian has already escaped from Buddhist Demon Sea, Hall Master Yuan replied. Palace Master came? Jin Wushuang stunned. From what he knew, the Master of Star Palace had always been meditating in seclusion. Plus, the meditation then seemed to be extremely important. Hence, even when Jin Wushuang had become a Hall Master and threw a banquet, the Master of Star Palace never appeared. But then, Palace Master was already liberated from seclusion. The moment he found out that you were assassinated in Buddhist Demon Sea, he immediately rushed over, Hall Master Yuan said. I see. Jin Wushuang was touched. Jin Wushuang, just wait for a moment, Hall Master Yuan said. Jin Wushuang nodded and immediately sat down. He flipped his hand, and there were a bunch of elixirs in his hand. The elixirs were extremely precious. Even a Sir God would value them highly. However, Jin Wushuang ate all the elixirs as though he was eating beans. He took in more than 10 of them in one go. Then, he continued to treat his injury as he waited. Very soon, a maroon figure got closer to Jin Wushuang. The maroon figure belonged to King of Venomous Worms. He was connected to Jin Wushuang by heart and blood. They could feel the existence of one another. Then, King of Venomous Worms immediately snuck into Jin Wushuang's body. King of Venomous Worms, are you okay? Jin Wushuang asked. I got injured and I need some time to recover, but it's nothing major, King of Venomous Worms said. Jin Wushuang let out a breath of relief when he heard the news. The time flew past. Jin Wushuang waited for 10 days in silence. Then, the Master of Star Palace and Hall Master Gu Xian arrived. When Jian Wushuang saw the Master of Star Palace and Hall Master Gu Xian, he was finally at ease. Jian Wushuang, your injury. The Master of Star Palace squinted his eyes. He could feel that Jian Wushuang's aura was extremely weak. I am badly injured, but I am alive. Jian Wushuang smiled weakly. What happened in Buddhist Demon Sea? Where's Lei Chao? Hall Master Gu Xian asked. Let's talk about this when we return, Jian Wushuang said. The Master of Star Palace nodded faintly. Then, the three of them returned to Lineage of Star. Although Jian Wushuang was badly injured, he consumed some elixirs and recovered some divine power during the 10 days when he was waiting for the Master of Star Palace and Hall Master Gu Xian. He could afford to simply fly. With the Master of Star Palace escorting personally, the journey back was smooth. The three of them arrived in Lineage of Star very soon. In the lair of Lineage of Star, in a lofty palace. The Master of Star Palace was seated on the uppermost of the palace while Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian sat on their respective seats. As for Hall Master Nye Yun, he remained in the fifth lair and never came out. In the lofty palace then, it was dead silent. The four experts looked at the dead body in the middle of the hall and their faces looked icy. The dead body was naturally Lei Chaos. Lei Chao, I killed him myself. Jian Wushuang's voice was deep and there was pain in his eyes. The three of them heard him, but never intended to reprimand Jian Wushuang. I also know about soul control technique. Once a person is soul controlled, they don't stand a chance to shake it off. It basically means the person is dead. With you killing him, it is simply giving him a true relief. If I were you, I would have done the same, the Master of Star Palace said. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian nodded solemnly. Lei Chao was an expert of Lineage of Star. Before Jian Wushuang rose up, he was the number one among real gods in Lineage of Star. They shared a great relationship. Lei Chao had died and they were all in pain. However, if they were Jian Wushuang, they definitely would do that same as Jian Wushuang to give Lei Chao relief. Bury him. To outsiders, tell them that he ran into danger and accidentally fallen when he wandered in the sixth lair, the Master of Star Palace said. Yes, Hall Master Yuan nodded, and he waved to keep Lei Chaos body into Qian Kuan Ring. Everyone reigned in their agony, and the Master of Star Palace looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, tell us what happened in Buddhist Demon Sea, the Master of Star Palace said. Jian Wushuang nodded, then he started telling the ins and outs of the story. He didn't hide anything about his experience in Buddhist Demon Sea. He talked about everything that he should. From the beginning when he had first arrived at the Triangle Island where Lei Chao was, to the first killer move he encountered, which was the assassination carried out by the ugly-looking lady. He also shared his judgment. When they heard of the first and second killer moves that Acheron Palace had prepared, the three of them still remained calm. However, the moment they found out about Acheron Palace's third move, Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian stood on their feet. The five powerful Sir Gods teamed up and set up the killing formation of 9 cuts. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xin's eyes were wide. They knew about the killing formation of 9 cuts too, and it was set up by 5 Sir Gods. Under normal circumstances, anyone lower than an Emperor God stood almost no chance to stay alive. However, Jian Wushuang had forcefully dissolved the killing formation of 9 cuts and killed one of them. Such power. Even the top Sir God wouldn't be able to do that. After I broke the killing formation of 9 cuts and killed Lei Chao, I met another person. The person was the 4th killer move that Acheron Palace prepared for me, Jian Wushuang continued. He was in a crimson robe and he was using a crimson trident. He was already in the realm of Emperor God. Emperor God? Then, even the Master of Star Palace looked shocked. An Emperor God using a crimson trident? It's Emperor God Shui Gu. The Master of Star Palace pounded the table and stood up in anger. There was murderous intention in his eyes. As for Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian, they were terrified and they were also raging with anger. Chapter 1751. Seclusion Emperor God Shuegu was a famous and great expert in the eternal chaotic world. In the past, the Sanctuary Alliance had always thought that Emperor God Shuegu had a weird personality and he was unwilling to be constrained by the Sanctuary Alliance. However, it was only at that moment that they knew that Emperor God Shuegu was actually someone from the Acheron Palace. As for the Acheron Palace, in order to get rid of Jian Wushuang, a real god, not only did they employ 5 Ser Gods to deploy the killing formation of 9 cuts, they also employed Emperor God Shuegu to take action personally. They were really ruthless. As for later on, Jian Wushuang also gave a simple explanation regarding what he experienced later on. Of course, he had merely talked about some of his own trump cards briefly. Upon hearing that Jian Wushuang had had an intense battle with Emperor God Shuegu and that he also did his best to keep himself alive, Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Gu Xian could not help but admire him. When he reached the end where the ancient flood dragon appeared, swallowed Emperor God Shuegu with one gulp, killed the 4 Ser Gods and attracted 2 extremely powerful experts to fight a great battle in the Buddhist Demon Sea, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and even the Star Palace Master were stunned. That legend is actually real, the Star Palace Master murmured. That legend? Jian Wushuang could not help but look at the Star Palace Master. A long time ago, there was a rumor in the eternal chaotic world. It is said that when the ancient past and the first era crumbled, countless experts died during the Great Battle. However, at the same time, there was a portion of experts who did not die in the Great Battle. Instead, they entered a state of eternal deep sleep. As for the places that they are in deep sleep in, some of them are in the forbidden areas of the First Era's battlefield, while some of them are in the ancient battlefield. These experts who are in deep sleep possessed exceptionally powerful techniques, and even great emperors are afraid of them. For example, the boundless purgatory in the second layer, which is known for its mighty name, is said to be a place of deep sleep of an extremely powerful expert, the Star Palace Master said earnestly. Boundless purgatory? Hall Master Gu Xin's throat could not remain calm. Going to the second layer was the same as going to one's death if he were to travel there without the fighting capabilities of an emperor god. For the boundless purgatory, Hall Master Gu Xian had only heard of it before. As for Jian Wushuang, he could remain calm. After all, back then in the 8th layer, he had also come across an expert who was in deep sleep. He knew very well that the eternal chaotic world was not as simple as it looked on the surface. Jian Wushuang, according to what you have said, it seems like there are 2 experts in deep sleep in the Buddhist Demon Sea. However, due to the clash between you and the Acheron Palace, those 2 experts were awakened by chance, and this resulted in the great battle which occurred later on, the Star Palace Master said. Among the 2 experts, one of them said that I am definitely connected to a sect known as the 7-Star Black Sect. Thus, he took action and saved my life by sending me out of the Buddhist Demon Sea, Jian Wushuang said. 7-Star Black Sect? Hall Master Gu Xian was stunned as she had never heard of such a sect before. I know about the 7-Star Black Sect. The Star Palace Master opened his mouth and said, the 7-Star Black Sect is a powerful sect back in the ancient past. However, as the ancient past collapsed, this sect naturally disappeared along with their long history. As for him saying that you were related to the 7-Star Black Sect, it is considered normal, because the secret skill of Star Palace that you have cultivated have come from the 7-Star Black Sect. As I was fortunate, I happened to chance upon this secret skill's inheritance. What? Hall Master Gu Xian was stunned. However, she understood immediately. The secret skill of Star Palace was frightening, extremely frightening. Due to the existence of the secret skill of Star Palace in the lineage of Star, many powerhouses were afraid of the lineage of Star. As for such a kind of secret skill, under normal circumstances, even great emperor-level experts would be unable to create it. Thus, Hall Master Gu Xian had suspected whether this secret skill was created by the Star Palace Master a long time ago. However, the Star Palace Master had never spoken about it before. At present, the Star Palace Master had taken the initiative to admit it. This is what has happened. After listening to Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan, Hall Master Gu Xian, and the Star Palace Master gasped. They knew very clearly how dangerous Jian Wushuang's experience this time around was. At the same time, they had become even more fearful of the Acheron Palace. Jin Wushuang, for you to be able to escape by the skin of your teeth this time around, apart from the fact that it was due to your powerful abilities, it was also partially due to luck. As such, you must absolutely be careful in the future, the Star Palace Master warned. Understood. Jin Wushuang nodded his head earnestly. One would only learn from their own mistakes. With the narrow escape this time around, Jin Wushuang had a better understanding of the Acheron Palace, and he revered the world even more. Thus, he would naturally be more careful in doing things in the future. After all, he absolutely did not want to experience the same thing twice. All right, since your injuries are very serious, you had better go back and recuperate first, the Star Palace Master said. Understood. Jin Wushuang nodded his head. As his injuries were very serious, he would be unable to recover in a short amount of time. Hence, he had already made up his mind to stay in the lineage of Star for a while, to seclude himself in recovery. In a secret room that was covered heavily by seals in the Sword Star, Jin Wushuang was sitting down with his legs crossed. Jin Wushuang, this time around, you survived the assassination that was planned carefully by the Acheron Palace. Moreover, you caused the Acheron Palace to suffer great losses. If this piece of news were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar in the eternal chaotic world and your reputation will improve greatly. The King of Venomous Worms' voice echoed in Jin Wushuang's mind. I was just lucky. Jin Wushuang laughed indifferently, and he was not arrogant in the slightest. He knew very clearly that luck had made up a huge portion of the reason why he was able to stay alive. Looking at the methods that the Acheron Palace had employed, even Jin Wushuang himself could not help but gasp in admiration. The Acheron Palace would not take action easily. However, when they took action, it was indeed extraordinary, and it forced Jin Wushuang into a hopeless situation right away. If not for him being fortunate and coming across the expert deep inside the Buddhist Demon Sea, he would definitely be dead. Forget about the Acheron Palace. However, after that, I was hunted down by Sir God Qianlong of the Soaring Heaven King Palace. That is the true humiliation. Jin Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly, and a vast amount of murderous intent emerged in his eyes. The Acheron Palace had hatched a detailed plan to kill him, and the methods that they had employed had caused even Jin Wushuang to exclaim in admiration. Even if he were killed by them, he would not feel any grievances. But what about the Soaring Heaven King Palace? They had attacked him when he was seriously injured. This caused Jin Wushuang to be even more furious. If not for the King of Venomous Worms taking action and stopping Sir God Qianlong, he would have probably died at the hands of Sir God Qianlong. That was a true oppression, and he would have died an unworthy death. Soaring Heaven King Palace. Jin Wushuang was overflowing with murderous intent. There's no rush. When my abilities recover completely, I shall take my time to play with them. However, Jin Wushuang also knew that his injuries this time around were too serious. Hence, it would be impossible for him to recover his abilities completely in a short amount of time. Moreover, if it were only injuries in his body, it would be all right. However, the most important thing was that he had paid a huge price to fight a fight to the death this time around. In particular, all his 6 ancient god stars were destroyed. His ancient god's cultivation base had fallen to rock bottom, and the process for him to recover would not be easy. I shall do it slowly. During this period of time where I have secluded myself in recuperation to recover my abilities, I can also absorb all the demon cores that I obtained back then and go for Stage 3 Ultimate Real God. In addition, there is also the palm that the one-star man left behind in my head. That is also a great opportunity. Chapter 1752 Removal. In terms of ultimate divine power, after Jin Wushuang had consumed 9 Taiching ancient panaceas, the ultimate divine power in him was already extremely close to completion. There was only a very small part of divine power left. From Jin Wushuang's viewpoint, he only needed to absorb all the demon cores that he got from Soaring Heaven King Palace, and it should be sufficient. By then, when his divine power had reached completion, he would be able to achieve the 3rd stage of Ultimate Real God, and his power would increase tremendously. Then, He needed to rest in seclusion to recover from his injury. Besides, he needed to precipitate the 6 ancient god stars again, which would definitely require an extremely long time. During the process, he could absorb the demon cores to increase his divine power. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang let out a breath and started to meditate. Just as Jian Wushuang was resting in seclusion, in an extremely far-away territory, on a large dark land, a cold, dark palace towered. In the palace, a man in a black robe knelt politely. There were many statue-like soldiers in black armor that gave out cold auras around themselves. Jian Wushuang has already returned to lineage of star? An ancient yet hoarse voice suddenly rang in the palace, and the voice sounded like it was coming from all directions. Yes, someone saw that he entered lineage of star with the master of Star Palace, with the master of Star Palace escorting him personally, the man in a black robe said politely. Humph! A cold humph suddenly spread. Roar! 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 The soldiers in black armor in the palace let out angry roars simultaneously, and their voices shook the earth. Such a meticulous plan that was said to be well conceived didn't kill Jian Wushuang? What do I need all of you for? The hoarse voice spread with boundless pressure. The man in a black robe who knelt down couldn't help but shiver. How about Shuegu? Emoing? Where are the few of them? A hoarse voice asked. Master, besides when Jian Wushuang first fell into the trap and Emperor God Shuegu sent a message, there was no other news from them. I continuously tried to get into contact with them, but there was no reply until now, the man in black robe replied. The lofty palace was suddenly in silence. Although Buddhist Demon Sea was dangerous, time and space wasn't sealed off. Hence, they could still communicate with one another. But then, Jian Wushuang had already returned to lineage of star, and the people from Acheron Palace didn't reply. There was only one possibility. Dead. Shuegu, Emoing, and the men that we've sent out have all died. The hoarse voice continued to speak, but there wasn't anger like before. Who is it? Who could kill them? Jian Wushuang? Impossible. No matter how ridiculously strong Jian Wushuang is, he is only a real god. His power is at most comparable to real god Wu Bai's. The 5 Sir Gods from Acheron Palace and even Emperor God Shuegu himself, Jian Wushuang didn't even stand much hope to stay alive, let alone killing Shuegu, Emoing, and the others. He definitely does not have the capability. If it wasn't him, who would it be? The master of Star Palace? The owner of the hoarse voice reckoned that only the master of Star Palace in lineage of Star had the power to kill Emperor God Shuegu and the 5 other Sir Gods. Master, according to our information, the master of Star Palace had been meditating in seclusion. Before Jian Wushuang was assassinated, he never left to the 6th lair. It was impossible that he could reach it in time to save Jian Wushuang. The man in a black robe who knelt down replied politely, If it wasn't the master of Star Palace, who would it be? Would it be any experts of Sanctuary Alliance who happened to be wandering in Buddhist Demon Sea? No way. I roughly know the locations of the top experts of Sanctuary Alliance. There wasn't anyone in the 6th lair. If it wasn't the experts of Sanctuary Alliance, the thing that caused their deaths would only be the natural danger in Buddhist Demon Sea, or maybe some ancient existence in the depth of Buddhist Demon Sea got involved. But why would the ancient existence suddenly be awakened? The owner of the hoarse voice muttered. Then, he let out a sigh after a long while. Forget it. As the mission has failed, it is useless to look into it. Send down my command. Remove Jian Wushuang from the must-kill name list. Remove Jian Wushuang from the must-kill name list? The man in a black robe who knelt was stunned. Master, will we not assassinate him in the future? 5 Sir Gods teamed up and set up the killing formation of 9 cuts, plus an Emperor God who was extremely close to the top, who performed and carried out a meticulously planned assassination. In the end, they hadn't killed him, but the whole army was wiped out. Regardless of the reason, it proved Jian Wushuang's power. If we were to want to kill him again, we will have to at least send out the top who is comparable to the master of Star Palace, or even an Emperor God stronger than him. And even so, it will not be definite. After all, there was an assassination. Jian Wushuang will definitely be more cautious. To be able to kill him, there is only one way. which is for the great emperor himself to kill him personally. However, there are only 2 experts who are great emperor level in Acheron Palace, and their identities are extremely unique. They definitely won't take action to assassinate a genius of Sanctuary Alliance. In other words, we, Acheron Palace, have already missed the best timing to kill Jian Wushuang. In the future, unless there is to be a fight against Sanctuary Alliance or a good opportunity, we shouldn't try to assassinate him. The hoarse voice reverberated in the lofty palace. It didn't go away for a very long time. Leave. Yes. The man in the black robe immediately left. In the lofty palace, the remaining cold soldiers in black armor continued to stand there like statues. But suddenly, there was a creepy shadow that appeared on the uppermost throne from nowhere. The person was in a white robe, and his face was blurry. Jian Wushuang. A faint voice was heard from the blurry shadow in a white robe. You are extremely talented, far more talented than real God Wu Bei. You could totally become an almighty in the future and stand shoulder to shoulder with a great emperor. You might even stand a chance to reach the level of the strongest person in Sanctuary Alliance. If it was like before, we of Acheron Palace would definitely kill a top genius like you, regardless of the price we would have to pay. But now, we can't. You should be glad that you were born in a great period. We of Acheron Palace have something more important to be done at this period. We have no time, nor money, nor energy to spare to take care of you. However, the period will pass. In no time, the period will pass. In 100,000 years, at most. Jian Wushuang, you have 100,000 years to grow. 100,000 years later, we of Acheron Palace will go all out. By then, even if you become great emperor, you'll die, without a doubt. Ha ha ha! The blurry shadow in a white robe let out a burst of strange laughter. It didn't go away for a very long time in the lofty palace. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.